Chapter 2966. The roads of Twilight Tong City were ingenious. After entering the city, one would go straight up the mountain ridge with a slight curve. However, the roads below one's feet were extremely smooth and straight. Beside these roads were all sorts of shops, inns, taverns, and tea houses. They were not arranged in rows like in other large cities. Instead, they were uneven, with some high and some low. Rather than saying that they were standing tall, it would be more accurate to say that they were growing healthily like spiritual trees. There were also many flowers that seemed to be blooming among the spirit flowers. It was truly an eye-opener for Fairy Xianxia. Although there were many people on the roads, everyone seemed to be smiling. Clearly, they were intoxicated by the beautiful scenery of Twilight Tong City. It was very different from other big cities. Senior Qing Liuzi. He is indeed very mysterious. I don't know what he looks like either. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Li Zongbao muttered to himself before replying like Fairy Xianxia. However, he continued, I heard from my master that Senior Qing Liuzi is good at business and scheming. He is closer to cultivators who are useful to him than his own father. However, he is even more distant than cultivators who are strangers to him. Li Zongbao's analogy made Xiaohua laugh. He could not help but laugh out loud. Wang Cheng turned his head in confusion. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at a spirit flower that was about to bloom. This Xiao seems to have seen a spirit stone growing out of that spirit flower. It can't be. Wang Cheng was stunned. He looked at it with all his might and asked in confusion, Senior Uncle Xiao, did you see wrongly? That is just an ordinary Ling Mian. I think I saw wrongly. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, how can that spirit stone be Ling Mian's father? Wang Cheng was even more confused by Xiaohua's words. Fairy Xianxia and Xiao Mao were also stunned. It's fine. Xiaohua waved his hand and waited for Wang Cheng to turn around. He then transmitted Li Zongbao's words to the two of them. Fortunately, the two of them were already prepared. Otherwise, they would definitely laugh out loud like Xiaohua. Li Zongbao shook his head slightly as he looked at the two of them who were trying to hold back their laughter. Then, he transmitted his voice again, Junior brother Xiao, don't underestimate Senior Liuzi. His cultivation is the highest among the city lords of the 7 cities. Now, he had actually reached the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. He seems to be even more powerful than the sect leader of your esteemed sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua gasped. He was now at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He had a deeper understanding of the difference between the early stage and the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. He knew that there was a huge gap between the two realms. For a cultivator who had a lot of work to do, being able to reach the early stage of the nascent soul realm was already a great fortune, but Qing Liuzi was able to reach the middle stage of the nascent soul realm again. The 3,000 Great Tao is indeed true. Xiaohua sighed, everyone has their own destiny. The heavenly Tao is equally ruthless. Even if you have thousands of mistakes and thousands of shortcomings, as long as you wholeheartedly follow the Tao, the heavenly Tao will always leave a smooth path in front of you. However, if you have no Tao in your heart, even if you have thousands of good deeds, the door of the heavenly Tao won't open for you. Yes, that's right. Li Zongbao also sighed. When I heard this that day, I also sighed for a long time. I feel that this character is really incomparable to the realm and cultivation. Alas. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He knew that he was only at the Gold Core realm and it was extremely inappropriate to talk about the nascent soul realm senior. However, he still couldn't help but think about it. There was a difference between good and evil people, but the heavenly Tao didn't. If evil people could become immortals and good people fell, then what would the immortal realm become? What would the cultivation realm become? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked again. The cultivation of the Tao sect doesn't care about good or evil, nor does it care about character. However, the Buddhist sect cares a lot about good and evil. There is a saying that good will have good results and evil will have evil retribution. A person's cultivation should plant a good tree, and only by planting good causes can there be good results and good retribution. Could it be that this deviation in cultivation caused the conflict between the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect? caused the destruction of the Buddhist sect? But if that's the case, is the Buddhist sect's objective really different from the heavenly Tao? Is it really wrong? Even the Confucian cultivators who only cultivated the qi of righteousness in their chests and faced the heavenly Tao with a pure heart were also destroyed by the Tao sect. Their cultivation is also wrong? Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss. Do they really want to be the strongest? Do they really not care about good or evil, about the lives of others, and only care about their own cultivation, only care about becoming immortals? Such immortals, are they really the immortals in my heart? It had to be said that if the Tao sect cultivators had such thoughts, no one would think of it. Perhaps if they had such thoughts, they would be instantly killed by themselves or their own masters. Only a cultivator like Xiaohua, who had tried many kinds of cultivation methods, could have such doubts and doubts. Helplessness, sometimes it was really helplessness. If he knew that this disciple of his actually doubted the Tao sect's cultivation method, he would probably immediately come out of seclusion. However, even if he appeared helplessly in front of Xiaohua, what could he do? Other than helplessness, what else could he do? Martial uncles, please come this way. That is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong City. At this moment, Wang Cheng's voice rang out, pulling Xiaohua out of his deep thoughts. When he looked in the direction Wang Cheng was pointing, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His somewhat astonished eyes flashed with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the front left of the crowd, in the midst of the flowers, there was an oval-shaped bird's nest on top of hundreds of thick spiritual trees. The nest was completely built with fist-sized branches, and there was an extremely large gap between the branches. Through the gap, one could vaguely see the brilliance of the bird's nest. On top of the thick spiritual trees, large green talismans slowly flowed. These green talismans were like flowers and grass, and they corresponded with the surrounding spiritual trees and spiritual grasses. It was as if the grasses and trees on the mountain range were floating above the bird's nest. This bird's nest was admittedly huge, but its color and brilliance seemed to blend together with the many grasses and trees. It really seemed as if a huge bird had built its nest here. This is the meeting hall? Even Li Zongbao's face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and even his voice changed a little. If the meeting hall was a bird's nest, then what about the Book of Heroes in the meeting hall? Wouldn't it be a bird's nest? Wang Cheng said in a deadpan manner, "Martial uncles, please know that this is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong City. It is also the building of my Twilight Tong City that is second only to the City Lord's mansion. Usually, the auction for the face-retaining pill in my Twilight Tong City is usually held in this meeting hall." Li Zongbao withdrew his astonishment and nodded slightly. The buildings in Twilight Tong City were really strange. Building a bird's nest was already giving them face, but if they really built something strange, it would be hard to say. The meeting hall was in the shape of a bird's nest, so entering and leaving the meeting hall naturally had to be like a bird's nest. Seeing many Qi refining disciples activating their flying talismans and many foundation establishment cultivators summoning their transcendence energy to fly into a star-shaped entrance, Xiaohua smiled and pointed his hand. It seems there are also many cultivators who want to enter the bird's nest. He, of course, Wang Cheng said with a smile. Right now, we are already in the second stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Because the nascent soul masters of the three cultivation countries have already participated in the war, there are many battles that have yet to begin, but the outcome is already known. Therefore, the number of cultivators who come to my meeting hall to participate in the meeting has decreased by a lot. As early as a few years ago, when all of you were still fighting at the front line, the meeting hall was filled with people and was much livelier than it is now. Xiaohua nodded. He understood that in the first stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword, the strength invested by the Taoist sect was equivalent to the strength invested by the sword cultivators. Moreover, at that time, they were not very familiar with each other, so it was extremely difficult to guess the outcome of the battle. In particular, the sword cultivators had Jiao Xia's arrangement and LV Ruochang's command. This was definitely beyond the expectations of all the Taoist sect cultivators. The situation of the battle was like a cloud of fog, complicated and unpredictable, which was really suitable for gambling. Now that the higher-ups of the Daoist and sword sects were participating in the war, there were only so many sword transformation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. The sword cultivators were obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength, so they could only win by relying on the element of surprise. It could even be said that after more than 10 years of fighting, the last sentence was in Sentry City. Therefore, the situation in the second stage was extremely clear on the surface, but if it was used for gambling, it would be somewhat difficult. No wonder Wang Qing said that there were fewer people entering and leaving. There has been no news for 1.5 months. The number of cultivators waiting here. I'm afraid there will be fewer. Xiao Mao looked at the entrance and said, "Senior, please." Wang Qing took out a flight talisman again and activated it with his magic power. Then, he said respectfully, "I'll lead the way." Wait a moment. At this moment, Li Zongbao stopped and turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, but in fact, he was transmitting his voice to Xiao Hua. "Junior brother Xiao, should we go in?" Based on Wang Cheng's words, there are many cultivators inside. If we go in, we might be recognized by others. Xiao Hua understood Li Zongbao's meaning. He knew that Li Zongbao was afraid that he would not be willing to show his face in public, so he asked this question. Xiao Hua thought for a while and felt bitter. During the trip to the sword domain, he had killed dozens of illusory swordsmen. Although Qin Heng and other second-grade sword transformation swordsmen were killed by him, they died because of him. Sooner or later, the news would spread to the country of Xi. In particular, some cultivators had seen what he did in Million Mountains. Although they could not return to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation in a short period of time, they would come back sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before his true strength was exposed. Since that was the case, he could only prepare for a rainy day. He had to make an impact early and establish his reputation in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. As for the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, Xiaohua had already taken a look at the soul technique of the Hutu Stockades Elder Wu. It was 100 times more profound than the secret technique given by Hanzhu. Xiaohua was confident that even nascent soul cultivators would not be able to see through it. As for spirit-severing cultivators, would they even take Xiaohua seriously? Chapter 2967. Let's go in and take a look. Xiaohua faintly transmitted his voice. If we don't enter this place, not to mention that others will use this against us and say that we look down on Tongmu City, given the character of Tongmu City's city lord, I'm afraid he will be displeased with us. Now that we are only foundation establishment cultivators, it's better to be careful. Alright. After getting Xiaohua's approval, Li Zongbao said, "Martial nephew Wang, you lead the way." Although Wang Qing did not know why Li Zongbao asked Fairy Hongxia, he did not dare to think too much about it. He agreed and flew forward. Xiaohua and the others followed Wang Qing to the entrance of the bird's nest. There were more than a dozen aura-refining disciples standing guard there. There were also 3 foundation establishment city guards standing to the side with grave and stern expressions. They were on full alert. Although Wang Qing was leading the way, Xiaohua and the others were still required to remove the camouflage before they could enter. Li Zongbao and the others naturally did not agree. However, after Wang Qing's helpless voice transmission, the foundation establishment city guards' faces were filled with shock. After seeing the token of Li Zongbao's special task force in the meeting hall, the 3 foundation establishment city guards immediately bowed respectfully and invited the 4 to enter the bird's nest. These cultivators are some nascent soul cultivators? After Li Zongbao and the others entered the bird's nest, an Qi refinement cultivator who had a close relationship with the foundation establishment city guards quietly transmitted his voice. After all, in this bird's nest-like meeting hall, apart from nascent soul cultivators, even late golden core cultivators could not wear the camouflage. They are not nascent soul cultivators. The foundation establishment cultivator said respectfully. If those cultivators came, how could the city lord not accompany them? Do you think that Wang Qing, a level 12 Qi refinement cultivator, could accompany them? Then how could they enter the meeting hall wearing the camouflage? The Qi refinement cultivator almost forgot to transmit his voice. If Deacon Chen knows about this, we will not be able to escape punishment. Not to mention Deacon Chen, even if the city lord himself came, he would definitely not be punished. Another foundation establishment cultivator laughed. Because, although they are only foundation establishment cultivators, they are worthy of the treatment of nascent soul cultivators. How is that possible? The aura refining disciple seemed to have walked into a dead end. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. An alert disciple next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Martial Uncle Wang, could it be that they are, sure? It's good that you know." Martial Uncle Wang hurriedly said, "They naturally have their reasons for not announcing their arrival. Think about it, if the cultivators in the assembly hall knew that they were here, then wouldn't they go crazy? Sigh, what a pity. I can't see the faces of the 4 martial uncles with my own eyes." That disciple said regretfully. Haven't you seen enough of the appearances of the 4 fellow Daoists in the conference hall? The disciple who spoke first finally understood and spoke with a hint of jealousy. That was just an illusion. How could it be so real? They were the seniors who had killed the 3rd-grade illusory sword and obtained the first bounty. Just thinking about it makes this subordinate's blood boil. They are simply too brave. They have truly made our Dao sect's cultivators too proud. That's right. Their honor was obtained with blood and lives. The foundation establishment city guard's gaze was also deep. If we were there, I'm afraid that we would have been buried in a foreign land. In order to kill the sword cultivators, this subordinate will not hesitate even if my body is smashed to pieces. That disciple said vehemently. The foundation establishment city guard nodded vigorously. This old man will remember your words. Whenever there is such a good opportunity, this old man will think of you first. Not to mention these Dawn Tree city guards who were discussing behind Xiao Hua and the others. When Xiao Hua and the others stepped into the assembly hall, they were greeted by a huge space. The inside of this space was very similar to what they saw outside. It was really in the shape of an oval-shaped bird's nest. However, this bird's nest was really big. It was several times bigger than the assembly hall in Sky Patrol City. However, what attracted Xiao Hua's attention was not the size of the assembly hall, but the images on the inner walls of the bird's nest. This bird's nest was about 1,000 feet tall, and the colorful light screen occupied the inner wall of the bird's nest. Moreover, the light curtain was divided into 2 layers. Each layer was about 100 feet high. In other words, the images on each layer were about 100 feet high. At a glance, there were many huge images that came into view. Xiao Hua might not be able to see the images of the others, but at the bottom layer, there was a female cultivator who was stepping on a red flying cloud and holding a red silk in her hand. Above her head, there was a phoenix celestial body with its wings spread. Wasn't that Fairy Xianxia? And opposite Fairy Xia's image, there were several sword cultivators in front of her who were fleeing in panic on their flying swords. Every single one of these sword cultivators had ugly faces, and their faces were filled with fear. With a single glance, one could tell that Fairy Xianxia was extremely valiant and ferocious. "Xiao Hua, you are over there." Unlike Xiao Hua, Fairy Xianxia saw Xiao Hua at a glance. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to take a closer look at the images of Fairy Xianxia, she immediately called out. Xiao Hua followed Fairy Xia's finger. Sure enough, behind the 10 different huge images of Fairy Xia, there was also the majestic appearance of Xiao Hua stepping on thunder. However, this Xiao Hua's hand was not holding the wishful staff, nor the seal of turning the sea, but a huge fire net. On the fire net, there were faint threads of lightning, and within the threads of lightning, there were many fire crows dancing. In front of the fire net, there was also a sword cultivator who was fleeing in panic. That sword cultivator's sword armor was already surrounded by flames, and his flying sword seemed to have been shattered. How could it be the fire crow net? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. Of course, Xiao Hua utilized numerous magic treasures in the battle between the Dao Sword Sect and the Dao Sword Sect, yet practically no one had seen a single one of them. Even if someone had seen one, I presume that person had probably perished in the battle. And if Tongmu City wanted to know about Xiaohua's magic treasures, they could only get information from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This fire crow net was naturally obtained from the shocking Thunder Palace, right? Hee, this Tongmu City is quite capable. I don't seem to have used this fire crow net much, right? Xiaohua chuckled. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed slightly. That's right. Following the transformation of the illusion, another image of Xiaohua quickly appeared in the distance. In this image, the fire crow net in Xiaohua's hand had already changed, turning into the appearance of the Great Wisdom Sword. This Great Wisdom Sword had smashed onto a sword cultivator's flying sword, smashing it into pieces. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but curse inwardly. This Qing Liuzi is really harmful. I don't know what other secrets this guy has found out about me. But looking further, Xiaohua was relieved. The next few images were all of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao was holding the glittering immortal piercing whip, majestically killing in all directions. He had practically beaten all the sword cultivators until they pissed their pants in terror. Then there was Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was still holding the universe ring in his hand. Although he wasn't as majestic as Li Zongbao, he still had a righteous and awe-inspiring look on his face. He was like a lone hero charging into a group of swords. The universe ring overflowed with splendor, stepping on many broken swords. He was really impassioned. After Xiao Mao's image, there were many images of disciples from other sections. They were all vivid and lifelike. Xiaohua recognized some of them, but there were also many that he didn't recognize. Presumably, they were all meritorious officials in the war. After a few glances, Xiaohua once again focused his attention on the upper layer. He saw that the images of the upper layer were slightly different from those of the lower layer. Each and every one of them appeared somewhat dignified, and the killing intent on their faces was somewhat less. After seeing the familiar images of Daoist Jingru and Daoist Miyu, Xiaohua understood. The upper layer should be a record of the nascent soul masters, while the lower layer should be a record of the meritorious officials in the war. Wang. A low rumbling sound suddenly sounded, and the light and shadow on the inner wall of the bird nest suddenly changed. Wang Cheng, who was at the side, anxiously said, "For martial uncles, please wait for a moment." Is there something strange? Li Zongbao frowned and asked. Wang Cheng smiled and shook his head. He pointed to an extremely far distance and said, "For martial uncles, please take a look." Following Wang Cheng's finger, in the distant light and shadow, a sword flew over at an extremely fast speed. On top of that flying sword stood an arrogant and unruly sword cultivator. Qingjian? Xiaohua saw the sword cultivator's face at a glance, and he suddenly understood in his heart. Sure enough, immediately after, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua appeared in midair around the flying sword. They surrounded Qingjian in a triangular formation, and after a desperate struggle, Qingjian finally self-detonated and died under the three's magic weapons. Xiaohua, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, this illusion could not be called unreal. It was created according to Li Zongbao's report and according to what was written on the order of commendation. But how could the real battle be so childish? Qingjian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. How could he be killed by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Lies are lies after all. They cannot stand up to scrutiny. Seeing that the 3 of them were greatly magnified in the entire nest, Xiaohua was the first to think. Even though the 3 of us have exaggerated this matter to the heavens, when the real thing appears, it is far from what we thought it was. Luckily, after that, there were a few more battles, including the 4-side sword formation, the 10-direction annihilation formation, etc. Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao's small team also broke through the 4-side sword formation. This battle situation was very real, and it also covered up the lie of Xiaohua and the rest killing Qingjian. Phew, Xiaohua was secretly relieved. After all, if he could accept it in his heart, those who did not know would definitely think that it was real, right? Unfortunately, Before Xiaohua's little heart could calm down for a moment, there was a clear cry that seemed to shake the entire nest. Another 1,000 feet large phoenix Dharma body swooped down from high above. A blurry figure similarly descended like a deity. Xiaohua knew with a single glance that this was definitely the image of a terrifying phoenix. Chapter 2968. Along with the appearance of the terrifying phoenix, there were also many sword cultivators. These sword cultivators were like small fries in front of the huge phoenix. The huge phoenix grabbed them one by one and crushed their flying swords. Who is the terrifying phoenix that makes sword cultivators tremble in fear? The Great Dao Sword War has already entered the second stage. This mystery still hasn't been solved. Could it be that we have to wait until the end of the war to find this hero's footsteps? A gentle and enticing voice rang out as the huge phoenix spread its wings. Others might be able to stay out of it, but the cultivators of my Tong Mu city definitely can't. We have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the third place in the Great Dao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 3. My Tong Mu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the terrifying phoenix. Terrifying phoenix? Number 3? Damn it. Xiaohua was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses. They are betting. Not waiting for Xiaohua to search for the third location, rumble, the sound of thunder came from afar. Hearing this, Xiaohua was helpless. Apart from Nameless, there is no bigger mystery than the terrifying phoenix. It was really like that. Nameless, wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder Sect, appeared. His appearance was so clear. The scene was naturally the Great Dao Sword War between the Seven Extremes mountain range and the Sword Catacomb. Xiaohua felt like he was there. However, the last words made him feel extremely disgusted. The Imperial Thunder Sect's Nameless is the second mystery of the Great Dao Sword War. My Tong Mu city has already sent disciples to the Imperial Thunder Sect to investigate clearly. There is absolutely no nascent soul cultivator named Nameless in the entire Imperial Thunder Sect. Then, is this Nameless really nameless? If this Nameless is nameless, why is he wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Why does he know the Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning escape technique? Fellow Daoists, we have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the second place in the Great Dao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 2. My Tong Mu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the Imperial Thunder Sect's Nameless. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. The terrifying phoenix and Nameless are two big mysteries. Then what is the first mystery? Could it be that the Sword Catacomb disappeared? Unfortunately, as the Nameless figure disappeared, another 2 layers of cultivators began to appear. There was no mention of the first mystery of the great battle of Dao and Sword. Hee for martial uncles? Are you satisfied? Was the scene of the 4 senior uncles killing the sword cultivators real? Wang Qing said proudly, it took a lot of effort from the magicians of Tongmu City. Tisk Thise, Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile, how many spirit stones would this cost? Our Tongmu City is willing to spend these spirit stones in order to publicize your achievements. Wang Cheng said respectfully. Then, which mystery is ranked first in the Dao Sword battle? Xiaohua asked curiously. Martial uncles, please look over there. Wang Qing didn't directly answer Xiaohua. Instead, he pointed his finger into the distance. Xiaohua followed his finger and looked over. He saw that in this huge space, there were many cultivators clustered around. Xiaohua took a look and felt that there were at least 10,000 people. However, these 10,000 cultivators were moving around in this space, and it didn't make people feel crowded. At the end of this space, there was a huge jade archway with a green one on it. However, before Xiaohua could take a closer look, he heard a thunderous rumble from the inner wall of the bird's nest. A ball of azure brilliance flew over from the distance like a meteor. When it got closer, it fell into the air with a ping sound. A brilliance like a bird's egg flashed with a sparkling luster and spun rapidly in the air. Buzz. A strong vibration came from the bird's egg. When the brilliance spread out like waves, A tall middle-stage gold core cultivator with 5 strands of beard on his face appeared in the brilliance with a smile. The flowing brilliance formed a green platform. The sudden appearance of this cultivator attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the bird's nest. However, looking at their unsurprised expressions, they were already used to it. Fellow cultivators. As soon as the cultivator appeared, he didn't stop and said loudly, "Since the Dao sword battle has entered the second stage, many of the battle results have been obvious since our nascent soul masters led the team to participate in the battle. My Tongmu city hasn't set up a bet for a long time. I'm sure all of you are a little impatient. Now, I've received orders from the city lord. In order to repay all of you for your kindness to my Tongmu city will make a final bet on mystery number 1 since the beginning of the war." However, before the cultivator finished speaking, a white-haired gold core cultivator immediately said loudly, "Deacon Chen, you have been in the meeting hall for 1.5 months. There hasn't been any battle report from the Sky Patrol City. How can we guess? How can we place a bet? Could it be that Tongmu City has received the latest news from the Sky Patrol City?" Deacon Chen said with a smile, "Tongmu City has set up a meeting hall here since the beginning of the battle. It is to imitate the Sky Patrol City. Although we can't participate in the battle personally, we have to devote our minds to the Dao sword battle. Tongmu City didn't set up a bet to collect spirit stones. You must know that since the battle, Tongmu City has sent a lot of spirit stones to the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. These are all recorded on the side of the meeting hall and also have the imprint of the gold core cultivators in the meeting hall. Therefore, the battle reports received by Tongmu City are completely open to the public in the meeting hall. Any battle report received by the city lord from the front line of the Sky Patrol City will be sent to me as soon as possible, and I will definitely announce it here without missing a word. I think all the fellow cultivators have known about this for more than 10 years, right? I don't know what fellow cultivators C means today. Nothing. The gold core cultivator surnamed C obviously knew Deacon Chen and said with a smile, "I just feel that there has been no news from the Sky Patrol City for so long. Did fellow cultivator Chen just get the latest news and hurriedly set up a bet?" Deacon Chen's expression remained unchanged and he said with a smile, "I can swear a blood oath that Tongmu City has never received any latest battle reports from the Sky Patrol City. Oh, Deacon Chen, you don't have to do this." When he heard that Deacon Chen was about to swear a blood oath, the old man surnamed C hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Deacon Chen represents Tongmu City. I and the others have been in Tongmu City for more than 10 years. How can we not trust Tongmu City?" "That's good." Deacon Chen nodded with a smile. He clapped his hand and took out a grassroot-like jade slip. As Deacon Chen cast a spell, the jade slip turned into a stream of light and rushed to the one archway that Xiao Hua saw earlier. Boom! With a loud sound, an emerald green brilliance appeared at the place where the jade slip landed. It was as if the sky was filled with flying flowers that spiraled down. When the flying flowers disappeared into the air, a thumb-sized seed flashed in the air. That seed immediately landed below the decorated archway. With a whoosh sound, a vine that was several feet wide grew from the spot where the seed landed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the top of the decorated archway. A few large and powerful words appeared on the vine. Balls of green brilliance surrounded these large words and gave birth to light. Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao sect has fallen. What? These words were probably hundreds of feet high, and all the cultivators in the nest could see them clearly. The entire nest was in an uproar again, and exclamations rose to the sky. How is this possible? It has only been more than a month. There has been no battle report from the Sky Patrol City? How can it be that the Sky Patrol City has fallen? Even if the Sky Patrol City has fallen, so what? Dozens of nascent soul cultivators of Dao sect joined forces to attack. It's normal for them to seize the Sky Patrol City. It's absolutely impossible. This is a kind of slander to Dao sect's strength. Without the Sky Patrol City, we can still attack other places in Huan country. Our Dao sect will never fall. Impossible. The Sword Dao War had been going on for who knows how many years and who knows how many times, but the Dao sect had never lost. The fall of the Sky Patrol City is just a tactic of Dao sect? Waves of discussions came from all over the nest, and all the arguments were that it was impossible and that they did not believe it. Fellow cultivators, this is just a guess of Tongmu City. If any of you feel that something is wrong, you can go to the first round and place a bet. No matter how much it is, Tongmu City will accompany you. Deacon Chen's expression did not change. He clapped his hands and said, "My humble city lord also wants Dao sect to win. This guess is just to return the spirit stones that he won from you. Moreover, this is just to add some fun, so don't take it seriously." I don't believe it. The city lord of Tongmu City can predict the future. A young Qi refinement cultivator who was quite close to the first round took a few steps forward to the side of the memorial archway and said angrily, "Back then, he was just trying his luck and connected the first team of the meeting hall with Qin Jian. Later on, I heard that it was just his blind guess. Today, I don't believe that his blind guess will come true. Even if the Sky Patrol City has really fallen, our nascent soul cultivators will not fall." As he said that, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. Then he took out many spirit stones and threw them into the archway. On the side of the archway, there were many things that looked like flower buds. As the spirit stones and the jade slip were thrown in, the flower buds suddenly bloomed and turned into thin vines hanging on the archway. On the thin vines were the words, "Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao sect wins." I don't think Sky Patrol City has fallen at all. A fat golden core cultivator on the left shook his head and said, "That Shuiyu sage has been in Sky Patrol City for a long time. There are magic arrays protecting the city both inside and outside. It is absolutely impregnable. However, there have been no reports of battle for a few days. This can only mean that sword cultivators have temporarily besieged Sky Patrol City. As long as the nascent soul cultivators receive the news, they will definitely lead a team to defeat the sword cultivators." Chapter 2969. Then, the golden core cultivator threw a jade slip and some spirit stones into the other flower bud. The flower bud turned into a vine and wrote, "Sentry City has not fallen, Dao sect wins." Seeing these two cultivators going up to bet, the other cultivators also went up and put in a lot of spirit stones. The two vines grew bigger and bigger. Before long, the two vines were the same size as the one controlled by Deacon Chin. Of course, the cultivators who made the decision were only a part of the crowd. There were many cultivators who were discussing the reason behind Tongmu City's city lord's decision. How can this be considered the #1 mystery of the Dao Sword Great War? Xiao Mao frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at the crowd and muttered, "If we're talking about mysteries, then the disappearance of the sword tomb should be the #1 mystery." Wang Cheng heard this and smiled, but he didn't answer. Xiao Hua glanced at Wang Cheng and said with a smile, "From what I see, I'm afraid even the city lord doesn't know how the sword tomb disappeared. Moreover, the mystery of the disappearance of the sword tomb. No one will know in the future. With such a mystery, even if there are people who bet a lot of spirit stones, they won't be able to get it. If they can't get it, how can they be the #1 mystery of the Dao Sword Great War?" Indeed. Xiao Mao smiled. At this time, he also understood that even if the disappearance of the sword tomb was the #1 mystery of the Dao Sword Great War, because it was impossible to get a result and it couldn't earn spirit stones for the city lord of Tongmu City, it could only be kicked out of the top 3 mysteries. Or perhaps, someone had already asked this question after the first stage of the Dao Sword Great War. Wang Cheng didn't answer Xiao Mao because it was an old friend. Cough cough. Deacon Chin glanced at the 3 huge vines and knew that those who could bet had already done so. Those who hadn't were waiting for the latest battle report. He coughed slightly and said loudly, "The #1 mystery of the Dao Sword Great War will be like this for the time being. After all, the situation is not controlled by Tongmu City. However, I have a piece of good news to share with everyone." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and didn't know what good news it was. However, when Xiao Hua heard these words, his heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed in his heart. "Sure enough," Deacon Chin continued, "we've always been discussing the war, and we've always been envious of those who rendered meritorious service during the war. Moreover, we've always yearned to see their graceful bearing. Ever since the end of the first phase of the war, my Tongmu city has invited some of the outstanding disciples from the various factions to come to my Tongmu city. My Tongmu city has witnessed everyone's excitement when they came to my meeting hall. However, the biggest contributor in the first stage of the Great Dao Sword War had not shown himself and had not returned to the 3 cultivation kingdoms. It was said that they had gone to the QC and the Mabe Desert. Of course, Chen Mao also heard that they had gone to the Huan Kingdom. It was even rumored that they had gone into seclusion in the Sky Patrol City after the war. Fellow Daoists, who do you think they are? Meeting hall's first team. A few clever young cultivators had already shouted, "We've been here every day to see the 4 seniors' voices and smiles, but we've never seen them in person. Could it be that Tongmu City invited them here?" Tongmu City has always sent people to guard the Utopia faction, the Xuanyan school, the Huanhua sect, and the Thunder Controlling sect. Once there's any trace of the 4 fellow Daoists, Tongmu City will immediately invite them sincerely. Deacon Chen smiled and said, "However, God rewards those who wait. It's your enthusiasm that moved these 4 fellow Daoists." Chen Mao didn't even dare to imagine that these 4 fellow Daoists would actually come to my Tongmu city today and actually come to my meeting hall. Boom. Deacon Chen's words were like cold water poured into a hot pot of oil. The entire bird's nest was in an uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were looking around randomly, and all their divine thoughts were sweeping around randomly. It seemed that they were really anxious to find the familiar yet strange faces. Xiao Hua and the other 3 did not walk into the crowd. They were accompanied by the disciples of Tongmu City. Therefore, it only took a moment for them to be noticed by the crowd. Tens of thousands of eyes fell on the 4 of them. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated. The entire bird's nest was silent, as if they were all waiting for the answer to the mystery. Alas, it's really the center of attention. Xiao Hua sighed somewhat helplessly. It seemed that this was the first time Xiao Hua had experienced showing his face in front of so many cultivators and receiving their respect. Martial Nephew Li, Deacon Chen urged the green platform to fly in front of Xiao Hua and the others. He said with a smile, "I am the deacon of Tongmu City's meeting hall. My name is Qin Yuming. The city lord has already learned of the 4 fellow Daoists' arrival. Because he's busy with city affairs, he gave the task of receiving the 4 fellow Daoists to me. Now that the 4 fellow Daoists have come to the meeting hall, you've already seen the Book of Heroes of Tongmu City. Presumably, you also know that the people in the meeting hall yearn for the heroes of the Great War of Dao and Sword. Since you've come here, you've come to your own home. Why are you still dressed in camouflage? Could it be that you want to give us a surprise?" Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and tore off the camouflage, revealing his true face. Boom! Everyone let out a cry of surprise. When Xiao Mao, Fairy Hong Xia, and Xiao Hua all took off their camouflage, especially when Fairy Hong Xia removed her camouflage, revealing a face that was even more beautiful than the one in the illusion. When she revealed a graceful and luxurious appearance that wasn't present in the illusion, the entire meeting hall went into an uproar. It seemed that after Xiao Hua revealed his face, not many people paid attention to him anymore. Of course, in a corner, when a female cultivator saw Xiao Hua's face, shock appeared on her face. On another side, when another female cultivator saw Xiao Hua's face, ecstasy appeared on her face. As for another female cultivator who was close to the 3 great mysteries, when she saw Xiao Hua, she was even more astonished. "Martial nephews of the heroes, please come up the platform." Chen Yuming stretched out his hand with a smile, indicating for the 4 to fly up the platform. Li Zongbao knew that at this moment, Xiao Hua wouldn't show his face. He should stand in front of him like he did in the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. Thus, he smiled and said, "Martial brothers Xiao and martial sister Hong Xia, let's go." The 3 of them agreed and flew up the platform together. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, Martial Uncle Chen." Chen Yuming was grinning from ear to ear. He hurriedly helped them up and said, "Martial nephews, please dispense with the formalities." I really didn't expect that the 4 people with the greatest battle merits would really appear before me and even bow to me. We don't dare. Although we have battle merits. Li Zongbao stood up in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble as he replied, however, a senior is a senior, and a junior is a junior. We Dao sect cultivators must not be like the barbaric sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom and neglect etiquette. Good, well said. Chen Yuming clapped his hands and said, Nephew, you're right. We're going to beat the invading sword cultivators and let them know that although our Dao sect values etiquette and reputation, we're definitely not to be trifled with. Before Chen Yuming could finish speaking, someone below the platform immediately shouted, Senior Li, can you tell this junior how you used the immortal piercing whip to kill Qin Jian that day? I really find it unbelievable. Qin Jian was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. His strength was almost higher than a late-stage golden core master. Although you brought 2 Shao seniors with you, but… martial nephew Li, you see. I haven't even opened my mouth and someone has already asked. This question is really hard for us to answer. Martial nephew, why don't you tell us what happened that day? Chen Yuming said with a smile. After all, the illusion in my meeting hall was created based on the information recorded in the bounty notice and the information obtained by the disciples of Tongmu City. It might be different from what happened that day. Li Zongbao smiled and said calmly, Martial Uncle Chen, you're too humble. I've already seen the Book of Heroes. Everything else aside, the battle that I experienced was recorded in detail in the Book of Heroes. It made me feel like I was in it again. Tongmu City is really amazing. It really lives up to its reputation. You flatter me. Chen Yuming cupped his hands and said, This is all because of the city lord's great talent and strategy. Us subordinates were only doing things under the guidance of the elder. As for the other battles, I won't talk about them. Li Zongbao pointed with his finger and said, Just based on what this fellow Daoist said, in this battle to kill Qin Jian, if it was someone else. Yes, it's the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators like me who killed Qin Jian, I wouldn't believe it. First of all, he had to find evidence that they had lied about their military exploits. Just as this fellow Daoist suspected. That cultivator laughed embarrassedly. The 100 or so cultivators beside him also laughed. It's a pity that Qin Jian was indeed killed by me and my 2 Shao juniors. There's no doubt about it. Qin Jian really self-destructed in front of us. The sword light from that self-destruction soared into the sky. I could only barely find his head in the wreckage. Li Zongbao said frankly, even if this fellow Daoist were to follow us through the battle again, he would still be able to see how we killed Qin Jian. I have to say that we were able to kill Qin Jian because we were standing on the shoulders of Martial Uncle Chu Hui from the Utopia sect, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu from the Changbai sect, and Martial Uncle Su Bo from the Cool Breeze Valley. We were able to obtain this battle achievement. And if we're talking about battle achievements, these seniors who sacrificed their lives for the Taoist sect are the real heroes. We were only able to kill Qin Jian, who was a 3rd-grade illusory sword cultivator, by taking advantage of the fact that these seniors injured Qin Jian. We managed to cut off his head and barely got the battle achievement. Not only that, if it weren't for the other Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators who were holding back the other bright sword and nurturing sword cultivators, the 3 of us wouldn't have been able to kill Qin Jian so easily. Chapter 2970. Great! Chen Yuming could not help but exclaim, Nephew Li, what a great way to claim credit but not be arrogant. Senior brother Li, quick, tell us about the heroic deeds of these seniors. How did they fight to the death? How did they injure the demon-like Qin Jian? Some of the more impatient disciples shouted out. Li Zongbao looked at Xiaohua and saw that he was smiling, seemingly satisfied with the atmosphere in the meeting hall. Li Zongbao knew that Xiaohua was willing to share the battle of the cultivators in Flowing Ice Valley to encourage everyone. Li Zongbao's face turned serious as he said, It's like this. Li Zongbao then vividly described the life-and-death battle in the Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's eloquence was top-notch. He had already intimidated the Gold Core cultivators in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, let alone these cultivators who didn't know the situation of the battle. When these cultivators heard this, their blood vessels surged, their fists clenched, and their faces flushed red. It was as if they were the ones fighting in the underwater karst cave in the flowing ice valley. Of course, the greatest contributor in the Battle of Flowing Ice Valley was still Xiaohua. However, in Li Zongbao's mouth, Xiaohua's contributions had already been shared between himself and Xiao Mao. He even said that Xiao Mao's hardships were more than his. Therefore, a lot of attention shifted from Li Zongbao to Xiao Mao. However, no matter how much attention was shifted, it was not as much as on Fairy Hongxia. Before coming to Meng Mountains millions of miles away, Fairy Hongxia was already a famous beauty with a great reputation. Now, not only had she restored the phoenix celestial body into an innate spirit body, the innate 5 elements nourished her body from the inside out. Her skin was as glossy as jade. Furthermore, she had also inherited the phoenix celestial body. She had inherited the so-called divine peacock mother's holiness and arrogance. Everyone who saw Fairy Hongxia would feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Then, they would feel the urge to bow down and worship Fairy Hongxia as a saint. How could such a person not attract attention? After Li Zongbao finished speaking, some people began to ask Fairy Hongxia. Although Fairy Hongxia had only joined the first team for a short period of time and had not experienced many battles, she could not resist the curiosity of the crowd towards the female cultivator. Everyone asked one question after another, and it took them almost an hour to ask her. There were even many cultivators who wanted Fairy Hongxia to release her phoenix celestial body so that they could broaden their horizons. With regards to this request, Fairy Hongxia rejected it without a trace. If she really did release it, what was the difference between that and playing with a monkey? Seeing all this, the man who was hidden in the woman's radiance shook his head slightly and sighed. Damn it, men and women can never be compared. Although his wife had played an important role, in terms of battle achievements, she was only comparable to Xiao Mao. Poor Xiao Mao, no one asked him anything. Junior brothers Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator suddenly spoke up with a smile. I heard that the 2 junior brothers are cultivators from the state of Xi. During the battle, it was junior brother Xiao Hua who recommended junior brother Xiao Mao to join the first team of the assembly hall. Could it be that the 2 junior brothers are related by blood? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't answer. He nodded toward Xiao Mao, indicating for Xiao Mao to answer. Senior brother, there's something wrong with what you said. Xiao Mao calmly said, this humble one and senior brother Xiao Hua only had some interactions, but this humble one and senior brother Xiao are not related by blood at all. In fact, when it comes to blood relatives and brothers, I feel that on the battlefield of the Great Dao Sword War, all cultivators were brothers. Not to mention which sect or which vassal state, as long as magic techniques were used against the enemy and magic tools were used to kill sword cultivators, then we are brothers. Good. Junior brother Xiao has really spoken his mind. Although Xiao Mao didn't answer some of his questions, the crowd of cultivators applauded. That's right, Martial Uncle Xiao Hua, Fairy Hongxia and Martial Uncle Li's backgrounds are extremely detailed. Only Martial Uncle's experience started from the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, it is said that Martial Uncle was a loose cultivator before. Is this all true? Where did you cultivate before, Martial Uncle? A qi condensation cultivator who appeared to be quite weak asked cautiously. Xiao Hua looked at this cultivator and said with a smile, presumably, this fellow Daoist is worried that his background isn't good and that he doesn't have the support of a famous sect. He feels that he won't be able to do anything earth-shattering, so he asked this question, right? Yes, the cultivator's face turned red and he said in a somewhat panicked manner. Then I'll give you some words of advice. Xiao Hua said word by word, don't ask where a hero comes from, miracles come from people. As long as you have a heart that seeks the Tao, as long as you have a tenacious path of cultivation, then miracles will be in your hands. The height of a nascent soul grandmaster will also be under your feet. Many thanks. Many thanks for Martial Uncle Zhao's guidance. Junior understands. The cultivator's face turned red from excitement. He had already thrown the matter of him asking about Xiao Hua's background to the back of his mind. Of course, those who wanted to know about Xiao Hua's background also knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to talk about this matter, so they didn't ask anymore. Martial nephew Xiao. Just when Xiao Hua let out a slight sigh of relief, a somewhat sharp voice sounded out. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. It was a thin and tall golden core cultivator with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him. This Daoist is Qingsong Mountain's Huasong. I have a question to ask. Qingsong Mountain? Xiao Hua smacked his lips and thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any impression of it, but he still smiled and said, Senior Hua, please speak. Huasong pointed at the 3 archways in the distance and said, Martial nephew also saw that there are 3 big mysteries in the discussion hall that haven't been answered yet. The second and third mysteries are related to your Imperial Thunder sect. This old man wants to ask you, which of your Imperial Thunder sect do you think this terrifying Phoenix and Senior Nameless are? Alas, what will come in the end. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He knew that he could not face it. Thus, Xiao Hua said to Qin Yuming, Senior Qin, can you fly in front of the archways and let this junior see clearly? Of course. Qin Yuming smiled somewhat thought-provoking. He urged the green platform to arrive in front of the 2 archways. He saw that there were many vines on the second archway, and each vine had a different name written on it. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan it, but there wasn't a single one with Xiao Hua's name written on it. Xiao Hua pointed at the archway with his hand, and the words, who is nameless, flickered with green light. He said, this Xiao is also very puzzled. Unfortunately, this Xiao's eyes have never seen Senior Nameless. Moreover, Xiao Mao is only a Foundation Establishment disciple in the Imperial Thunder sect. He has never known a few Gold Core late-stage masters, so even if this Xiao makes a wild guess, this Xiao won't know who it is. How about, this Xiao throws in a spirit stone for himself? Xiao Mao laughed in his heart. That's right, Xiao Hua can't see himself with his own eyes. What he said is also right. Qin Yuming laughed instead. He clapped his hands and said, Dear nephew Xiao, this bet in my Tongmu City's assembly hall is a kind of encouragement. Anyone can participate. If dear nephew wants to participate, you only need to write your choice on the jade slip and then put in your own spirit stones. If the mystery is solved, my Tongmu City will pay according to the bet in the jade slip. Since Senior Qin has invited me, this junior can't not give face. This Xiao has never seen this Senior Nameless. Then, this low-grade spirit stone will be participation. Xiao Hua said, took out a jade slip, wrote something, and threw it into a budding flower bud along with a piece of low-grade spirit stone. When the jade slip fell, the flower bud was the same as before. It turned into an extremely thin vine and hung on the archway. The words on it were almost indiscernible. Qin Yuming laughed and shook his head. Nephew Xiao, it's also I's fault. I didn't explain things clearly. The size of the vine is related to the number of spirit stones thrown in. Nephew's low-grade spirit stone can't even show the words. Don't. Xiao Hua shook his head vigorously. This junior spirit stone is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's a one-way trip. One is enough, I can't throw in any more. The junior brother Xiao, I'll help you. Li Zongbao laughed and threw in a low-grade spirit stone. We also agree. Xiao Mao and Fairy Hong Xia covered their mouths and laughed. They also threw in a low-grade spirit stone. Sigh, previously there were people who said that after the battle, the first team in the conference hall is like brothers. This old man didn't believe it at first. But looking at it now, it's true. It's through the baptism of smoke and blood that the relationship between people can become more solid. Qin Yuming took the opportunity to sigh. Nephew Xiao, that terrifying phoenix? Do you know? The golden core cultivator named Huasong from before asked somewhat worriedly. Senior, did you throw in a lot of spirit stones? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Huasong replied somewhat embarrassedly. Then which one of my Imperial Thunder sect did you throw in? Xiao Hua asked again. Huasong hesitated and said, I think it's all of them. Moreover, your sect has a lot of foundation establishment cultivators. It's not easy for me to choose. Did you choose me? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Of course, one of them is Nephew Xiao. Huasong's eyes lit up and blurted out. So Senior chose a few. Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, Junior really wanted Senior to win these spirit stones. I also wanted to admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, but unfortunately, could it be that Nephew Xiao isn't the terrifying phoenix? Huasong was disappointed again. Many people beside him were also disappointed. Xiao Hua shrugged and said somewhat helplessly, You don't have a true bloodline, nor do I have a phoenix body. Therefore, if I admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, I'm afraid all of you won't believe it, right? Chapter 2971. Sigh. Suddenly, the entire nest was filled with sighs. That's easy. Chen Yuming's eyes flashed with a strange light as he continued, I happen to have a magic treasure from my Tong Mu city. Previously, it was used to detect a disciple's bloodline and recruit disciples. Now that the world's spiritual energy has changed greatly, this magic treasure can detect whether a disciple has a true blood dharma body. If martial nephew Xiao is willing, you can try it. There's such a treasure? Xiao Hua was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. Martial nephew, please take a look. Chen Yuming clapped his hands and took out a green leaf. This magic treasure is called discernment. I only need to inject my Tong Mu city's unique spell into it and it will reveal whether martial nephew Xiao has a phoenix dharma body or not. Senior Chen. Xiao Hua was amused. Why does this junior feel that this thing was prepared for me? You just want to see if I have a terrifying phoenix? Of course not. Chen Yuming shook his head and said, As a deacon of the discussion hall, I am also responsible for the recruitment of disciples in my Tong Mu city. I always carry this thing with me. How could I have specially prepared it for martial nephew? Martial nephew Xiao Hua is overthinking. And it seems that if I don't test it, you won't let me go. Xiao Hua looked around and smiled. Martial Uncle Xiao, you should test it. This junior is also betting on you. Your words just now made this junior's heart turn cold. And Qi refinement disciple said with a bitter face. Alright, Senior Chen, please cast the spell. Xiao Hua was naturally not afraid and said. But Chen Yuming was also not polite. He waved his hand and the discernment flew into the air. Chen Yuming injected several spells into it, and the magic treasure turned into a green leaf about 10 feet in size. It covered Xiao Hua from top to bottom. Xiao Hua indifferently looked at it. When the emerald leaf was about a foot away from Xiao Hua's head, it suddenly stopped. Then the entire emerald leaf began to rotate. Rings of emerald light wrapped around Xiao Hua from head to toe like a halo. A faint suction force was born from the emerald leaf. Then, the emerald leaf rapidly swayed a few times. The emerald light passed through Xiao Hua's body, then gradually dimmed. Chen Yuming was indeed a little surprised. Junior nephew Xiao really doesn't have a Dharmakaya? That's right. Could it be that Senior Chen thinks that I should have a Dharmakaya? Xiao Hua asked in return. Looks like. There are times when the city lord miscalculates. Chen Yuming muttered a few words in a low voice, but Xiao Hua heard it clearly. Deacon Chen, is your magic treasure broken? Several golden core cultivators clamored. Martial nephew Xiao Hua is obviously a terrifying phoenix. Chen Yuming's analysis has always been useful. How could it be broken? Chen Yuming sneered. Why don't any fellow Daoist come up and let me test it? There's no need for others. Isn't there the famous Red Dawn fairy beside the deacon? Her phoenix dharma body has saved the life of a gold core stage elder in the conference hall. Several voices sounded in unison. Chen Yuming smiled bitterly. He had long seen through the arrogance of Fairy Xianxia. How could she possibly be tested? Sure enough, Fairy Xianxia glanced at those people indifferently and didn't say a word. If Fairy Xianxia can't do it, others can. Deacon Chen, how about you let us settle down peacefully? The crowd refused to let go. Sigh, alright. Chen Yuming glanced at them and pointed at a city guard. Ming Hong, come over here. Yes. That city guard was a Foundation establishment cultivator. He helplessly flew up the platform. However, just as that disciple stood up, a slightly joyful voice sounded from not far away. Senior Chen, this junior is willing to give it a try. Xiaohua heard this familiar voice and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked up and saw a female cultivator with youthful vitality and a face full of joy. Moreover, there was a trace of untamed expression in her eyes as she squeezed her way over. Wang Mingxiang? Xiaohua couldn't help but groan in his heart. Although he hadn't seen this somewhat rebellious girl for a long time, he never thought that he would see her here. Almost at the same time, Xiaohua looked at Fairy Xianxia with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, Fairy Xianxia didn't know about his relationship with Wang Mingxiang. She just watched from the side with interest. Are you seeing an extremely beautiful female cultivator in the early stage of Foundation establishment? Chen Yuming was also stunned. This junior is Huang Mingxiang from Skygate Mountain. Greetings, Senior Chen. Although Huang Mingxiang was very excited, her etiquette was thorough. She said respectfully, this junior has been in Tongmu City for many years. I like the flowers and plants here very much. I have also been in the meeting hall for a long time. I also admire the atmosphere here. Now that Deacon Chen has something to do, this junior naturally has to share the burden. Good, Chen Yuming clapped his hands and said, this old man will remember your name. Skygate Mountain is also a famous cultivation family in the country of Xi. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to come and find this old man. Hee, thank you, senior. Huang Mingxiang was overjoyed. She then bowed to Li Zongbao and the others and said, greetings, senior brothers. Li Zongbao and the others returned the greeting. Xiaohua also helplessly followed. However, Huang Mingxiang actually winked at Xiaohua. She even slightly pouted her red lips. Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly looked left and right to see if anyone was paying attention. This girl is really too fiery. Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head. Nephew, don't resist. This old man will cast a spell, just like the one I cast on Martial Nephew Xiao. Chen Yuming gave a few instructions. Then, as Chen Yuming activated the identification spell, a faint shadow of a red sparrow appeared from the green leaf. It was very similar to the usual Dharma body, but it was much smaller. How is it? Seeing this, Chen Yuming finally felt relieved. He said loudly, this magic weapon of mine is indeed effective. It can only mean that the terrifying phoenix of the Imperial Thunder sect is not Martial Nephew Xiaohua. That Huang Mingxiang waited for Chen Yuming to finish speaking and said with a smile, although the terrifying phoenix is very mysterious, it is far inferior to senior brother Xiaohua in terms of battle achievements. This concubine has been in this hall for many years and is very familiar with senior brother Zhao's deeds. This concubine has been determined since young to find a dual cultivation partner in this life. I want to find such a hot-blooded cultivator, a stalwart man who will place the safety of my Dao sect in his heart. Although senior brother Xiao looks young, his cultivation is deep. This concubine admires him. This concubine has an embroidered handkerchief, but I haven't been able to find an owner. Today, in front of tens of thousands of fellow Daoists, I will give it to senior brother Xiaohua. Although I don't dare to ask senior brother Xiao to keep it close to his body, if he can place it in his heart, that is also good. Saying this, Huang Mingxiang actually looked at Fairy Xianxia provocatively. Damn it, do you want to die? Xiaohua almost jumped up, his face flushed red. Boom, the emotions of all the cultivators were once again ignited. The entire hall burst into cheers. Except this? Xiaohua looked at Huang Mingxiang's exquisite jade-like face. Her skin revealed a kind of pink. Although he hadn't seen her for dozens of years, Huang Mingxiang's face unexpectedly didn't change much. It was as if the years simply didn't remember her. Senior brother Xiao, Huang Mingxiang's face was delicate and pitiful. She said loudly, although this embroidered handkerchief has my own selfish motives. However, it also condensed the enthusiasm of countless cultivators who couldn't participate in the war in our Cultivation 3 countries. This isn't only for this concubine, but also for the tens of thousands of cultivators present. If you don't accept it, then you will be letting down the hearts of all the cultivators. Take it, take it, take it. Wave after wave of rapid and rhythmic shouts rang out. Everyone's gaze landed on Xiao Hua's body. AI, Junior Sister Huang, aren't you making things difficult for this Xiao? Xiao Hua touched his nose and said helplessly. Hee. Huang Mingxiang didn't answer, but her eyes clearly said, what's wrong? I'm just making things difficult for you. Junior brother Xiao. Since this is a gift from the hearts of everyone, you should accept it. Fairy Hongxia's face was really somewhat unsightly. She fiercely glared at Huang Mingxiang and suppressed her anger as she said in a low voice. Since Fairy Hongxia had spoken, Xiao Hua's heart lightened. He quickly stretched out his hand and received the embroidered handkerchief. However, even though his movements were fast, the sharp fingernail on Huang Mingxiang's little finger still quietly approached and lightly scratched his palm twice. These two scratches were so light, it was as if a beautiful hair had brushed across the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Good, everyone roared with laughter. A pipa for a beauty, an embroidered handkerchief for a hero. Fellow Daoist Xiao, shouldn't you be a little more interesting? Fortunately, Huang Mingxiang's face revealed a happy expression. She blinked her eyes at Xiao Hua and ignored the words of the others. She flew down from the platform and fell into the crowd. Soon after, she disappeared. Xiao Hua also smiled bitterly. He helplessly looked at Fairy Hongxia, who had turned her head and ignored him. He placed the embroidered handkerchief in his bosom. All right, after waiting for half a cup of tea's time, the atmosphere of the entire meeting hall slowly calmed down. At this time, Qin Yuming raised his hand again and said, I am here under the orders of the city lord to invite the first team of the meeting hall. Now that I have taken the initiative to let the four of you show your faces, it can be considered as an explanation to all of you. Now, I will invite the four of you to the Jingtai Pavilion. Everyone, please excuse me. As he spoke, a green light flashed under Qin Yuming's feet. The green platform was about to move. Wait! Another golden core cultivator jumped out and hurriedly shouted. Oh, fellow Daoist, is there anything else? Qin Yuming was a little displeased. He had already brought out the orders of the city lord, but this cultivator still wanted to ask and prevent him from leaving. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes. However, seeing that the other party was also a golden core cultivator, Qin Yuming had no choice but to stop and ask indifferently. As expected, the gold core cultivator glanced at Qin Yuming's displeased expression before looking at the other gold core cultivators around him. He opened his mouth and said, Martial nephew Li Zongbao and the other martial nephews have really boosted the courage of our Dao sect. Moreover, their noble character and unquestionable integrity has also convinced this poor Daoist and the rest. However, right now, the few of us, and the majority of the cultivators nearby, have a question to ask martial nephew Li Zongbao. Chapter 2972. Senior, please ask. Li Zongbao naturally knew what the golden core cultivator wanted to ask, because when Xiao Hua was being questioned, many cultivators had already woken up, and all of them were whispering to each other or transmitting sound transmissions with strange expressions. I want to ask you, did you bring the news of the fall of Sky City to Tongmu City? Did you see the fall of Sky City with your own eyes? The golden core cultivator stared at Li Zongbao and asked, how did the sword cultivator break into Sky City? Didn't my Taoism sect disciples come back in time? Ha! Li Zongbao laughed and said, I thought you were going to ask me something. So this is it. Then, as a disciple of the Utopia faction, I would like to tell you that my 3 junior brothers and I did not come from the Sky Patrol City. It was impossible for us to see the fall of Sky City. Moreover, as fellow Daoists are well aware, we have left the battlefield after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb and traveled to other places. We have just returned to the state of Shi and arrived at Dawn Tree City. As for the situation of the battle, we do not know as much as fellow Daoists. In a while, we would like to ask Senior Qin for advice. But the golden core cultivator still wanted to ask more questions. Li Zongbao did not wait for the golden core cultivator to finish and interrupted him, saying, I know you want to ask where we went to travel. However, this is our privacy. Forgive me for being rude, but I can't tell you. If possible, the Utopia faction, Xuanyan School, Huanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect will send disciples to answer your questions. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Hearing that someone asked Li Zongbao about Sky City, Chen Yuming's heart skipped a beat. However, after hearing Li Zongbao's reply, which was neither arrogant nor humble, he couldn't help but give Li Zongbao a thumbs up secretly, praising the way the Utopia faction trained their disciples. When Chen Yuming heard Li Zongbao say, no comment, he said loudly, everyone, Marshal Nephew Li has said everything he needs to say. They've come from afar, so they must be tired. Chen Yuming will take them and leave first. Then, without waiting for others to say anything, he activated the platform under his feet. The platform turned into a stamen and flew toward the stone wall in the distance. Xiaohua's people followed the platform, but they could not help but look back, as if they wanted to see Huang Mingxiang's figure. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find a person in a crowd of thousands of people, even if she was extremely beautiful. Xiaohua retracted his gaze and heard Fairy Hong Xia's voice. What's the matter? You and Huang Mingxiang are acquaintances? Xiaohua naturally would not hide anything from Fairy Hong Xia. He softly transmitted his voice and told her about his experience with Xue Xue in Tianmen Mountain. However, he naturally had the spring and autumn writing technique. He would not shatter the vinegar jar at home just because of his so-called magnanimity. The stamen rushed into the stone wall and disappeared. Everyone naturally retracted their gazes. However, Huang Mingxiang's eyes flashed with excitement. Xiaohua definitely couldn't guess the fiery passion in his eyes and how he wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. In another direction, a female cultivator's eyes were filled with anxiety. This person was none other than Chun Kuei of the Flower Burial Heights. Chun Kuei had seen Xiaohua's real face when he showed his true face. She was extremely shocked. Although she was a maidservant of the Burial Flower Manor, she was still Qin Yi's confidant. Therefore, she knew almost everything that happened in the Burial Flower Manor. When Qin Yi, Zhu Qinghe, and the others went to the Ink Cloud Black Forest, Chun Kuei naturally knew some clues. When Qin Yi came back safely from the Ink Cloud Black Forest, only Zhu Qinghe was with her. Chang Yefeng, Xie Zhiqian, and Xiaohua were nowhere to be seen. Needless to say, Chun Kuei knew that Xiaohua was buried in the Ink Cloud Black Forest. Although Chun Kuei had a good impression of this Foundation establishment cultivator who had indirectly saved her life, she could only sigh in her heart at the injustice of the heavens. However, when the great battle of Dao and Sword began, a new assembly hall appeared in Twilight Tong City. Chun Kuei would occasionally come here when she had nothing to do. When she saw Xiaohua's familiar face, she was pleasantly surprised but also extremely worried. Although she couldn't come every day to look at the battle reports, every other month, as long as she had free time, she would definitely come to take a look. She didn't want to see Xiaohua's achievements, but wanted to see if Xiaohua could survive the cruel war. Of course, in addition to the meeting hall, Chun Kuei also paid attention in front of Qin Yi. She wanted to see Qin Yi's reaction, because she knew that since she knew that Xiaohua was still alive, Qin Yi must have known earlier. Unfortunately, Qin Yi did not have any reaction. It was as if Xiaohua did not die in the Ink Cloud Black Forest. This made Chun Kuei unable to guess Qin Yi's thoughts. She thought that she had really misunderstood Qin Yi. Xiaohua also came out of the Ink Cloud Black Forest alive. Until today, Chun Kuei unexpectedly saw Xiaohua's face that had not changed for years. Her heart thumped, and she immediately understood the reason why Xiaohua wanted to take the roots of the beauty-retaining grass that day, as well as the reason why Xiaohua wanted the other seeds. She couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart. Chun Kuei has served Qin Yi for many years, so she knows Qin Yi's temperament the best. Qin Yi may not remember Xiaohua's kindness in saving the beauty grass, but Xiaohua took the beauty grass, secretly cultivated it, and deceived her. Qin Yi will never forget that in her entire life. Now Xiaohua actually delivered himself to her door. Not to mention that Xiaohua was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he was a golden core cultivator, Chen Yi would never let him fly out of Tongmu City. Therefore, Chen Kuei could not help but be anxious. Looking at Xiaohua's disappearing figure, she hurriedly went against the flow of people and walked out of the bird's nest. As she walked, she thought, or Deacon Chen, could it be that he received orders from the Manor Lord? After all, they are the heroes of the Great War. If they are killed in my Tongmu City, even the City Lord would not be able to explain it? No, Deacon Chen and the Manor Lord are blood relatives. Maybe the City Lord does not know about this. Xiaohua is in danger. Even if I cannot save Xiaohua, but I can at least remind him, right? If I can remind him once, I can also exchange for his life-saving grace. Chen Kuei walked away quickly. When Chen Kuei's figure disappeared, another female cultivator slowly appeared from the flow of people. She looked at Chen Kuei with a cold face and said in a faintly discernible voice, "Humph, I said it? That slut will definitely not let Xiaohua go. With her poisonous heart, she will definitely send a servant girl to say that once there is any change in the meeting hall, she will definitely take action. This Xiaohua is also unlucky. Of all places to go, he actually came to Tongmu City. Here, I don't even dare to show myself, but he appeared so boldly. Does he think that he is the hero of the Great War and will be respected wherever he goes? Really childish." This female cultivator paused for a moment, then also slowly walked out of the flow of people and walked towards the entrance of the bird's nest. On the contrary, Huang Mengxiang, who was in the limelight in front of everyone, ruthlessly teasing Xiaohua, who was full of depression for not being able to find Xiaohua for many years, walked to the second and third decorated archways with a smile on her face. She took out 2 huge storage pouches and 2 jade slips, pointing the answers to the 2 mysteries to Xiaohua. It seemed that she understood Xiaohua's cultivation better than Shui. If this imperial thunder sex nameless was not Xiaohua, who else could it be? Was it just a terrifying phoenix? It was not like she had never seen Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body before, so naturally she could easily recognize the other side of Xiaohua's terrifying phoenix. However, she was only curious about why Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body had disappeared. Xiaohua did not know that after he left, there were actually so many accidents in the bird's nest-like meeting hall. He was somewhat nervous as he stole a glance at Fairy Xianxia. After all, time was too short, so he could not explain everything one by one. He only gave a rough account of what happened in Tianmen Mountain. During this time, Fairy Xianxia did not say a word. At this time, Fairy Xianxia proudly raised her head and stood in front of Xiaohua, not turning her head at all. Xiaohua simply did not know what Fairy Xianxia was thinking at this time. Seeing the platform transformed into a stamen rushing into the inner wall of the bird's nest, there was a green brilliance flashing all around. It was very similar to when Xiaohua used the wood escape. If it was a normal situation, Xiaohua would definitely look around and even secretly release his Buddhist consciousness to comprehend the wonders of a magic tool like Tongmu City. But at this time, how could he calm down? Fairy Xia's head moved slightly. Xiaohua hurriedly put on a smile and greeted her. However, when Fairy Xia saw Xiaohua's face, which was originally filled with anger, when she saw Xiaohua's flattering face, she couldn't help but become a little flustered, and her expression became even more complicated. AI. Fairy Xia did not know what she was feeling in her heart. It was not to the extent of having mixed feelings. She just felt an indescribable pressure in her chest, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Fairy Xia then turned her head and sighed in her heart. Yes, although Fairy Xia did not come from a cultivation sect or a cultivation family, she came from a small cultivation family. However, Fairy Xia's beauty had spread far and wide since she was young. Although she did not have Hua Furong's ability to summon wind and rain in front of thousands of blazing fire mountain disciples, nor did she have Kai Mingxia's pampering in front of thousands of disciples, she was still a pearl in the Kai family of Liang. She was held high by all the Kai family disciples and was definitely the focus of attention. Such an environment had long instilled in Fairy Xia's arrogant heart. In her heart, her dual cultivation partner should definitely be a great hero and grandmaster of the Dawn Rain continent. He should definitely be the kind of unparalleled man who should ride on auspicious clouds and wear peerless battle armor to marry her. Moreover, this unparalleled man could only belong to her. The prideful fairy Xianxia had never thought that she would share a husband with others. However, the reality was. Chapter 2973. This was the hope of all female cultivators as well as their lifelong dream. Naturally, this was extremely difficult. However, in that seemingly distant past, Kai Zhuoxia's death suddenly made her see the fragility of life, and Xiao Hua's magnanimity at that time also made her see that this little rogue cultivator was different from the other cultivators she had seen before, arrogant. That momentary realization of life and death, as well as that momentary feeling of being touched, opened her heart to Xiao Hua, a disciple whose cultivation was lower than hers, who was only at the qi refinement stage. Actually, after Xiao Hua left, she would occasionally think of Xiao Hua with some confusion and hesitation in her heart. However, it was this distance, this half-believing and half-doubting period that tempered her feelings, and Xiao Hua was deeply imprinted in her heart. People often said that it was love at first sight. However, without the beauty of distance and the hesitation of longing, how could one retain that fleeting moment of youth? At the Feather Immortal gathering, Xiao Hua's performance was unexpectedly good. It was also at that time that Fairy Xianxia saw the confidence in Xiao Hua's eyes. From then on, Fairy Xianxia developed an unparalleled self-confidence, feeling that her choice was absolutely correct. This caused Fairy Xianxia to fall out with Yun Jiechong in front of all the disciples, and to transmit her thoughts in front of Xiao Hua. Of course, in Fairy Xia's thoughts, although she and Xiao Hua were fated to be together, when it came to the ceremony of dual cultivation, Xiao Hua had to appear on a cloud. However, fate made fools of people. Xiao Hua actually appeared when Fairy Xianxia was at the brink of death, and the two of them had no choice but to engage in dual cultivation. Since it had already happened, Fairy Xianxia had no choice but to face this sudden happiness and sweetness. As for when Xiao Hua mentioned shui shui, although Fairy Xianxia objected to it from the bottom of her heart, the happiness of tasting the marrow and savoring the taste of the marrow gave her less time to think. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. If she could always stay by Xiao Hua's side, then shui shui, who was like a fishbone stuck in her throat, would definitely not appear by Xiao Hua's side. Fairy Xianxia could only silently accept the reality. She thought that this was just a small joke in reality. She could only face it with a smile. However, following by Xiao Hua's side, such jokes became more frequent, and she could no longer smile. Ruanhua Sex Mingyu did not say anything, and even if Fairy Xianxia knew, she would not say anything. Currently, Jiuxia, whose cultivation was unfathomable, and Zi Ming, whose power was shocking, made it hard for Fairy Xianxia to breathe. But fortunately, Fairy Xianxia boasted that she was a little better than Jiuxia and Zi Ming, and she still had some self-confidence. However, after seeing Huang Mengmeng, shui 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 shui, shui 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 shui, shui shui shui, and that kind of direct provocation and confession made her somewhat unable to withstand it. It was impossible for her to openly confess to Xiao Hua in front of so many people. Shui 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 shui. Shui 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 shui, shui 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 shui. However, in the blink of an eye, she sees Xiao Hua's smiling face. Fairy Xianxia bitterly smiles again. She knows in her heart that Xiao Hua loves her very much. She can feel it in her heart. However, love is sometimes selfish. Only selfish love can be cherished. If you love too much, can it still be love? My dear Xiao, you're only at the early gold core stage, but you're already able to kill a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. You're almost as strong as a nascent soul cultivator. What kind of strength would he possess when he condensed his nascent soul? How many female cultivators would fight over such a peerless man? When that time comes, who knows how many Huang Mingxiangs will appear? Thinking of this, Fairy Xianxia felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, when they entered the Million Meng Mountains, their lofty aspirations of catching up to Xiaohua's cultivation base and galloping across the Dawn Rain continent together with Xiaohua had collapsed. Xiaohua is really too outstanding. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach that level in this lifetime. It's so tiring, why don't you let go? Fairy Xianxia could not help but feel a sense of sadness in her heart. A heart-wrenching pain was like being pricked by needles. Sigh. Fairy Xianxia could not help but let out a long sigh. Oh, my wife. Xiaohua hurriedly transmitted his voice. What happened to you? Hee, it's nothing. Fairy Xianxia turned her head slightly and said faintly, I've just gained some new insights, that's all. Okay. Xiaohua replied awkwardly. However, he did not notice that Fairy Xiaoxia's tone had already made a choice, a kind of abandonment. Xiaohua and Fairy Xianxia, this couple, had a sense of crisis in their relationship. This seemed to be normal. Nothing in the world was perfect, and nothing could be resolved in a single stroke. Wasn't this the case for the road to happiness being strewn with setbacks? However, in a place in Tongmu City, in a place that was much larger than the meeting hall, a man and a woman seemed to be having some conflicts. This continuous palace was located in the deepest part of Tongmu City, on top of a mountain ridge. This mountain ridge was blue in color, and from time to time, there would be light flowing on it, like ripples on the water. The densely packed palaces were lined up one after another, as if they were floating on the surface of the water. These palaces looked like weeping lotuses in a deep pool, lonely and arrogant. However, these palaces were connected by emerald green corridors. From afar, these palaces looked like a whole, like a huge beehive. Those who did not know the details would not know whether these palaces covered the entire mountain ridge, or whether the entire mountain ridge was a palace. Now, in the depths of the palace, in a palace shaped like a lotus seed, a beautiful female cultivator was snuggling in the arms of a short nascent soul middle-stage cultivator who was wearing a tricolored robe and whispering to him. This nascent soul middle-stage cultivator was not only short, but his head was also very small. Since his head was small, his facial features were also very delicate. However, in the eyes of this short man, there was an indescribable shrewdness. This nascent soul middle-stage cultivator was none other than the city lord of Tongmu City, Qing Liuzi. City lord, can you confirm that Sky Patrol City has fallen? Although the beautiful female cultivator was a golden core cultivator, she was like a kitten in Qing Liuzi's arms. Although her left hand was holding a jade cup, her right hand was stroking Qing Liuzi's waist gently, appearing extremely gentle. If Xiaohua was here, he would definitely be shocked, because this female cultivator was Chen Yi, who had a fickle personality and a vicious heart. Why not? Qing Liuzi's thin lips curled up slightly, and he looked at the woman in his arms who was taller than him lovingly and asked, Sky Patrol City is the first city of the Dao sect after the Sword Tomb. Based on what I know, their defenses are definitely stronger than Twilight Tong cities. Others may not know, but I am very clear about the defense of Tongmu City. Even if they were to face more than 10 swordsmen, with the city lord's ability, sword cultivators would not be able to break the city. Not to mention the Sky Patrol City. Chen Yi took a sip of spirit wine and obediently sent it into Qing Liuzi's mouth, and said indifferently after a while, In this world, there has never been an unbreakable city, and there has never been an unchanging thing. Qing Liuzi seemed to be enjoying it very much. He closed his eyes slightly, licked his lips with his scarlet tongue, and said calmly, Sky Patrol City has not been breached in the past, but it does not mean that it will never be breached in the future. If sword cultivators continue to plot against Sky Patrol City, or if what Li Zongbao and the others said is true, then Sky Patrol City will definitely be breached. You believe in the words of a few Foundation establishment cultivators so much? Chen Yi raised her eyebrows and said curiously, It seems that the few think tanks of the Dao sect do not think that Sky Patrol City is the target of sword cultivators? Even a wise man will make a mistake. Qing Liuzi looked at Chen Yi's beautiful face and said, I remember that day when Zhu Qing has sent a message from the secret sect. He said that he had received a message from Xiaohua and the others from the Imperial Thunder sect. Of course I know. Chen Yi's expression did not change. At that time, didn't I? Speaking of this, Chen Yi was suddenly shocked, as if she had realized something. It's good that you can understand it now. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. Now that Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao have returned, the first thing they said when they saw the disciples of Tongmu City was to ask about Sky Patrol City. Then, their message must be accurate. Think about it. Sword cultivators have been plotting against Sky Patrol City for many years, but they did not make a move. Now, there has been no news from Sky Patrol City for more than a month. Needless to say, isn't it? They must have suddenly attacked Sky Patrol City, and not even a sparrow flew out of Sky Patrol City. TSK, the disciples of Sky Patrol City were not the only ones in Sky Patrol City. There were also disciples from Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. How could they have been annihilated and not a single person escaped? Chen Yi covered her mouth in disbelief. What's so unbelievable about it? The sword formation of sword cultivators is also extremely powerful. Didn't they almost kill all the disciples of the Dao sect in the Sword Tomb? I don't believe that they can't take down Sky Patrol City after so many years of planning. Qing Liuzi said disdainfully. Even if Sky Patrol City has fallen, our Dao sect can't possibly lose this battle. Chen asked again, her eyes full of admiration. Qing Liuzi enjoyed this scene very much. He buried his head between Chen Yi's breasts and took a few deep breaths, causing Chen Yi to giggle nonstop. Then he said, previously, the sword cultivators didn't dare to attack the Sky Patrol City because they couldn't defend it. With the isolation of the Sword Tomb, it was just a lone city. But now that sword cultivators dare to attack Sky Patrol City, they must have the confidence to defend it. Moreover, there are not only disciples from Sky Patrol City, but also disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. That gives sword cultivators more leverage to win. Does Sun Yunzi from the Xianxia sect dare to leave the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the hands of sword cultivators? Can Chen Lezi do it? Sai, if Chen Lezi is really in Sky Patrol City, this battle? I don't dare to predict that sword cultivators will win. Chapter 2974. Hehe, if Chen Lezi is in Sky Patrol City, Sun Yunzi might really attack Sky Patrol City. Chen Yi also understood. So, the sword cultivator has a 60% chance of winning. Qing Liuzi waved his hand and said, with such a bet, how can I not participate? Congratulations, City Governor. Chen Yi's face lit up. I'm really impressed. Hehe, you little girl, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Qing Liuzi pinched Chen Yi a few times and said with a smile. Isn't it for my Tongmu City? Chen Yi said shyly, otherwise, I wouldn't be the bad guy. Li Zongbao and the others can't be touched. Xiaohua can't be touched casually. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. However, now that Sky Patrol City has been broken and the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect have fallen, what's the harm in touching Xiaohua? I'd like to see if it was this guy who touched my Tongmu City's youth-retaining grass and who is the mysterious alchemy master who can refine the rejuvenation pill. Yes, I understand. Chen Yi lowered her head and said with a smile, I won't let go of anyone who deceives Tongmu City. Anyone? Qing Liuzi asked calmly. Yes, anyone. Chen Yi was shocked and hurriedly said with determination. Hehe, if you can really do that, I can give you a title. Qing Liuzi said with a double meaning. Chen Yi gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. I understand your painstaking efforts, City Governor. I'll make sure you don't have to worry. Oh? That's good. Qing Liuzi said as he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. There's a message here, maybe you'll be interested. Yes. Chen Yi took it and looked at it. Her face lit up with joy. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't worry, City Governor. At this moment, before Chen Yi finished speaking, a green light flew in from outside the palace. It was a message talisman that landed in front of Qing Liuzi. Who's so annoying? Qing Liuzi's face showed displeasure, but he also knew that if it wasn't an extremely important matter, no one would disturb him. Sure enough, When Qin Liuzi's divine thought swept over, a joyful expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly pushed Chen Yi and said, "You can go now. I have asked Chen Yuming to bring Li Zongbao and the others to the Jingtai Pavilion. You can deal with everything as you deem fit. However, you must remember to not draw calamity to my Dawntree City." Although Chen Yi did not know who had come, she did not dare to disturb Qin Liuzi. She hurriedly bowed and said, "I know. I'll definitely deal with it cleanly and won't bring any trouble to my Tongmu City." "Good that you know. From now on, Tongmu City will be yours." Qin Liuzi nodded. His body flashed as he transformed into a beam of light and flew away. Clearly, this person was very important and he had to welcome him personally. Chen Yi waited for Qin Liuzi to fly away before she stood up. She took out the jade slip and glanced at it. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by determination. She raised the jade cup in her hand and poured the spiritual wine into her mouth. Then she flew out of the hall. After the stamen broke through several green barriers, it transformed into a small flying boat and charged into the depths of Dawnton City. Although there were many hidden restrictions in the sky above Dawntree City, it didn't take much effort for the flying boat to break through them. Li Zongbao's eyelids twitched slightly when he saw the continuous appearance of the huge lotus-like palace. He was much more knowledgeable than Xiaohua. Not to mention the 7 big cities in the country of Xi, he had even been to many big cities in the country of Meng. However, it was obvious that no big city was as extravagant as Tongmu City. Using magic power to build a city was the basic method of the Daoist sect. Most of the ordinary palaces were made of green bricks and green tiles, or they used boulders and yellow sand as the foundation. Like Tongmu City, all the palaces were made of spiritual trees and spiritual fruits. Not only did it look pleasing on the surface, but Li Zongbao also knew that these palaces, walls, and spiritual trees were part of the Tongmu City's magic array. In other words, Sendian City was a city wall and other parts of the magic array, while Tongmu City was a complete magic array as a whole. Just how much strength and how many spirit stones were required to do this? Even a cultivation sect as powerful as the Utopia faction wouldn't have such confidence. Or maybe, this is the reason why the sword cultivators did not attack Tongmu City? Li Zongbao thought to himself. Beside him, Xiao Mao asked, "Senior Chen, this must be where the city governor's mansion is located, right?" "That's right." Chen Yuming did not hide and said with a smile, "Of course, I have to entertain 4 distinguished guests in the city governor's mansion." "Thank you for your generosity, city governor." Xiao Mao smiled and asked again, "Which one is the city governor's mansion?" "Today, the city governor has some city affairs to attend to. When we come to Tongmu City again, we can pay him a visit in the city governor's mansion." Nephew Xiao, which one do you think is the city governor's mansion?" Chen Yuming did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. Senior Chen actually wants to test me. Let me see." Xiao Mao looked around as he spoke, trying to find the city governor's mansion. However, Xiao Mao looked at the palaces for a moment and felt that they were all close to each other and were connected to each other. There were obvious traces of magic arrays, which were really difficult to determine. After connecting them, Xiao Mao pointed to a palace at the highest point of the mountain ridge and said with a smile, "The city governor is naturally above everyone. I guess that palace is the city governor's mansion?" "Are you sure?" Chen Yuming asked with a smile. "Oh." When Xiao Mao heard that, he was stunned and was a little surprised. When he was about to answer, yes, he suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, "Senior Chen, could it be that the entire mountain ridge is the city governor's mansion?" "That's right." Chen Yuming said proudly, "Nephew, you're right. The palaces in the entire mountain ridge are the city governor's mansion of Tongmu City. Moreover, the 4 of you are not outsiders. I'll reveal a little more. On the surface, the palaces look like they are outside the mountain ridge, but in fact, the entire mountain ridge is the real city governor's mansion." "It's so big." Xiao Mao was also speechless. Although he guessed that the palaces that covered the mountain ridge were connected to the city governor's mansion, He really did not expect that Qing Liuzi would hollow out the entire mountain ridge and build the city governor's mansion in the mountain ridge. Damn it, only Tongmu City has such spiritual stones, right? Xiao Mao took a deep breath and said to himself, a meeting hall that is like a bird's nest has attracted countless cultivators to bet on it. For example, the news that was just released that Century City has fallen and the Daoist sect has been defeated has attracted countless spiritual stones. I have to say, this senior Qing Liuzi is really good at making money. Thinking of this, Xiao Mao suddenly thought of what Li Zongbao had said. Qing Liuzi was the kind of person who could make use of his own father. If he could not make use of him, his father was also a stranger. He could not help but laugh out loud. Nephew Xiao, did I say something wrong? Chen Yuming asked, slightly stunned. Oh no. Xiao Mao hurriedly waved his hand. I just saw the beautiful scenery of Tongmu City. As he was speaking, the entire Tongmu City suddenly darkened. Streaks of extremely beautiful dark red halos were projected from the western horizon and landed on the mountain ridge of Tongmu City. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With a clear sound like a drizzle, the dark red halos landed and the defensive magic array of Tongmu City was activated. At the same time, the halos were torn apart and turned into fine snowflakes that scattered. The snowflakes were like cotton and had a hint of blood red. An indescribable desolation spread throughout the entire Tongmu City. The Tongmu flowers are blooming. Xiao Mao cried out again. His eyes flashed with joy. Even Fairy Hongxia was unconsciously attracted by this desolate beauty, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Not only that, when the blood-red snowflakes landed on the mountain ridge of Tongmu City, buzz buzz buzz. Countless buzzing sounds were heard from the foothills. At the same time, thousands of brilliant lights were emitted from the spiritual trees all over the mountain. Within the brilliant lights, fist-sized tricolored petals slowly bloomed. The brilliant lights reflected on the petals, and the petals emitted a brilliance. This brilliance rushed into the thousands of palaces, and all of them shone brightly. Moreover, in this dusk, under the brilliance, a faint darkness appeared and a faint twilight mist appeared. Just as Wang Qing said, the entire Tongmu City was like a heavenly palace. Although Xiaohua had never been fond of beauty, when he saw such a scene, he couldn't help but sigh. However, as he sighed, he vaguely felt that this beautiful scenery was indeed beautiful, but the traces of magic power were quite heavy. Compared to natural beauty, it lacked some spiritual energy. In the eyes of people like Xiaohua, it was as if every Tongmu flower was a piece of supreme-grade spirit stone. The beautiful Tongmu flowers bloomed like the aurora in the polar night of the Huan Kingdom. They lingered in Tongmu City for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before slowly dissipating. The setting sun in the west also darkened. There was not a trace of the setting sun. What do you think? Chen Yuming looked at the four of them proudly and asked with a smile. Wonderful work. Xiaohua couldn't help but reply. The city lord is indeed generous. Chen Yuming's smile froze for a moment. Then he smiled again and said, yes, the city lord is a man of great talent and bold vision. It is really difficult for us to reach. Then, Chen Yuming urged the flying boat to rush into the city lord's mansion. He didn't fly up the mountain ridge, but landed in front of a palace on the lower level. This palace was more than 10 feet tall. There was a green wooden plaque above the palace door. The words were written on it, Jingtai Pavilion. At this moment, the palace door opened. There was some brilliance inside. In front of the palace door, there were servant girls in light green clothes waiting. When they saw Chen Yuming and the others land, a few pretty servant girls flew over to greet them. Chapter 2975. Chen Yuming kept the flying boat and gave a few instructions. The maidservants hurriedly left. Chen Yuming pointed his finger and said, although the four of you are foundation establishment cultivators, you have contributed greatly to the Dao sect. The city lord ordered that the Jingtai Pavilion was originally prepared for mid-golden core cultivators. Today, it is specially used to welcome the four of you. Many thanks to the city lord. Li Zongbao took the lead and bowed. However, His words were somewhat perfunctory. After that, he no longer praised Qing Liuzi. On the other hand, Xiaohua sneered. He really could not imagine the difference between a place that welcomed golden core cultivators and qi refining cultivators. Wasn't it the city lord of Tongmu City who was invited? Weren't they all Qing Liuzi's rules? This was the so-called face? This face, to be honest, Xiaohua did not care at all. However, Qin Yuming did not think so. He felt that Tongmu City was giving Li Zongbao and the rest a lot of face. Li Zongbao and the rest should be flattered. Unfortunately, among the four of them, Li Zongbao was calm and collected. Xiao Maodong looked around curiously. Fairy Hong Xia's brows were slightly furrowed. She had a sad expression on her face, as if she was still intoxicated by the beauty of the Tongmu flowers blooming. As for Xiaohua, his eyes were even more dazed. He treated everything as if it was nothing. Really? Chen Yuming was somewhat displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. As they walked, they talked. When had this Jingtai Pavilion ever received any Azoth core cultivators? When had there ever been a nascent soul cultivator? And so on? It was as if the four of them were really lucky to be able to come here. Li Zongbao only casually answered as the five of them entered the main hall. The entire hall was extremely large. The decorations inside were extremely beautiful. Not only were there rare spiritual flowers and herbs, there was also a strange fragrance that filled the entire hall. Lin Qi fragrance, Li Zongbao did not care at first. However, this strange fragrance was really thick. Just half a whiff could enter deep into his meridians and absorb it into his true yuan. His true yuan immediately became lively and dignified. Li Zongbao's mind flashed and he could not help but cry out in surprise. Hee, nephew Li is indeed amazing. Chen Yuming's eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance. He raised his thumb and said, "This old man thought that you all did not understand the cultivation items used by golden core cultivators. Sigh, Dawntree City is really generous. This junior is convinced." Li Zongbao sighed. Looking at Xiaohua's inexplicable expression, he forced a smile and said, "This Qilan Qi incense is a type of incense used by golden core cultivators when they cultivate. Not only can it clear the mind and drive away heart demons, it can also condense true essence and purify the golden core. Ordinary golden core cultivators would already be very happy if they could obtain a thumb-sized piece. With such a strong fragrance in the Jingtai Pavilion, I think." As he spoke, Li Zongbao's gaze fell on the pillars that supported the hall. He said in disbelief, "Senior Qin, could it be that the 9 pillars? Hee, nephew Li, you must be joking." Chen Yuming laughed and said, "The Lin Qi incense in my country of Shi only has 9 pillars, right? How can I take all of Tongmu City for myself? It's just that one of the pillars is wrapped in a layer of Lin Qi incense." This case, Li Zongbao smacked his lips and said, "Even if it's only wrapped in a layer of Lin Qi incense, this is something that this junior would never even dream of." "Which one? Which one?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. He hurriedly looked around, wanting to know which pillar was wrapped in Lin Qi incense. But it was also strange. This fragrance came from all sides of the hall, and he couldn't tell where the true source of the fragrance was. Xiaohua looked for a moment and could only give up. However, Xiaohua threw away his thoughts of searching. His mouth, nose, and even the cultivation method in his body began to circulate. Not taking advantage of the situation. Was this Xiaohua? Seeing the 4 people move, a smile appeared on Chen Yuming's face. At this time, the hall was very spacious. Around the corners of the hall stood a dozen or so low-level qi refining female cultivators. The clothes of these female cultivators were rather strange, different from what Xiaohua saw just now. Although these female cultivators were also wearing green robes like the previous few, these robes seemed to be the color of spirit herbs and more like green flower buds. The most frightening thing was that the petals of these flower buds were almost transparent. Some of the vague shadows within the flower buds could be seen clearly. Xiaohua was the most curious. He had already seen it long ago. Under the brilliance of the main hall, those indistinct shadows were flickering. Even if Xiaohua wanted to shift his gaze away, it was impossible. He even somewhat forgot about Lin Qi incense. Umph! A faint cold snort entered Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua was so frightened that he hurriedly shrunk his neck. His gaze moved faster than lightning. In his heart, he was still blaming himself. Damn it, what's wrong with this young master? My wife was still angry just now. However, when he thought of that, Xiao Hua chuckled inwardly. Since Fairy Hongxia was dissatisfied with him, it meant that the matter with Huang Mengxiang earlier had eased up a little. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before their lives would return to how they used to be. Of course, this was only Xiao Hua's own wishful thinking. How could he know the thoughts of female cultivators? Admittedly, she didn't have any feelings for you, but if you expressed interest in other female cultivators in front of her, she would also express her dissatisfaction with you. The expressions and actions of the four were naturally seen by Chen Yuming. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light flashed, and the entire hall flashed. Then, in the center of the hall, a thick root grew out of nowhere. This root grew with the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a huge spirit flower. This spirit flower was none other than the paulownia flower that Xiao Hua and the others had just seen. However, this paulownia flower was a little different from the natural ones. On each of the huge petals, not only were there jade-like stamens, but there were also branches growing from the bottom of the petals. It was like a bridge that gradually stretched out and fell under the feet of the 5 people. Chen Yuming smiled and raised his hand. For martial nephews, please take a seat. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Chen. Li Zongbao and the others bowed and stepped onto the bridge that was like a vine. The vine suddenly twitched and retracted like a tentacle. It even spun in the air, creating a strange fluctuation, and pulled Li Zongbao and the others in a strange arc. An indescribable force came from under Xiao Hua's feet, as if it was trying to push Xiao Hua out of the vine. Xiao Hua frowned. He had no choice but to activate his magic power and release his Buddhist sense. Nearby, Li Zongbao and the others also flashed around, trying their best to resist this repulsive force. On the other hand, Chen Yuming had a smile on his face, and his calm figure danced with the baring fangs and brandishing claws of the vine. Damn it! Xiao Hua's heart itched with hatred. He knew that this was another show of strength by Tongmu City, but he couldn't do anything to Chen Yuming. After all, Chen Yuming was a gold core cultivator, and the 4 of them were foundation establishment cultivators. I don't care. If this guy makes a fool of my wife, then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that the force under his feet was getting stronger and stronger, almost exceeding the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator, Xiao Hua's heart was also ruthless. Fortunately, the heavens were protecting Chen Yuming, or Chen Yuming himself was in control. After a while, the force weakened to a certain extent, and all the vines began to slowly stop, shrinking towards the Tongmu flower. The brilliance of the Tongmu flower also gradually calmed down. When the 4 figures landed on the 4 petals of the paulownia flower, Chen Yuming sat cross-legged in the middle of the 4. Senior Chen, Li Zongbao said indifferently, Tongmu City really has a lot of tests. I'll regret what I said in the meeting hall. Hearing this, Chen Yuming raised his eyebrows and laughed. Nephew, don't blame me. This is a small rule of my Tongmu City, set by the city lord. It is to test the cultivation of the cultivators who enter the Jingtai Pavilion. I don't care about the treatment of a golden core cultivator. Xiao Hua looked at the pale Hongxia fairy, knowing that the force just now had consumed a lot of her magic power, and said coldly, why do you want to test it? Nephew Xiao, who has been silent all this time, is also angry. Come. It seems that this old man will have to apologize. Chen Yuming was not angry, and waved his hand, ordering the surrounding maids, quickly bring out the Tongmu drunken flower bestowed by the city lord. This old man still has to thank Nephew Li for covering up in the meeting hall. What I said is the truth. Li Zongbao would not let him leave any evidence, and said indifferently, I have no intention of covering it up. He. Chen Yuming naturally understood in his heart. He smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, Nephew Xiao, this old man has a question. And I think my Lord City Lord also wants to ask. Xiaohua actually already knew what Chen Yuming wanted to ask, but he pretended not to know, and asked curiously, Senior, what do you want to ask? Junior. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua stopped again, and a dry feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. Following Chen Yuming's order, the previous dozen or so maids wearing transparent green robes flashed with magic power fluctuations. Following these fluctuations, the green robes suddenly fluttered without wind, and after a green brilliance flashed behind these maids, they actually turned into a pair of emerald green wings, and these maids flapped their wings and flew towards Xiaohua and the others. Two of the maids were facing Xiaohua directly. Not to mention that the fluttering wings of the two servant girls were like the eyelashes of their large eyes. Just the fact that they were not wearing green robes, the silk robes that were as thin as a cicada's wings simply covered their snow-like flesh was enough to make Xiaohua's gaze go blank. Nephew Xiao. Chen Yuming's voice did not miss the opportunity to enter Xiaohua's ears. The city lord has already determined that Nephew Xiao is the thunder-controlling sex terrifying phoenix according to the battle report, so he placed the terrifying phoenix in the meeting hall as the third mystery of this Dao cultivator war. However, where did Nephew Xiao's phoenix Dharma body go? Don't tell me that the Dharma body went missing. Chapter 2976. That's right. Junior's Dharma body was thrown into the void during a great battle. Xiaohua blurted out without concealing anything. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and a cold sweat formed on his back. What happened to me? Xiaohua's gaze broke away from the shadows of the two maidservants in the distance and asked himself in bewilderment. At the same time, God's guidance slowly flowed out of his body and a cool feeling rushed into his mind. Nephew Xiao is really joking. Chen Yuming was also stunned. He didn't know whether Xiaohua was telling the truth or not. How could there be a void between Huan and Shi? Besides, how could a bloodline Dharma body be thrown into the void? Without a Dharma body, Nephew Xiao can sit in front of this old man? Xiaohua's face still had a confused look. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead and seemed to be talking to himself. Junior is not a terrifying phoenix. How could I have a phoenix Dharma body? Moreover, Junior is a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator family. Not to mention a phoenix Dharma body, I don't even have a sparrow Dharma body. Chen Yuming was obviously disappointed. After thinking for a while, he turned to Xiao Mao and said, Nephew Xiao Mao, the city lord is also very curious about you. My Tongmu city has been investigating for a long time, but we still can't find out where you came from. Nephew, please enlighten us. Junior doesn't know either. Xiao Mao's words were very indifferent. Junior is now looking for my origins. Once I have the results, Junior will definitely inform Senior. Right? Can Junior also make a memorial archway in the conference hall? Let a group of cultivators guess Junior's origins? Hee, there's no need for that. Chen Yuming laughed and was a little embarrassed. At this time, those nearly naked maidservants had already flown to the Tongmu flower. Their faces were flushed with a trace of shyness. However, their hands and feet were methodically taking out various spiritual fruits and delicacies from the storage bags in their hands. In addition, they also placed jade wine jugs on the table in front of Xiaohua and the others. Fairy Xianxia was on Xiaohua's right hand. When she heard Xiaohua admit that the phoenix celestial body was lost, she couldn't help but be shocked. When she heard that Xiaohua had made up for it, she finally relaxed. At this moment, she couldn't help but glare at Xiaohua. Looking at Fairy Xia's gaze behind Chen Yuming, Xiaohua's face is burning. It seemed that, among the three male cultivators, only she was somewhat absent-minded. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not bewitched by these female cultivators. Xiaohua immediately understood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Alas, what else can I say? Naturally, it was because Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were both virgins and their primordial yang had not been damaged. He had long been dual cultivating with Fairy Xianxia, so it was easy for him to lose his footing here. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Motherfucker, this Tongmu city is really scheming. What kind of bullshit Lin Shixiang is this? And that test that consumes magic power? I'm afraid there's something wrong with it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unconsciously became vigilant. However, everything that happened after that, Qin Yuming's performance was normal. He casually said some polite words and did not touch on their privacy. It was just that the maidservants brought out all kinds of delicacies and bowed slightly towards the four of them. They spread their wings and flew like little bees among the flowers. The flowers among the flowers were Xiaohua and the rest. Li Zongbao looked at Fairy Hongxia, whose expression had changed, and waved his hand indifferently. Senior Qin, we are not golden core cultivators. Moreover, junior sister Hongxia is also a female cultivator. Let these female cultivators go. All right. Chen Yuming smiled and waved his hand, ordering the female cultivators to leave. Then, he transmitted his voice to Li Zongbao and the rest, saying, if any of you have any ideas, you can directly transmit them to this old man. These female cultivators were specially trained by my Tongmu city. This old man can guarantee that there's nothing that you can't think of. There's nothing that they can't do. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips, but he still nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he thought of the female cultivator from the Immortal beauty sect that he met when he was training in Yenyuan City. There was also the female cultivator from the Immortal beauty sect who accompanied Shangcheng from the 10,000 Poisons sect on Tianmen Mountain. At that time, Xiaohua felt that the fate of these female cultivators from the Immortal beauty sect was rather miserable. They were actually used as cultivation furnaces in exchange for their own cultivation. But now, looking at these female cultivators from Tongmu City, they actually had the meaning of a pair of jade arms for 1,000 people to sleep on, a pair of red lips for 10,000 people to taste. They were even worse than the female cultivators from the Immortal beauty sect. Of course, Xiaohua still thought that Tongmu City was filthy. Qing Liuzi was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. No matter how snobbish he was, no matter how much he valued spirit stones, he would not do such a thing. These female cultivators were specially nurtured by Tongmu City. Similar to the female cultivators from the Immortal beauty sect, their physiques leaned towards yin, making them most suitable to be cultivation furnaces. This Jingtai pavilion was specially designed to receive gold core cultivators. If a gold core cultivator took a fancy to a female cultivator, he could take her away and make her his concubine or something else. It was all up to the gold core cultivator. Even if the gold core cultivator sent the female cultivator back after a period of time, Tongmu City would definitely not allow her to stay in the Jingtai pavilion for even half a moment. After those female cultivators who seemed pitiful in Xiaohua's eyes left, the atmosphere of the entire Jingtai pavilion seemed to lighten up. Not only did Qin Yuming repeatedly propose toasts, even Li Zongbao and the others raised their cups in invitation. Before long, many rounds of food and wine had been served. Qin Yuming spoke. He clapped his hand and took out 4 emerald green Tongmu flowers from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the 4 flowers landed in front of Li Zongbao and the others. He smiled and said, "For martial nephews, this is the City Lord token of my Tongmu City. It is also personally bestowed by the City Lord to commend the 4 of you for your contributions in the great battle of Dao Sword. Of course, when the 4 of you return to the sect, all kinds of rewards will follow. Oh, in particular, Martial Nephew Li and the 2 Martial Nephews received the reward of my Dao Sect's #1 bounty. Even if my Tongmu City wants to take out a reward, it can't compare to this reward. This is just a small token from my Tongmu City." Li Zongba looked at the City Lord token in front of him with some hesitation. He looked at Xiaohua and the others and was slightly stunned. Obviously, they didn't know how to deal with this sudden City Lord token. "For martial nephews, don't worry." Qin Yuming's face was a little red. He smiled and said, "With this City Lord token, you can freely enter and leave Tongmu City. At the same time, you can freely use my Tongmu City's teleportation array. You don't have to spend any spirit stones. In particular, with this City Lord token, the 4 of you can directly meet the City Lord. In addition, in my Tongmu City's auction, you can obtain more priority rights. Of course, there are many other benefits that are recorded in this City Lord token. In short, this is a token of my Tongmu City to the 4 heroes. It is also a token of my Tongmu City's City Lord. I thank you so much, Marshal Uncle Chen. Please also pass our thanks to the City Lord. After hearing so much, Li Zongbao knew that he couldn't not accept it. He could only reach out and accept it. He stood up with Xiao Hua and the others and thanked him. There is no need to be so polite. Chen Yuming laughed and said, the 3 of you killing Qin Jian has already brought great surprise to my Tongmu City. This is nothing. Let's drink. The Tongmu City's Tongmu drunken flower wine was very strong. Although everyone was a cultivator, after a few toasts, everyone was a little drunk. Chen Yuming was also very interesting. After that, he didn't talk about anything else. He talked about some strange things that happened in the assembly hall and everyone's guesses about the Great Dao Sword War. These were the things that the 4 cultivators who had just returned from the Great Dao Sword War were interested in. Even Xiao Hua's dissatisfaction with Chen Yuming seemed to gradually disappear from his words. Alas, this old man is really envious of the cultivators who were able to display their skills in the Great Dao Sword War. Chen Yuming raised his cup and said, cultivators of my generation should really hold a 3-foot sword in their hands, cut off the dissatisfaction in their hearts, and sweep away the injustice in the world. Come, this old man proposes another toast to the 4 of you. Senior, you flatter us. If you went to the front line, how could we have the chance to perform meritorious deeds? Xiao Mao raised his cup and said with a smile, I'm afraid that Qin Jian would have been killed by you long ago? How is that possible? Chen Yuming laughed loudly. He raised his hand and poured the fragrant spiritual wine into his mouth. He said, this old man is just indulging in my mouth. Once again, I will accompany the 4 of you to taste the drunken Paulownia flower that the City Lord bestowed upon you. Senior, you are too humble, Li Zongbao said indifferently. Just as he was about to raise his cup, a green light flew in from outside the hall and landed directly in front of Chen Yuming's eyes. Chen Yuming pointed his finger and was about to pour the spiritual wine into his cup. When he saw the light land in front of him and turn into a message talisman, he said curiously, which blind person actually sent this old man a message talisman? As he said that, he flicked his middle finger and a drop of spiritual wine rushed into the message talisman. With a bang, the communication talisman exploded. Strangely, there wasn't a single sound coming from it. Chen Yuming sneered. With a grab of his hand, the damaged message talisman landed in his hand. He was about to activate his transcendence energy to destroy it. Beside him, Xiao Mao said anxiously, Senior Chen, don't be anxious. Take a look first. Perhaps there's something important? This old man was entrusted by the City Lord to receive the 4 meritorious officials again. In this Tongmu City, what could be more important than this? As he said that, Chen Yuming did not hesitate to grab the message talisman and it immediately disappeared. Did this guy drink too much? Although Xiao Hua felt his face burning, he was very clear in his heart. Looking at Chen Yuming's actions, he could not help but feel puzzled. However, before Xiao Hua and the others could say anything, with a whoosh, another message talisman landed in front of Chen Yuming's eyes. Who is it? Chen Yuming was a little angry. He stood up and tapped the message talisman again, shattering it. However, there was still no sound coming out from it. It was really strange. Chapter 2977. Chen Yuming frowned. This time, he did not dare to destroy the messaging charm, so he could only scan it with his divine thought. Chen Yuming was fine when he did not release his divine thought. As soon as his divine thought entered the messaging charm, Chen Yuming's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said to Li Zongbao and the others, Please wait for a moment, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Excuse me. Senior, please. Li Zongbao and the others hurriedly got up. Senior's matters are the most important. Chen Yuming forced a smile. He tapped his foot and the branches of the Paulownia flower grew again, quickly sending him to the entrance of the hall. When Qin Yuming's figure disappeared from the entrance of the hall, Xiao Mao shook his head strangely and said with a smile, "Senior Qin must have drunk too much. That communication talisman must have been an urgent matter from Dawn Tong City, but he actually crushed it. It must be a secret matter from Tong Mu City." The messaging charm did not make a sound. Fairy Xianxia snorted coldly. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with the way Jingtai Pavilion treated their guests. "Who cares if it is a secret matter? It has nothing to do with us," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "We just need to wait for a while and finish this banquet. After that, we will explain to Senior Chen that we have urgent matters to attend to back to the sect. We will use their teleportation formation to go to Luyang." Fairy Xianxia was a little cold towards Xiao Hua, but when she heard that they were going to Luyang, her expression became slightly better. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, said thoughtfully in a low voice, "I'm afraid that the news of Sky Patrol City being captured has reached the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Otherwise, Senior Chen would not be in such a hurry to leave." "Sigh, I did not expect that, the previous message. It was really in vain. It did not attract the attention of the seniors in the meeting hall." Xiao Hua sighed and looked up gloomily. Xiao Mao also nodded and smiled apologetically. "Big brother, even if they did not pay attention to it, they now understand. Our news is the most important. Although Sky Patrol City has been defeated, our military exploits have been added to it." "This military exploits? I would rather not have them," Xiao Hua said lightly. "Hee, I've kept the 4 of you waiting." Qin Yuming's voice rang out as he walked into the hall. At this moment, his face had regained its calmness, and the anxiousness from before was nowhere to be seen. After Qin Yuming took his seat, Xiao Mao could not help but ask, "Senior Qin, could it be the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City?" "Oh, that's not it," Qin Yuming replied calmly. "It's an urgent matter in my Tong Mu City's conference hall. Nephew, you should know that I am in charge of the conference hall, so I have to make all the decisions. Just now, the 4 of you showed your faces in the conference hall, and now, a large number of cultivators have rushed into the conference hall, wanting to see the faces of the 4 of you. No need." Li Zongbao calmly raised his cup and said, "We still have important matters to attend to. Once we finish this cup, please send us to the teleportation array. We will use the teleportation array in Twilight Tong City to head to Yenyuan City." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Qin Yuming was a little surprised and asked curiously, "This old man wanted to keep you for a few days. After all, you don't have many opportunities to come to my Tong Mu City. Since we now know that Tong Mu City also has a meeting hall, we will definitely pay a visit to Tong Mu City after the war." Xiao Mao stood up and raised his cup. Don't worry. Qin Yuming smiled and clapped his hands. He took out a smaller emerald green wine pot from his storage bag and said, "Although this is a gift, you have to drink this wine first." As he spoke, Qin Yuming raised his cup to indicate that he was going to drink first. Then, he raised the wine pot and poured out a cup of green spirit wine. He smiled and said, "This old man just went out and secretly took this from the City Lord's reception area. It's the City Lord's favorite, Shirshio Spring. To tell you the truth, this old man has coveted this wine for a long time, but I've only tasted it twice under the City Lord's grace. Now that you're here, I can secretly drink a few more cups." As he spoke, he did not touch his cup with the 4 of them. He first took a small sip, and his face showed that he was savoring the taste. Xiao Mao's face showed a wry smile. He looked at Li Zongbao and Fairy Xianxia and said, "Senior Qin, if you like, you can drink it alone." "Don't," Qin Yuming hurriedly said. "If the 4 of you don't drink it, how can I dare to drink it? Quick, after the 4 of you have drunk the wine in your cups, I will fill them up for you." "All right." Li Zongbao saw this and was helpless. He drank the wine in his cup and said, "This wine is the last. We really have some urgent matters to attend to." "All right, I understand." Qin Yuming nodded. "After drinking this wine, I will personally send the 4 of you to the teleportation device." "All right, thank you, senior." Li Zongbao bowed and asked Qin Yuming to fill his cup. Indeed, this spiritual wine was different from the drunken Paulownia flower from before. In the crystal-clear pure green, there were traces of fiery red, like spiritual snakes slithering around. An inexplicable fragrance rushed into the mouth before the nose could even get close. Good wine. Li Zongbao could not help but exclaim. Please. Qin Yuming raised his hand and gestured for the four of them to drink together. Just as Li Zongbao and the others raised their heads, a trace of pride flashed in Qin Yuming's eyes. Whoosh! At this crucial moment, there was another sound. The same message talisman came from outside the main hall. Seeing the message talisman appear again, Qin Yuming's face changed. Without waiting for the message talisman to land in front of him, he said, Please wait a moment, my dear nephew. Senior, do you have any orders? The four of them who were about to drink were stunned. They raised their cups to their lips and asked curiously. Qin Yuming did not answer. With a wave of his hand, he did not break the message talisman in front of him. Instead, he used his divine sense to scan it. Similarly, as soon as his divine sense entered the message talisman, his expression changed again. He looked at the four of them awkwardly and clenched his hand. An old voice sounded, Please ask Deacon Qin, is Qiuzan in the main hall? Manor Lord is looking for her for an urgent matter. Qin Yuming's expression was already strange. After hearing this, he became even angrier. He picked up the message talisman and whispered a few words. Then, with a wave of his hand, the message talisman flew out again. Qiuzan? Xiaohua was listening from the side. That slightly aged voice seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. However, when he heard the name Autumn Hairpin, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately understood that the voice just now was Spring Kuei's. In other words, this message talisman was sent by Chun Kuei to Qin Yuming. Xiaohua understood in an instant. Chen Yi must be very familiar with Qing Liuzi, the city lord of Tongmu City. Otherwise, Chun Kuei would not have directly sent a message to Qin Yuming and mentioned the manor lord. It's nothing. Qin Yuming smiled bitterly. You see, it's just a trivial matter. You have to look for this old man to find someone in the main hall. AI, there's nothing I can do. Haha, capable people do more work. Li Zongbao smiled and raised his cup again. Xiaohua did not think too much about it. He also raised his cup. However, just as he raised his cup to his lips, an indescribable feeling of fear suddenly appeared. An inconceivable thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. That's not right. Chun Ku, even if she wanted to find Qiuzan, she couldn't have directly found the deacon of the main hall. Moreover, even if this Qin Yuming was greedy for wine, he couldn't have revealed his good wine in front of the four of us. There must be a problem. Unfortunately, although Xiaohua's thought flashed through his mind, Li Zongbao and the other two's cups had already touched their lips. Seeing that Chun Kuei's lame reminder was about to fall through, a loud and clear voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. Hehe, which daring actually stole this old man's favorite Xiexio spring? Along with this voice, the entire main hall froze. Xiaohua felt a powerful magic power come out and support his arm. Even if he wanted to drink the wine in his cup, he could not do so at this time. Who is it? Xiaohua tried to turn his head with difficulty, but the magic power was so strong that Xiaohua could not turn his head. Naturally, before Xiaohua could release his divine sense, a short nascent soul cultivator appeared in front of them. The cultivator glanced indifferently and glared fiercely at Qin Yuming, who was also unable to move. He waved his hand and said coldly, Yuming, this old man asked you to serve a guest again. How could you abuse your position for personal gain? As the nascent soul cultivator waved his sleeve, Qin Yuming's body staggered and his expression changed greatly. Some beads of sweat even flowed from his temples. He bowed and said, City Lord, please forgive me. This subordinate knows his mistake. This nascent soul cultivator was obviously the city lord of Tongmu City, Qing Liuzi. Hearing Qin Yuming's apology, Qing Liuzi sighed and said, Alas, Yuming, you are addicted to wine, and it is not good for your cultivation. Also, do you know why this old man did not let you drink more Shirji spring? This subordinate does not know. Please enlighten me, City Lord. Chen Yuming did not dare to raise his head. This Shiji spring is quite domineering. The spirit-devouring bugs in it have an extremely powerful corrosive effect on true essence. Only nascent soul cultivators who have a good grasp of spirit qi and can control true essence can benefit from the confrontation with this Shiji spring. Qin Liuzi glanced at Li Zongbao and the others and waved his hand again. You are already in the gold core stage. Perhaps drinking half a cup will be effective. But Li Zongbao and the others are only in the foundation establishment stage. If you let them drink with you, won't you be asking for their lives? This subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate really did not know about this. Chen Yuming's face had changed many times today, and this time, it was pale again. Alas, the ignorant are not to blame. This old man also knows that you have good intentions and want to let them have a taste. But this kind of good intention has turned into a bad thing. Qin Liuzi shook his head. You have to apologize to Li Zongbao and the other disciples. If something happens to them, not only will the four sects blame Tongmu City, even the tens of thousands of cultivators in the conference hall will be the first to disagree. Chapter 2978. Greetings, City Lord. Li Zongbao and the others moved. They looked at the wine cups in their hands with lingering fear, put them on the table, and bowed to Qin Liuzi. Get up. Qin Liuzi raised his hand with a smile and stopped the four people from bowing. I didn't plan to come here, but I was dealing with the city affairs just now and felt a little uneasy, so I came here to take a look. I didn't expect that. You four are really lucky. If I didn't come here, although this Shirshio spring wouldn't really kill you, it would make you suffer a lot. Martial Nephew Li, Martial Nephew Kai, Martial Nephew Xiao. Chen Yuming said with a bitter smile, It's all my fault. I was greedy for wine and wanted to drag you four down with me. Fortunately, the city lord came in time, so I didn't make a big mistake. Please forgive me, Martial Nephews. It's okay. What else could Li Zongbao say? After all, it was a golden core cultivator who apologized, and there was a nascent soul cultivator standing in front of him. He could only wave his hand and say, Tasting this wine is Senior Chen's intention. The city lord said that the ignorant are not guilty. We dare not blame Senior. Xiao Hua and the others naturally answered in the same way. Seeing this, Qin Liuzi said lightly, Yuming, you can leave first and think about your mistakes. I will personally receive these four young friends. Yes. Chen Yuming looked very ashamed. After cupping his hands to the four people, he quickly walked out of the hall. His ashamed expression was immediately replaced by confusion before he could even leave the palace. However, he didn't stop in front of the hall door at all. He quickly turned left and walked toward a palace of the same size not far away, just like when he came out of the Jingtai Pavilion. Walking to the front of the hall door, Chen Yuming flicked his sleeve, and the door opened silently. This palace was very similar to the Jingtai Pavilion. It was empty. In the center of the palace, there was a lonely jade platform like a flower stamen. On it was Qin Yi, who Chen Yuming had seen before. Villa Lord. Chen Yuming looked at Qin Yi and said curiously, What is the city lord selling in the gourd? Yuming, don't tell me you don't know. Qin Yi's face was also filled with helplessness. She bitterly smiled and said, Even I am confused. Even the manor lord doesn't know? Chen Yuming was even more stunned. That's right. Just a moment ago, the city lord suddenly appeared here. After asking a few questions, he immediately disappeared again. Chen Yi bit her red lips and said unwillingly, Moreover, before he left, he warned me that in the future, I shouldn't have any disloyalty towards the four of them. But after saying that, Chen Yi pursed her lips and smiled, I'm just following the city lord's orders. Why would I be disloyal to them? How could Chen Yuming not know Qin Yi's personality? He knew that there must be some secret behind it. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He smiled and said, Since you don't know the reason, we don't need to ask any more questions. Fortunately, the city lord appeared in time. If I had been a moment later, I'm afraid I would have caused trouble for the city lord. Well, it's a loss. Qin Yuming was just about to tell her about Chen Kuei's message when Qin raised her eyebrows and said, "Actually, it's simple to know the reason." After being interrupted by Qin Yuming didn't mention Chen Kuei anymore. He asked curiously, "Does the Manor Lord know something about the situation?" It had to be said that good people always had good karma. Chen Kuei remembered Xiao Hua's life-saving grace and risked his life to warn Xiao Hua a few decades later, although it didn't really have any effect. But if Qin Yi knew about this, with Qin Yi's thoughts, how could Chen Kuei have a chance to survive? Qin Yuming only thought that Chen Kuei was really looking for Qiuzhan. Moreover, Chen Kuei's message did help him. Now that he didn't mention it in front of Qin Yi, it naturally helped Chen Kuei avoid a disaster. When I came over from the City Lord's place, the City Lord just happened to receive a message. He actually went out to receive it personally. It must be an important guest. Chen Yi said with a smile, "We just need to know who came to Tongmu City. Won't we know what made the City Lord change his mind?" This. Qin Yuming was a little hesitant and said in a low voice, "This is the City Lord's business. It's not appropriate for us to inquire about it, right?" "The City Lord's business is my business." Chen Yi was unhappy and said coldly, "Why can't I inquire about it?" Hearing Qin Yi's words, Qin Yuming was shocked. He hurriedly looked around and said in a low voice, "Manor Lord, you must remember your identity. You are still not the City Lord's wife. Moreover, even if you are the City Lord's wife, you must not interfere with the City Lord's business. Although this subordinate is biased towards the Manor Lord, in Tongmu City, this subordinate is still the City Lord's subordinate." Sigh, Chen Yi sighed bitterly and looked at the entrance of the main hall. "For the City Lord? I don't know how much I have sacrificed. But now, this subordinate can't just walk into the City Lord's mansion openly." "Who said so?" "The City Lord is well aware of what the Manor Lord has done for the City Lord. I am also well aware of what the Manor Lord has done for my Dao sect. If Manor Lord Qin is unable to enter the City Lord mansion of Tongmu City, I will be the first to not let the City Lord off." A refined voice was suddenly emitted from outside the hall. "Who?" Qin Yi and Qin Yuming were shocked. No one was allowed to enter the City Lord's mansion. The city guards and female servants did not dare to wait outside the hall for too long. Therefore, the two of them were a little careless. Although the two of them did not say anything against the City Lord's mansion, how could they not be shocked when someone suddenly overheard them? "Hee, of course it's I." The voice sounded as the hall door slowly opened. A refined cultivator at the middle stage of foundation establishment walked in slowly. The atmosphere in the Jingtai Pavilion was completely different from before. Previously, Qin Yuming was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. His identity was only the deacon of the meeting hall. Li Zongbao and the others did not feel any pressure when facing him. After all, although Li Zongbao was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, he could step into the Golden Core stage at any time. Moreover, after this battle, Li Zongbao's status in the Utopia faction would increase greatly. Compared to Li Zongbao, Qin Yuming was nothing. Li Zongbao could talk to Qin Yuming casually with a little bit of respect. However, in front of Qing Liuzi, Li Zongbao and the others did not even dare to sit. This was a cultivator at the middle stage of original infant stage. He was a grandmaster who could kill them with a raise of his hand. Even Xiao Hua, facing the pressure that Qing Liuzi was vaguely releasing, felt a chill in his heart. He stood there respectfully. The thought of mocking Qing Liuzi's character had long disappeared. "My little friends, you don't have to be so cautious." Qing Liuzi sat down with a smile and waved his hand. "Sit down." "We don't dare." Li Zongbao and the others did not dare to sit down. They said respectfully, "Senior original infant stage, where did we find seats for us?" "Senior, if you have any instructions, please instruct us." Qing Liuzi was very satisfied with Li Zongbao's respect and said with a smile, "You are the heroes of this great Dao sword war. Just now, Deacon Qin also brought you to see my Tongmu City's conference hall. Your reputation in my Tongmu City is almost on par with mine." "We don't dare." Li Zongbao smiled apologetically and said, "We said clearly in the conference hall just now that we are only Foundation Establishment disciples. All of our merits were obtained by standing on the shoulders of Senior. Furthermore, all of these contributions have been exchanged with your blood, Senior. We've received them for free, and we're already feeling very guilty. If the other fellow Daoists were to exaggerate these contributions and exaggerate them, then it would be even more of a sin on our part." At this point, Li Zongbao's heart thumped again. He realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. Of course, Tongmu City set up a conference hall here to promote the righteousness of our Dao sect and to boost the morale of our Dao sect cultivators. Looking at the dozens of big cities in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid that not many city lords have such a view. Ha ha ha. Qing Liuzi laughed and pointed his finger at Li Zongbao. People say that Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the first person below the Golden Core stage. You are the role model for all the low-level cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. With you, Li Zongbao, the Utopia faction is really prosperous. I don't deserve such excessive praise. Li Zongbao said neither arrogantly nor humbly, I'm just walking my own path and doing my own things. Moreover, there are many handsome people in this world who are much better than me in terms of aptitude and strength. It's just that they don't show off, and others can't see them. I'm just a figurehead. Compared to them, I'm nothing but mud. Li Zongbao's words came from the bottom of his heart. The gap between him and Xiaohua was indeed like that. However, Xiaohua stood beside Li Zongbao's right hand with his head lowered and was unusually respectful. How could he see the slightest clue? Aptitude is one thing, but the way you conduct yourself is another. Qing Liuzi nodded and said, Moreover, the road of cultivation is not a smooth one. All kinds of spirit stones, cultivation methods, and opportunities are indispensable. From my point of view, the latter seems to be more important than the former. Once there was an opportunity, one had to grasp it. In a cultivator's life, they would have 3 opportunities. The first time was because they were inexperienced and didn't realize it. When they thought about it in the future, they would definitely regret it. The second opportunity is a good opportunity for a cultivator to rise. However, similarly, there are many cultivators who are not prepared or avoid it and lose the opportunity to advance to the high level. As for the third time, that is the mercy of the heavenly Tao. At the end of one's life, it will give you the last opportunity. If a cultivator who has lost the first 2 opportunities can seize this last opportunity, it may not be impossible for him to turn the tables and rewrite his cultivation path. Yes, what you said is very right. Li Zongbao was a little confused. He didn't understand why Qing Liuzi, who was at the middle stage of the original infant stage, welcomed him personally. He also didn't understand why he said such words. Chapter 2979. As for the 4 of you, I'm sure you've already grasped the first opportunity on the path of cultivation. Now, you've all reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, you've also shown your talents in this Taoist sword battle. In the future, you'll definitely have a smooth journey in your respective sections. You'll have a bright future ahead of you. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. However, in my opinion, this is not enough. You still need more help. The cultivation of a high-level cultivator was not guaranteed to be successful by just relying on a single sect. Only by gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought could he succeed. Now, because of your outstanding performance in the Taoist sword battle, the second opportunity on the path of cultivation has automatically been delivered to you. Qing Liuzi finally revealed his true purpose. For a cultivator in the intermediate stage of the original infant stage, it was indeed difficult to beat around the bush. Li Zongbao was stunned. He really didn't understand. After listening to Qing Liuzi's words, it seemed that he wanted to invite them to join Tongmu City. However, how could Tongmu City compare to the Utopia faction? Even the Imperial Thunder sect couldn't compare to it. However, looking at Qing Liuzi's serious look and the way he spoke just now, it didn't seem like he was joking. Cough, Cough, Senior, Li Zongbao didn't dare to let Qing Liuzi finish his words. He hurriedly smiled and said, I'm a disciple of the Utopia faction. Junior brother Xiao Maoxiao is a disciple of the Xuanyan school. Junior sister Kai Yuxia is a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Junior brother Xiao Hua is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Ha, Li Zongbao. Qing Liuzi naturally understood Li Zongbao's thoughts. He raised his hand and said, I understand what you mean. I've been in charge of Tongmu City for many years. Naturally, I also hope that the city can produce disciples with outstanding achievements, profound cultivation, and boundless prospects like the four of you. Moreover, I'm afraid that Yu Ming has already conveyed my intentions. I'm already very happy that you can come to my Tongmu City often. How could this old man possibly covet it? If that's the case, not to mention that the leaders of the four sects won't agree, even the other cultivation sects will come knocking on our door. Yes, Li Zongbao was even more confused. He did not understand what was going on. Actually, he didn't really want the city lord token of Tongmu City that Chen Yuming had taken out. After all, that person's hands were short and he had a soft mouth. Qing Liuzi's methods of currying favor were too powerful. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Tongmu City. Unfortunately, the city lord medallion was Qing Liuzi's face. You didn't give a nascent soul cultivator any face before leaving Tongmu City. Do you think you can leave Tongmu City calmly? That was why Li Zongbao had hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to accept it. But now, trouble had indeed arrived. Senior, please speak clearly. We truly do not understand. Li Zongbao did not look at Xiao Hua, knowing that this fellow would not speak. Instead, he looked at Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia. As expected, the two of them also had a baffled look on their faces. And this old man is about to give the four of you the answer. However, before I speak, the four of you have to swear a blood oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Qing Liuzi nodded slightly and said calmly. Ah? Li Zongbao turned pale with fright. Even Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia's faces turned pale as they panicked. Senior, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had to speak. He raised his head and said, I wonder if what Senior is talking about involves our sect? Involves the interests of our sect? He, of course not. This old man is also from the Dao sect. How could I do such a thing? Qing Liuzi's tone was still calm. However, this matter is a secret and cannot be known by others. Otherwise, why would this old man come personally? All right, I swear a blood oath. When Xiao Hua heard this, he knew that the four of them were just fish on the chopping block. What choice did he have? Since it wouldn't endanger the interests of the sect and the Dao sect, what was there to be afraid of? Seeing Xiao Hua calmly swear a blood oath, Li Zongbao and the rest had no choice but to do so. Then, Qing Liuzi said, Have the four of you heard of the Immortal Alliance? Immortal Alliance. Li Zongbao was the first to lose his voice in shock. The city lord is from the Immortal Alliance? That's right. This old man was lucky enough to gain the favor of the Immortal Alliance's leader. He invited this old man to join the Immortal Alliance and take charge of Tongmu City at the border of Country Shi to resist the attack of the sword cultivators of Country Huan. Qing Liuzi not only did not hide it, he also said it with extreme pride. This junior has indeed heard of the Immortal Alliance. Li Zongbao was a little absent-minded as he said softly, The Immortal Alliance is an alliance formed by many nascent soul elders and above. It is the alliance that commands our Dao sect to resist the attack of the devil cultivators in the demon-resisting valley. Not only Li Zongbao, even Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at Qing Liuzi in shock. It was as if this kind of opportunity could not appear at this time and place. On the other hand, Xiao Mao was a little confused. Like Xiao Hua, his face was filled with confusion. Hee. Qing Liuzi laughed. Since Zongbao knows, that's for the best. This old man said that this is the greatest opportunity for our Dao sect cultivators. If we can join the Immortal Alliance, our status will be much higher. Furthermore, There are many cultivation techniques in the Immortal Alliance, and they are always shared. What your sect doesn't have, the Immortal Alliance can provide. Where can you find such a good opportunity? This old man made you take the blood oath for your own good. But, faced with such temptation, Li Zongbao could not help but hesitate again. He asked, "This kind of great opportunity, this junior is naturally fearful. You can say that I dare not believe it. I only know that the people in the Immortal Alliance are all cultivators above the nascent soul stage. They have not even cultivated to the golden core stage." "You are right." Qin Liuzi nodded. "The people that the Immortal Alliance recruits are all elites of the three kingdoms of cultivation. They are only nascent soul cultivators. However, the Immortal Alliance can also make an exception for the disciples with exceptional aptitudes in the three kingdoms of cultivation. The four of you are the most outstanding disciples in the Great War of Dao Sword. Your future is limitless." At this point, Qin Liuzi said earnestly, "If the four of you join the Immortal Alliance, you can borrow the strength of the Immortal Alliance. It is equivalent to adding wings to a tiger. When the envoy of the Immortal Alliance came to me, I didn't believe it at all, just like you. However, it turns out that I made the right choice. I can't say too much about the benefits of joining the Immortal Alliance. After you agree, you will naturally understand." Joining the Immortal Alliance. Is there anything else we need to do? Xiao Mao was a little tempted and asked in a low voice. "There is nothing to do," Qin Liuzi said with a smile. "In addition to swearing allegiance to the Immortal Alliance, maybe you have to fight on behalf of the Immortal Alliance in the 1,000-year battle of the Imperial Demon Valley. I think with the cultivation of the four of you, the Immortal Alliance will definitely not send you to the Imperial Demon Valley. You can rest assured." "Are there really only such conditions?" Xiao Mao was almost overjoyed. He was different from the other three. Xiao Hua was already in the nascent soul stage. He could never reach the level of Xiao Hua. Hongxia Fairy had obtained the inheritance of Holy Mother Peacock and was favored by the sect leader of the Huanhua sect. As for Li Zongbao, he was one of the best in the Utopia faction. Now that he had the immortal slaying whip, his cultivation in the future was immeasurable. Only Xiao Mao himself, although he had obtained the bloodline power of God Shibai in the millions of Meng Mountains, he had to face the soul cultivators of Shibai village and his enemy in the nascent soul stage. With his background in the Xuanyan school, although he had obtained military exploits because of Xiao Hua, he could also imagine that, in the years to come, these military exploits would fade with the passage of time, and there would be people who would constantly forget his glory. In particular, if the enemy of the nascent soul stage really came to the Xuanyan school, the Xuanyan school might not be a solid backing for him. The Immortal Alliance seemed to be the best choice for Xiao Mao. Whether it was for Xiao Mao's cultivation or for his revenge. Xiao Hua frowned. He had always believed that there was no such thing as a free elixir in this world, and there would never be a rejuvenation elixir falling from the sky to the head of a female cultivator. It was true that the four of them had outstanding military exploits, but compared to other people, their cultivation bases might not be much higher. What caused him to be even more unwilling was that no matter if it was cultivation techniques, spirit stones, spirit pills, or the like, Xiao Hua was self-sufficient now. The existence of the thunder-controlling sect had already caused him to be slightly uncomfortable, so wouldn't the Immortal Alliance be even more uncomfortable for him? Xiao Hua's current thoughts were to hurry back to the Imperial Thunder sect and hide in the Heavenly Thunder Valley to cultivate. If he didn't cultivate for 8 to 10 years, he definitely wouldn't come out. But if Xiao Mao agreed, should he also agree? And if there really was a problem with the Immortal Alliance, Xiao Mao was all alone, and he was also a Middle Foundation establishment disciple. What power could he have to resist? Cough cough, Xiao Hua coughed twice. Just as he was about to speak, his heart suddenly quivered. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Vice Alliance leader Luo. That's right, it was the Changbai sect disciple who had already died in Xiao Hua's hands, Huguan and I. Xiao Hua had obtained a keepsake from his storage pouch. Wasn't there a word fall, with a powerful aura inside? Wasn't it the so-called Vice Alliance leader Luo? When he thought of this, Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. Since Huguan and I was a member of the Immortal Alliance, then Daoist Jingxi was naturally also a member of the Immortal Alliance. Wouldn't he be tired of living if he threw himself into the hands of his enemy for no reason? Xiaohua could absolutely imagine that in front of the so-called Vice Alliance leader Luo, if Daoist Jingxi wanted to take his life, Vice Alliance leader Luo wouldn't possibly stop it. Xiaohua, do you have anything to say? Qing Liuzi asked curiously. This old man knows that you were born as a loose cultivator, and it wasn't easy for you to become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, in the myriad Thunder Valley of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace, you don't seem to be welcomed. For others, this opportunity might not be much. But for you, it's still precious. This old man doesn't want you to miss such a good opportunity. Chapter 2980. Senior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. We're merely foundation establishment cultivators. You've suddenly sent such a colossus like the Immortal Alliance to us. We really feel that it's too sudden. I won't hide it from you. The cultivators recruited by the Immortal Alliance today are at least in the early Golden Core stage. Moreover, their aptitudes are especially outstanding. Qing Liuzi seemed to have heard the evasiveness in Xiaohua's tone and said coldly, the four of you are the first foundation establishment cultivators recruited by the Immortal Alliance. Especially Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, who are only in the middle foundation establishment stage. Just you wait, you can laugh to yourselves. Do you know why I've only come now? Why didn't you show up just now? Although you've contributed greatly to the great war of Dao and Sword, you're still far from being worthy of my personal reception. I didn't intend to meet you. However, just a moment ago, a messenger from the Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance passed by my Tongmu city. When this old man received him, he mentioned the four of you. The Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance likes talented and capable people the most. When the messenger heard about the four of you, he immediately decided to invite the four of you to join the Immortal Alliance. I was stunned for a long time at that time. If it weren't for the Immortal Alliance envoy's sincerity, I wouldn't have bothered to come here. Hearing Qing Liuzi mention the envoy of the Immortal Alliance, Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror. He wanted to ask if the envoy of the Immortal Alliance was the envoy of the Immortal Alliance vice leader Luo. However, he also knew that as long as he said that, he would definitely reveal a flaw. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk out of this Jingtai pavilion today. Senior. Since he had made up his mind, Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Junior's cultivation is the lowest among the four of us. These merit points were naturally given to me by Senior Marshal Brotherly. I don't have the aptitude that Senior mentioned, so I still want to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect and improve my cultivation. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll be bold enough to meet the city lord and recommend myself to him. Even though Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia did not know the exact reason behind Xiaohua's rejection, they still bowed respectfully and said with a flattering smile, we have just returned from our training outside and do not know the current situation in the cultivation world. If Senior is willing to allow us to return to the sect and have a good rest, after some time, we will give Senior an answer. How about that? As for Xiao Mao, he bit his lips and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. He believed in Xiaohua's choice, but he couldn't bear to give up the strong support of the Celestial Alliance. He didn't know what to do. You don't know what's good for you. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Qing Liuzi's expression changed instantly. Immediately, the entire Jingtai pavilion flashed with light. A strong hurricane was generated from Qing Liuzi's body. Like a huge palm, it tore the paulownia flowers under everyone as if they were thin paper. Xiaohua and the others couldn't stand still. They flew up and tried to balance themselves in the strong wind. Then they fell to the ground. Buzz, there was another buzzing sound as if Qing Liuzi was angry. A strong pressure came from the sky and pressed down on the four of them. With several boom, boom, boom sounds, the four of them fell to the ground awkwardly and couldn't move at all. Damn it, as expected, even after meeting his own father, He is still a stranger. Xiaohua saw Qing Liuzi's face change like flipping a book and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How can an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator casually attack a foundation establishment junior like this? It seems that my words are not words? Qing Liuzi's figure stood like a pillar in the wild wind. His gloomy voice reverberated in the Jingtai pavilion. Alas, what should I do? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and didn't know what to do. He knew that he couldn't fight with Qing Liuzi in Tongmu City, because even if he used all his skills, he couldn't win against a nascent soul stage cultivator. Maybe I can only do it temporarily. I have to pass this test first. Just as Xiaohua thought of this, Xiao Mao next to him shouted, "Senior, Junior is willing to join?" "Ha, a city lord?" Just as Xiaohua was thinking about how to open his mouth, a hoarse voice came from the door of the hall. "Don't be angry. These disciples are only children. They don't understand the dangers of the three kingdoms, and they don't know the benefits of the Immortal Alliance. Won't you scare them by making such a big fuss? Even if they reluctantly agree, won't they blame the Alliance Master in their hearts?" Then, a cultivator in camouflage walked in. When Qing Liuzi saw someone come in, his face was a little embarrassed. After all, he had already promised in front of the emissary, but he didn't expect Xiaohua and the others to be so ignorant of the situation, which made him lose face. Although Xiao Mao spoke in the end, he still couldn't keep his face. However, he still had a cold face and said indifferently, "This is what I did. It has nothing to do with the Immortal Alliance. It has nothing to do with the Alliance Master." City Lord, please calm down." The messenger waved his hand, and his laughter was a bit strange. "My Immortal Alliance is an open and above-board place. If we want to recruit disciples, then we have to let these disciples join us willingly. If they have a trace of dissatisfaction, wouldn't it go against the original intention of the Alliance Master to establish the Immortal Alliance?" The Alliance Master is a magnanimous person. I can't compare to him." Qing Liuzi waved his sleeve and the wind in the entire Jingtai pavilion was extinguished. Qing Liuzi himself also landed on the ground. Xiaohua and the others stood up from the ground in a sorry state and bowed to the envoy, greeting him. "Forget it." The emissary flicked his sleeves and said, "What the city lord said just now was what I told him. Our Immortal Alliance's Alliance Master intended to do. You are all elites of the Great War of Dao and Sword. Although you are only at the Foundation Establishment realm, you are barely qualified to join our Immortal Alliance. If you are willing, I can recruit you on behalf of our Alliance Master. If you are not willing, I won't force you. You can leave immediately. Of course, you have already made a blood oath. Don't mention today's matter to others." Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at the mystery he couldn't see through and said in disbelief, "May I ask the envoy, if I don't agree to join the Immortal Alliance, can I leave now? Also, if I think it through and want to join in the future?" Yes, this old man's words are naturally true. The city lord was just disappointed that you didn't live up to his expectations. He was afraid that you would lose this second chance in your life. That's why he was so angry. If you don't want to join, you can leave now. No one will stop you." The envoy said in a hoarse voice, "Of course, you are the rare elites of the three kingdoms. Our Immortal Alliance is the best place for you to return. However, you can easily join the Immortal Alliance today. If you regret it in the future, it won't be easy to join again. You must pass the 10 great trials of our Immortal Alliance." 10 great trials? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. "Do you think that our Immortal Alliance can be joined so casually?" Qing Liuzi said coldly, "I really don't know what to say to you little dolls." "City Lord, you don't have to say any more." The envoy said indifferently, "This is their own choice. The Alliance Master has given them a chance. Everything depends on them." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, "Junior, please forgive me, Lord City Lord and Lord Envoy. Junior still has to consider carefully, and when I understand, I'll come and take the 10 tests of the Immortal Alliance." As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and the others. He walked a few steps and stopped near the door. I will also consider it. Since Xiaohua moved, how could Fairy Hongxia not move? As she spoke, she also walked to Xiaohua's side. I am also the same. Li Zongbao was a moment late and followed behind Fairy Hongxia. Qing Liuzi's face flashed with a green brilliance. Obviously, he was angry. Ha! City Lord, it seems that you have lost. When the emissary saw this, he rolled his eyes and laughed heartily. I knew it. They definitely wouldn't join the Celestial Alliance so easily. People like them, if they did not go through the real trials and let others see their real strength, they would not give in so easily. Let's go, you have to be prepared for the Shuechuan that you lost to me. However, Qing Liuzi squinted his eyes and looked at the envoy in confusion. Through the fog, he could not see the subtle expression on the envoy's face. However, he did not know why the envoy was so protective of Li Zongbao and the others. At this moment, a whistling sound came from afar. A jade slip that looked like a leaf rushed to Qing Liuzi's eyes. Behind the jade slip was an ordinary message talisman. Oh! Even Qing Liuzi was taken aback. His slightly narrowed eyes, which were already filled with anger, opened, and with a grabbing motion, the two jade slips landed in his hand. Warning Song Tao command? The envoy asked curiously, City Lord, could it be that something big has happened? Ha. Qing Liuzi checked the Song Tao command with his divine sense and the expression on his face immediately melted. It was even faster than snow under the sun. City Lord? The envoy was surprised to see that the news had greatly reduced Qing Liuzi's anger. Sky Patrol City has fallen. Shueyu Immortal has fallen. All the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mozong Mountain have been captured. Qing Liuzi squinted his eyes and smiled brightly. It was as if the captured and fallen ones were the sword cultivators of Huan country. Ah? Pa. The envoy's shocked tone could be heard clearly by Xiaohua and the others even though it was changed by the fog. Xiaohua's expression also changed greatly. He had a premonition that Sky Patrol City had fallen, but he did not expect that Shueyu Immortal, the city lord of Sky Patrol City, had fallen. This was the first nascent soul stage cultivator to fall in the Great War of Dao Sword. What he found most inconceivable was that the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect. Why were they in Sky Patrol City? And all the disciples had been captured. Chapter 2981. Xiaohua looked at Qing Liuzi in disbelief, then at Li Zongbao and the rest. The other three were also puzzled. Suddenly, Xiaohua had a bad feeling. If not for Jiuxia's message talisman, Xiaohua immediately connected the capture of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples with his message. Hiss, the messenger who came to his senses took a deep breath and said in disbelief, the sword cultivator actually killed the Shueyu perfected person, how ruthless! It seems that this matter is out of the Alliance Master's expectations. And he captured two disciples at once, this battle. The Daoist sect will definitely lose this battle. Qing Liuzi looked at another message talisman as he spoke. After concluding the battle, he said to Xiao Mao and the rest, Xuanyan School has issued a sect order for all disciples to return to the Golden Goose Ridge as soon as possible. Then Qing Liuzi flew up and the ecstasy on his face disappeared. He sighed softly and said, Alas, let's not talk about these things. Messenger Zhang, let's go. I haven't lost a bet for many years. Today, I really lost to these little kids. Then, Qing Liuzi turned into a breeze and flew toward the door of the Jingtai Pavilion. The messenger also flew out with Qing Liuzi. Only Xiao Mao, who opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, and the three people, who looked a little panicked and confused, were left behind. Damn it. Xiaohua watched the two people disappear. He really didn't know what was going on. Although he couldn't see through the fog and wasn't sure if this messenger was the one he met before the sword tomb, even if this messenger wasn't the one he met before, how could he and the others be so easily let go of by Qing Liuzi? Could it be that Qing Liuzi could earn a lot of spirit stones from the bet in Tongmu City because of the fall of the Sky Patrol City? Big brother. Xiao Mao walked over and said shamefully, you don't have to say anything. This is everyone's own choice. The most important thing now is to leave quickly. Moreover, the fall of the Sky Patrol City means that the situation in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation has changed. Let's hurry back to our respective sects. Xiao Hua waved his hand and didn't let him say another word. Go outside the door and take a look. Yes, I'll go now. Xiao Mao's face was full of shame and unbearable. He couldn't resist the temptation and agreed, but the messenger of the Human Immortal Alliance didn't care about him. Qing Liuzi still valued Li Zongbao and the others. If he had known this would happen, he would have endured for a while longer. If it wasn't for the shocking news of Sky Patrol City's fall and Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples being captured, he simply wouldn't know how to talk to Xiao Hua and the others. When Xiao Mao pushed open the door to take a look, he turned around and said, "Big brother, there are a few servant girls here. Ask them if they can bring us to the teleportation array," Li Zongbao instructed. He said Zhao's words as, "They were insects, they are. Someone will take a look." Zhao's chins. He's really letting us go? Fairy Hong Xia found this unbelievable as well. In fact, she was completely bewildered. Who cares? Xiao Hua waved his hand. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. It's better to leave Tongmu City as soon as possible. After a while, a few city guards came over. Li Zongbao showed the city lord's order, and the guards were terrified. They flew out of the city lord's sect with the 4 of them and went to the teleportation array. In a palace not far from the Jingtai Pavilion, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment, dressed in an ordinary Daoist robe, was accompanying Qing Liuzi. In front of them, there was a 1-foot mirror that showed the image of Li Zongbao and the others. Messenger Zhang. Qing Liuzi was still puzzled. These 4 people don't know what's good for them. I personally told them that the Alliance leader loves talents, but they ignored me. Besides, they are just foundation establishment disciples. What's the benefit of recruiting them? This emissary was none other than Zhang Zhihao. City Lord, you must know that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is changing. A great change is brewing in the Xiaoyu continent. Our Immortal Alliance has to adjust our strategy to conform to the trend of this era and change the conditions for joining the Immortal Alliance. Although the cultivation of these 4 people is low, they have made outstanding contributions in the Taoist sword war and have great appeal. If they can join our Immortal allies, it will definitely improve our reputation and we will be able to recruit disciples with great potential. Zhang Jihao said with a smile. Does our Immortal Alliance need to improve our reputation? Qing Liuzi said coldly, as far as I know, many gold core stage cultivators are trying their best to find a chance to join Immortal allies. As long as you open your mouth, I can also find 40 or 400 gold core stage cultivators for you, not to mention 4. Are 400 gold core cultivators as famous as the first team in the conference hall? Are 400 gold core cultivators as terrifying as the terrifying phoenix? Are 400 gold core cultivators as mysterious as John Doe? Zhang Zhihao asked lightly. Qing Liuzi shook his head. Although Xiao Hua is mysterious, but I have just tested him. He is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. He is definitely not a gold core cultivator. How can he be John Doe? Of course, this is just a rough guess. Zhang Zhihao shrugged and said with a smile, if the city lord can't see it, then I can't see it either. This is just a speculation of the Alliance Master. It is also because of the Alliance Master's love for talent. Otherwise, why would I immediately ask the city lord to take action when I heard that Xiao Hua came to Tongmu City? This is also because the Alliance Master is benevolent. Qing Liuzi said coldly, if this Xiao Hua had appeared in Inkshade Black Forest that day and knew about Chen Yi, Zhu Qinghe, and the others, how could this old man have let him walk out of Tongmu City alive? It has been decades since the incident in Inkcloud Black Forest. Even if Xiao Hua said it again, not to mention that no one would believe him, it would be useless. Besides, Xiao Hua would not be stupid enough to say it. If he wanted to say it, why didn't he say it in these decades? Is also a smart person? Zhang Zhihao shook his head. Qing Liuzi was still angry. but Xiaohua obviously benefited from Ink Cloud Black Forest. Otherwise, his cultivation would not be so powerful. Besides, he took my Tongmu City's youth retaining grass. Xiaohua was able to escape from Ink Cloud Black Forest. Naturally, he has his own luck. Zhang Jihao said faintly, as for the youth retaining grass, didn't the Alliance Master already replenish it? If the City Lord mentions this again, if the Alliance Master knows? I am just saying. Qing Liuzi said with a smile, how can I lower myself to the same level as a little kid? Well, that's the best. Zhang Jihao nodded and said, City Lord, please find me a quiet room. I want to rest a little. Envoy, this way please. Qing Liuzi was not surprised. He knew that Zhang Jihao was going to report to the Alliance Master. Perhaps the Alliance Master had already expected the fall of Sky Patrol City. However, the capture of the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mozong Mountain was a big matter. It was enough to affect the situation of the entire Dao Sword War. Therefore, Qing Liuzi brought Zhang Jihao to a quiet room and quietly left. Xiaohua and the others arrived at the teleportation array under the guidance of the city guard of Tongmu City. It was very easy for them to use the teleportation array of Tongmu City to leave Tongmu City. After leaving the teleportation array, they went through several short-distance teleportations and arrived in the wilderness. There were no more city guards of Tongmu City. Xiaohua really believed that Qing Liuzi, who was notoriously difficult to deal with, had really let them go. Damn it, this guy. Xiaohua retracted his divine sense and could not help but curse, I think I am a miser. However, compared to him, I am really insignificant. Then he looked at Li Zongbao and said, fortunately, Senior Brother Li revealed the matter of Sky Patrol City as soon as he arrived in Tongmu City yesterday. That guy got a lot of benefits. Otherwise, I am afraid it would have been difficult for us to get out of Tongmu City. That is one thing. Li Zongbao said faintly, that Immortal Alliance's envoy looks very good. Jackals of the same tribe. Xiaohua naturally could not say it out loud. He could only vaguely comment. Actually, I am also extremely puzzled. Fairy Hongxia said with a bitter smile, this Immortal Alliance is really the best place for every nascent soul cultivator. When I was young, I would occasionally hear the clan leader talk about some secrets. In my heart, I also yearned for this Immortal Alliance. But today, I suddenly had such an opportunity. I feel like I am in a dream. I can't believe it. Then, she looked at Xiao Mao and said, not to mention Xiao Mao, if Xiao Lang did not reject, I would have agreed without hesitation. But, Xiao Lang, why did you not agree? Fairy Hongxia was very puzzled. This may be inconceivable to others, but for you, it is absolutely suitable. Yes, whether it was Xiaohua's cultivation or Xiaohua's desire to find himself, relying on the Immortal Alliance would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. It was definitely like what Qing Liuzi said. It was definitely 100 times better than Xiaohua's situation in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. If Qing Liuzi said this after knowing that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect had fallen into the Sky Patrol City, I would naturally agree. But at that time, I did not know that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were in the Sky Patrol City. Now, it is too late for me to regret it. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Fairy Hongxia was also enlightened. She almost covered her mouth with her hand and said in surprise, Xiao Lang's messaging charm. That's right. Li Zongbao said lightly, I am afraid that what junior sister Hongxia said is true. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect staying in the Sky Patrol City may be closely related to junior brother Zhao's messaging charm. Big brother. Xiao Mao, who was next to him, said anxiously, actually, the messenger of the Alliance leader also said that just now. If we regret it, we can go back at any time. Xiaohua said with a smile, if we regret it just now and go back now, how embarrassing would it be for you? If they sincerely invite us, it will be normal in a few years. Now that the swordsmanship war, the situation is unknown, it is not good to make early plans. Chapter 2982. But isn't it because of this confusing situation that the Immortal Alliance came to us? Xiao Mao was unconvinced. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao and said, I'm afraid the defeat of the Dao sect is a foregone conclusion. Although I don't know how the sword cultivators can defend Sky Patrol City. But the sword cultivators killed the Sky Patrol City governor, they must have a way to defend Sky Patrol City. It's a good thing for us to join the Immortal Alliance, but our cultivation is weak. We can only be juniors in the Immortal Alliance. Rather than that, we might as well stay in our own sects and join the Immortal Alliance when we have some achievements. Passing the 10 tests of the Immortal Alliance is very important for cultivators. Only then can we be recognized by the other cultivators in the Immortal Alliance. You don't want to be looked down upon by others when you join the Immortal Alliance, do you? Hee, junior brother Xiao, Fairy Xianxia laughed and said, the Immortal Alliance is where the nascent soul grandmasters gather. If we go, we can only carry their shoes. What's the point of going? Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao knew he could not win against them, so he nodded. How far is it from here to the next teleportation portal? Xiao Hua asked Fairy Xianxia as they flew. We still have 5 days. Fairy Xianxia looked into the distance and thought for a while before replying. Fairy Xianxia frowned and said, however, that teleportation portal doesn't lead to Xuanyan sect. From what I know, the teleportation portal to Xuanyan sect should be somewhere else. Does junior brother Xiao know? Of course I know. Xiao Mao nodded. I'll follow big brother and senior sister to Liang. There's also a teleportation portal to Golden Goose Ridge. There's no need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Xuanyan sect has already issued a gathering order. As a disciple of Xuanyan sect, you should hurry back to Golden Goose Ridge. Imperial Thunder sect, Huanhua sect, and Utopia sect will also issue a gathering order soon. We don't dare to delay. Once we reach Liang, we'll have to return to our respective sections. If that's the case? Xiao Mao hesitated and said, then I'll return to Golden Goose Ridge now? To be honest, Xiao Mao liked the feeling of harmony when he followed Xiao Hua and the rest to train in Huan Country and Million Mountains. He was reluctant to leave. Go. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out a jade slip before he said, this contains some secret techniques for cultivation and some of Big Brother's comprehensions towards the broken golden arrow. I was too busy earlier and didn't have the time to give it to you. Now I'll give it to you. All right. Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua weren't polite at all. They reached out to catch it and nodded. Little brother will return to the Gold Goose Mountain Range. After the battle, little brother will go to the Imperial Thunder sect to pay a visit to big brother. And with eldest senior brother Li's token, it will be easy for us to meet. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but eldest senior brother Li is still far away. With the teleportation formation, it's not that far. Li Zongbao also gave Xiao Mao a rare look and exhorted, junior brother Zhao's cultivation level is the lowest, so you still have to cultivate more. Although the power of the bloodline is good, it is still far inferior to our Dao sect's cultivation path. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao bit his lips. His eyes were a little moist. He bowed and said, I hope that senior brother Li's wishes will come true. I'm leaving now. Then let's go. Not to mention Xiao Hua, who had the deepest feelings for Xiao Mao, even Fairy Xianxia was a little reluctant to part with him. However, everyone waved their hands. They knew that it was only a matter of time before they parted ways with Xiao Mao. After Xiao Mao flew away, Xiao Hua didn't say much. He lowered his head and flew straight ahead with Fairy Xianxia and Li Zongbao. After flying for half a day, Fairy Xianxia couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Xiao Hua, do you think Xiao Mao will return to Tongmu City to look for the Immortal Alliance's envoy? Xiao Hua had something on his mind and didn't pay attention to how Fairy Xianxia addressed him. When he raised his head and saw Fairy Xianxia's curious expression, he shook his head and said, so what if he goes? So what if he doesn't go? I just want to ask. Fairy Xianxia said, I feel that he is very interested in joining the Immortal Alliance. Of course, everyone knows this. Xiao Hua said indifferently, In Jingtai Pavilion, he already promised Qing Liuzi. You female cultivators are just curious. Xiao Mao is also a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Whether he joins the Immortal Alliance or not is his own business. Although we can care about him, we can't control him. Female cultivators? Fairy Xia's mouth curled up as if she was mocking him. How many good junior sisters do you actually have? Sigh. Xiao Hua heard this and couldn't help but feel irritated. However, looking at Fairy Xia's expression, he suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and explained, My wife, that Huang Mingxiang was indeed only at Tianmen Mountain. After that, he only helped them to repair the array. You know, the Huang family is really pitiful. Oh, he actually helped them to repair the array? Was he together with Huang Mingxiang? Fairy Xia frowned and asked again. This is bad. Xiao Hua complained bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he was talking to Fairy Xia, he did not mention anything about repairing the array. But now, he had no choice but to answer honestly, yes, but that was the Huang family's own array jade slip, and they even took the jade essence and the simple method of making jade talismans as a reward. That's when your husband learned how to make jade talismans. Hee, they actually gave him the array jade slip and the method of making jade talismans. Fairy Xia's eyes were filled with mockery. The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain treats you as one of their own, right? Not really, it's just a transaction. Xiao Hua explained. You really have nothing to do with this Huang Mingxiang? Fairy Xia asked. Xiao Hua was helpless. Shui was also at Tianmen Mountain that day. We were training together. What can I have to do with Huang Mingxiang? Oh, so there's a younger sister Shui. Fairy Xia sneered. This time, there's no younger sister Shui in Million Mountain. There's only I. Perhaps when you explain Ziming and Jiuxia to younger sister Shui, you'll also explain it this way, right? Xiao Hua was speechless. He really didn't expect female cultivators to be so troublesome and picky. He clearly had nothing to do with Ziming and Huang Mingxiang, but in Fairy Xia's eyes, it became a problem. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but when the words reached his mouth, he really didn't know how to refute. It seemed that he had some inexplicable entanglements with these female cultivators. Although he didn't have such intimate contact with Fairy Xia, their relationship was far beyond that of ordinary female cultivators, and even beyond the boundary of ordinary fellow Daoists. Especially Jiuxia. Her incomparable appearance didn't fade because of time, and even became clearer. What made Xiao Hua a little scared was that he actually missed Jiuxia a little. Sigh, if you're serious with female cultivators, then you'll really be the first to fail. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked at Li Zongbao, who was silently flying forward with his head lowered. He thought of a sentence that cultivators often said, and he muttered in his heart. He secretly envied Li Zongbao because he didn't have Kai Zhuoxia's nagging and nitpicking. How can I think like that? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was immediately alarmed. Li Zongbao has wasted his youth because of Kai Zhuoxia's life and death. I'm guarding a living wife, what else am I thinking? No, I have to quickly divert my wife's attention. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked in a different direction from where the three of them were flying. He said curiously, this is... Without waiting for Fairy Xia to say anything, he hurriedly said to Li Zongbao, Senior Brother Li, bring Fairy Xia to the teleportation array first. What's wrong? Fairy Xia seemed to have seen through Xiao Hua's trick and said sarcastically, Could it be that there's another good junior sister like you? Good junior sister? Li Zongbao naturally didn't hear their voice transmission and asked curiously. At the same time, his divine sense swept towards the direction Xiao Hua was looking at. There's a fight over there. That fellow Daoist seems to be very familiar with it. Xiao Hua hurriedly flew into the air and left his voice to Li Zongbao. The situation is critical, I have to go. Xiao Hua, come back. Fairy Xia shouted angrily, I'll go with you too. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's figure had already turned into the wind and flew away quickly. Fairy Xia's divine sense locked onto Xiao Hua, but in just a moment, Xiao Hua's figure disappeared. She couldn't find any trace of him. Fairy Xianxia then fiercely looked in that direction and released her divine sense to the limit. Unfortunately, it was as she thought. She didn't see anything. Fairy Xianxia stomped her feet in the air, fuming. Li Zongbao released his divine sense for a few miles. Seeing this, he understood that even if he expanded his divine sense by 10 times, he still wouldn't be able to find the fight that Xiaohua was talking about. Hence, he tactfully retracted his divine sense and looked at Fairy Xianxia. He said in a deep voice, "Junior sister, Xiaohua is a good person. He has a good heart and a high cultivation. Don't force him too close. You female cultivators don't understand the heart of a male cultivator. A male cultivator doesn't need to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but a little flirtatious relationship. Not everyone can reject it." I remember Zi Ming once said in the Back Earth Stronghold that if a needle is pointed at an awl, there will always be someone who gets hurt. If you take a step back, you'll be able to see the world. I'm worried that Xiaohua won't be able to find the teleportation array's location. Fairy Xia's face turned red as she stomped her feet. She knew that Li Zongbao was a man of few words. If it wasn't for the conflict between him and Xiaohua, he definitely wouldn't have said so much. But after a while, Fairy Xia asked curiously, "Senior brother, then what about you? Do you also have so many good junior sisters?" Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. The white hair on his head fluttered in the wind. "I can have many good junior sisters, but there's only one true love in my heart." As expected, a 3-legged toad is easy to find, but a male cultivator without a good junior sister is hard to find. Fairy Xia pouted and looked in the direction that Xiaohua flew in with disdain. She shook her head slightly. Chapter 2983. Li Zongbao and Fairy Xia flew towards the transmission array. Behind them, Xiao Mao, who had been flying for a long time with his head lowered, finally stopped in midair. He seemed to have made a decision. Looking in the direction of Li Zongbao and the others, he clenched his teeth and turned to fly away. As for Xiaohua, in order to get rid of Fairy Xia's divine sense, he actually used the devil sex concealment technique to fly 100 miles away. Only then did he reveal himself in midair. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Xiaohua muttered to himself, "The dual cultivation ceremony hasn't even been held yet, and you're already watching me so closely. If we really dual cultivate in the future, wouldn't you be nagging me every day? Thinking of a fly? This Xiao wants to be with you all the time, accompanying you as you wander about the Dawn Rain continent, but this Xiao doesn't want this kind of suspicious life. I haven't even said a word to the female cultivator, and you can already imagine the consequences of this sentence, as well as the possible situation between me and this female cultivator. This kind of extraordinary imagination really makes me convinced. It's fine if you think about it, but you can't blame this Xiao for something that hasn't happened yet. I'm so outstanding. If I don't have a few good junior sisters, if I don't have a few female cultivators, can I still be considered a male cultivator?" Xiaohua was somewhat disdainful. Qian Diheng once said that the dual cultivation ceremony is the tomb of sweet feelings. It seems like he was right. Damn it, luckily I didn't mention Sun Shu's matter, otherwise I don't know how my wife would slander me. Thinking about this, Xiaohua looked left and right at this unfamiliar place. He released his divine sense and easily found Li Zongbao and Fairy Xia's figures. He also activated his flying technique and slowly followed beside them. His mind entered the space again. Everything in the space was normal. His primordial spirit was improving rapidly and could now refine low-level pills. As for Little Black, who Xiaohua was concerned about, it was still lying on the ground, sleeping like Little Yellow. Xiaohua had already looked at Little Black several times. Sometimes he almost suspected that this was done by the Hutu village's elder Wu on purpose. Did he not want him to know the secret of the Hutu village? What a gluttonous and sleepy couple. Xiaohua looked at Little Yellow and Little Black, and he couldn't help but feel a kind of affection in his heart, as if he had already felt it before. Looking at Zhang Luer again, she was still the same. Her eyes were still slowly moving, but she had not woken up. It's not appropriate to place the three-legged golden crow's soul here. Xiaohua inadvertently saw the soul essence of the three-legged golden crow. When little yellow and little black wake up, they might just swallow it in one bite. But where should I put it? Xiaohua had no idea what to do. What is the use of the three-legged golden crow's soul essence? Xiaohua hadn't thought about this problem for a long time. Now, he was taking advantage of his rare leisure time to think about it. Unfortunately, Xiaohua couldn't think of anything even after thinking for half a day. It seemed that he wasn't particularly proficient in crafting soul armaments. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Xiaohua sighed as he recalled the pressure he felt when facing Qing Liuzi, a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. If he hadn't been practicing the soul technique given to him by the Hutus Decade's elder Wu, he would have been forced to reveal his gold core stage cultivation. Facing a middle-stage nascent soul stage expert, there aren't many methods that I can use. Spiritual fire is one, and so is the soul execution light. I just don't know, how can I refine the soul execution light again? Xiaohua casually flew as he thought. Last time, when I used the soul execution light, it was blocked by the 5-star planet disk. I couldn't use it. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a big laugh, "This young master is somewhat conforming to the rules. The soul execution light can be refined according to the method given by second senior brother, and it can be completed step by step. But right now, I don't have any suitable materials in my hands. Why can't I refine a heaven-leveling staff like how other soul cultivators refine the heaven-raising staff?" Haha, that day, when the three-legged golden crow's soul essence appeared, it immediately froze my primordial spirit. Why can't I refine the three-legged golden crow's soul essence into the soul execution light? Since it's an object of 10,000 spirits, it naturally has a primordial spirit. The three-legged golden crow's soul essence can capture primordial spirits and imprison primordial spirits. Wouldn't it combine with the killing intent of the soul execution light? Now that he had an idea, Xiaohua couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. Not only was he thinking about how to refine the executioner's primal light, but he also took out the bone and jade slip to study how to refine the executioner's primal light in hopes of finding a way to refine it. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. Just as Xiaohua was slowly flying over, his Buddhist sense swept out from time to time, paying attention to the distance between him and Fairy Xianxia and the others. Just as Xiaohua was flying over a barren forest, he suddenly came to a halt and looked in a direction to his right with great astonishment. Damn it, when did I have the ability to make prophecies come true? Just now, I was just trying to trick my wife. Who knew that there would really be people fighting here? Good heavens, and one of them is a golden core. Xiaohua looked in the direction of Fairy Xianxia and the others, then swept out with his Buddhist sense again. He was a little hesitant, but just as he was hesitating, Xiaohua's face changed and he coldly said, "Oof, this cultivator in the mystic cloak is too sinister. He actually set up a formation here. Oh, that's not right. This mystic cloak cultivator should be a golden core middle stage cultivator. He hid his cultivation level because he wanted to kill this golden core early stage female cultivator without leaving any traces. This kind of bullying of the weak by the strong, there must be something fishy about it. How can I not care?" After saying that, Xiaohua's figure turned into a gust of wind again and flew quickly. In the direction that Xiaohua was flying, about 100 kilometers away, there was a female cultivator wearing a pure white robe. Her body was flickering with a faint brilliance. She was curled up on a rock. On her wrinkled face, there was a centipede-like scar that ran from the left side of her face to the right side. It looked very terrifying. At this time, the face of this old golden core early-stage female cultivator was abnormally pale. There was a pool of blood on her chest that dyed her Daoist robe red. There was also a large bloodstain below her waist. Although the bleeding had stopped, the blood still slowly dripped onto the gray ground. The female cultivator's eyes were filled with hatred. She stared straight at the cultivator holding a light green box in his hand and said angrily, "Bitch, is it you? I didn't think." You would actually use his jade slip to deceive me. You really want to take my life? Hee hee, now that things have come to this, can't you see? Didn't I want your life? The voice of the Miao cultivator was distorted. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Bitch, since you have already decided to kill me, why don't you dare to show your true face to me? The female cultivator said angrily, or do you not dare to face me? Do you not dare to face the kindness of my Sun family? Sun Qian. The voice said coldly, everything in the past is already in the past. I have already repaid the kindness of your Sun family. I don't want to face you now because I don't want you to be sad before you die. When did you repay my Sun family's kindness to you? Can you repay it? Sun Qian was lying on the ground. Her injuries were so serious that she could hardly get up. However, she still roared like a lioness. For that magic treasure, Lu Mingxing of the Dragon Gate Mountain killed 460 members of your Sun family. Who took revenge for this? Didn't I ask the city lord of Tongmu City to kill the late Golden Core stage Lu Mingxing? If not for me, when would your Sun family be able to take revenge? The Miao cultivator said flatly. Is this what you mean by repaying the kindness of my Sun family? Sun Qian was angry again. Who saved you from the world of ice and snow? Who raised you since you were young? Is this kindness something you can easily repay? That person originally had feelings for me, but you just had to snatch it from me. Father grounded me for 10 years because of this. Is this something you can easily repay? You found your own backer and immediately broke away from my Sun family. You never returned to my Sun family. Father and mother even often asked me to inquire about you. Is this kind of old debt something you can easily repay? When I came to Tongmu City to inquire about you, in order to prevent that person from taking a fancy to me, you actually ruthlessly disfigured my face, making me too ashamed to see that person again. Is this kind of old debt something you can easily repay? Since you have already given yourself to the city lord of Tongmu City, why are you still thinking about that person in your heart? Today, you actually used that person's jade slip to deceive me. Is this kind of new debt something you can easily repay? Seeing Sun Qian hysterically shouting, the Miao cultivator quietly listened. When Sun Qian finished speaking, the cultivator pointed his finger at the green box. A ball of emerald green light flew out from the box like the rising sun. Strands of green vines grew from the brilliance and swayed in the air. The cultivator said indifferently, Sun Qian, there is nothing in this world that cannot be repaid. Whether it is new hatred or old hatred, as long as I drop this magic treasure, all the grievances you have in this life will turn into nothing. What's the use of saying so much? Sigh. Seeing the powerful might of the green light, Sun Qian knew that even if she was not injured, she would definitely not be this person's opponent. Not to mention, this person was vicious and merciless. He had already set up a magic array and pretended to fight to the death with her while luring her into an ambush. Little sister E, since things have come to this, big sister will not say anything more. Sun Qian sighed and said, Big sister just wants to ask you, is he, well? He is very well. You don't have to worry about him. The cultivator said indifferently, didn't you see that jade slip? If he didn't give it to me that day, how could I have broken through to the gold core realm so easily? Now you can give up. There is only me in his heart, never you. Even when he knew that I was in a situation, he still gave me the enlightenment of the gold core. It can be seen that he is dead set on me. You have already been defeated by me. Chapter 2984. He has always been noble and his heart is higher than the heavens. How could he be interested in a withered flower like you? Alas, it seems that I was also blind. The scar on my face is not undeserved at all. Although the cultivator heard Sun Qian calling her a withered flower, she was still not angry. She looked at the ball of light in the air and said, Sister, you should go. Your character is really not suitable for this dawn rain continent. You trust others too easily. You are not Chen Yi. Chen Yi has never called me sister since she was young. Sun Qian suddenly shouted with a look of unwillingness. What's the difference between being and not being? The cultivator pointed her finger and the green ball of light turned into a stream of light and was about to smash towards Sun Qian. Hee, it's really lively ah. I really don't know who this Chen Yi is if she is not Chen Yi. A slightly excited voice suddenly sounded in the air. Xiao Hua didn't even bother to conceal himself as he appeared in the air. Ah? The cultivator was very surprised to see Xiao Hua appear. Sun Qian looked up and saw Xiao Hua's face and hurriedly shouted, Xiao Hua, quickly run. You are not her opponent. Quickly return to Imperial Thunder Sect and tell him what you saw. Zhen Qin take revenge for me? How do you know my name is Xiao Hua? You and Martial Uncle Zhen Qin are old friends? Xiao Hua was in a hurry and obviously did not hear what Sun Qian said earlier. Idiot! Why are you asking so much? Quickly run. Sun Qian did not answer a single question and only supported half of her body and angrily cursed. Go die. The cultivator did not care about Sun Qian anymore. She pointed her finger at the green ball of light. The ball of light turned and rushed toward Xiao Hua. Moreover, hundreds of green threads came out of the ball of light. Once these threads came out, they immediately absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi and turned into the size of a thumb. From all directions, they moved towards Xiao Hua with a sharp whistling sound. Hee, Xiao Hua sneered. He slapped his hand, and several thumb-sized jade pieces flew out. At the same time, his figure retreated like the wind. Rumble, just as the green thread expanded again and was about to pierce through the jade pieces and pierce toward Xiao Hua, the jade pieces suddenly transformed into a huge fireball and exploded. The powerful impact and the fierce fire immediately pounced on the green light and green net. What kind of fireball charm is this? The cultivator was shocked, but the fire was very fierce. In just a moment, the green light was completely swallowed up. I didn't expect you to have some skills. I underestimated you. While speaking, the Mi-Wei cultivator once again made a grabbing motion with his hand. That green box suddenly exploded, and completely green light rushed out like fireflies, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed toward Xiao Hua. In the blink of an eye, all the green lights expanded, and each green light grew huge tentacles, just like the previous green light. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was dyed green. Rumble, sure enough, another wave of fireballs was born. Unfortunately, no matter how many fireballs there were, they could not compare to the green light. All the outer layers of the fireballs were covered by the green light. Very quickly, the fireballs also disappeared. I want to see how many of these top-quality fireball charms you have? The cultivator sneered, but suddenly found that Xiao Hua had disappeared from the green light. I naturally don't have too many fireball charms, but those are enough. Just as the cultivator released his divine sense to investigate, Xiao Hua's figure rushed out from the place where Sun Qian was lying down. Oh, the 5 elements escape technique? You are actually still in contact with Sun Qian? The cultivator was slightly surprised. He pointed his finger again, and thousands of green shadows rushed toward Xiao Hua. However, this time, the green shadows also covered Sun Qian. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, and the sword gourd flew out of the space. He pointed his finger, and with 2 whooshing sounds, 2 green and red spirit execution light flew out of the sword gourd towards the neck of the cultivator who was hiding in the Mi-Wei. Ouch! The golden core cultivator was extremely sensitive to the extraordinariness of the spirit execution light. He hurriedly grabbed with his hand, and the green box suddenly flew into his hand. A cluster of green light rushed out like a fountain, and blocked the spirit execution light. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, not only was the green light broken by the spirit execution light, but the green box was also shattered by the spirit execution light. Oh no! The Mi-Wei cultivator was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly moved his body, and a string of afterimages flashed in midair. Unfortunately, no matter how the cultivator escaped, the spirit execution light still went straight for his neck, and now it was only a few feet. Rise, the cultivator hurriedly slapped his forehead again, and a green light was spat out from his mouth. At the same time, a pressure close to that of a golden core late-stage soared into the sky and rolled toward Xiaohua. That oppressive might far surpassed the misty green brilliance and instantly enveloped Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered and also slapped his head. The pressure close to that of a nascent soul early stage swept out like a waterfall and immediately blocked the pressure of the Mi-Wei cultivator. An indescribable impact force rushed out from the point of contact between the two pressures, and suddenly a powerful hurricane was formed. You're really nameless? The Mi-Wei cultivator almost turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily. Oh, for you. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and understood that he must be familiar with this Mi-Wei cultivator. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's pressure was only formed by the sun-shrouding art. It was already good that he could resist the pressure of a golden core late-stage cultivator. If he wanted to attack, he couldn't counter this Mi-Wei cultivator. Therefore, he could only watch as the green light rushed out of the sky and turned into an oval mirror. The pillar-like green light shot out from the mirror and directly rushed towards the spirit execution light. Clear sky mirror? Seeing the mirror fly out of the Mi-Wei cultivator's confusion, and the green light immediately stopped the spirit execution light, Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The mysterious Mi-Wei cultivator also felt relieved when he saw that the clear sky mirror could stop the spirit execution light. He glanced at Sun Qian, who was also shocked, and sensed Xiaohua's nascent soul stage pressure. After a little calculation, his body moved quickly, and he was about to fly away. You think you can escape with the clear sky mirror? Xiaohua was shocked, and he opened his mouth. Buzz. A huge roar sounded, and the seal of turning the sea, which he hadn't used for a long time, rushed out. At this time, the seal of turning the sea was more freely in Xiaohua's hand, and in a moment, it became several tens of feet large, and like a small mountain, it smashed towards the Mi-Wei cultivator. The seal of turning the sea, whether it was the power or the weight, was really huge. The Mi-Wei cultivator's fleeing figure was already under the control of the seal of turning the sea, and the huge force pressed down on the cultivator, causing his body to distort. Go! The cultivator had no choice but to point his finger, and a huge pillar of green light rushed out from the clear sky mirror, directly blocking the seal of turning the sea. Buzz! Buzz! The seal of turning the sea made a noise, and the light pillar was greatly suppressed, causing the entire clear sky mirror to shake slightly. A mouthful of blood essence was spat out from the cultivator's mouth, and it landed on the clear sky mirror. The clear sky mirror let out a sorrowful cry, and its brilliance increased greatly, instantly covering the seal of turning the sea. Buzz! Buzz! The seal of turning the sea shook violently, and it actually started to shrink, as if it was going to fall into the clear sky mirror. Damn it, Xiaohua muttered, and his eyes turned. At this time, the Mi-Wei cultivator screamed, and his hands involuntarily covered his head. It was Xiaohua's soul thorn technique. Taking advantage of this moment, the seal of turning the sea expanded again, and it pressed down on the clear sky mirror by a few feet. Roar! The Mi-Wei cultivator roared, and he forcefully endured the severe pain in his divine sense. He really wanted to spit out his essence again, but at this time, the green and red spirit-slaying vital light flashed at him at the same time, and it landed on his neck. The cultivator was immediately scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly activated the protective golden light around his body, trying to pull himself up and make a last-ditch struggle. Unfortunately, just as the golden light flashed, it was immediately cut apart by the spirit-slaying vital light like silk. Puff! The Mi-Wei cultivator was torn apart, and his head flew out, and blood spurted high into the sky. Chen Yuming. Seeing the head in the air, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. This Mi-Wei cultivator, this middle gold core cultivator who was chasing after Sun Qian, was actually Chen Yuming, the deacon of Twilight Tong City's conference hall. Damn it, I've completely offended that bastard Qing Liuzi. Xiaohua looked at the mess on the ground and smiled bitterly. He had been thinking for a long time, but he couldn't imagine that this person was actually Qing Liuzi's confidant. But soon after, Xiaohua also sneered. The number of nascent soul cultivators I've offended seems to be increasing. This one won't make a difference. Besides, who would know that I killed Chen Yuming? Thinking, Xiaohua waved his hand, and a wisp of samadhi true fire appeared, and in a moment, Chen Yuming's corpse was burned into nothingness. Xiaohua waved his hand, and Chen Yuming's storage pouch, the formation disc and other items that were used to set up the formation, the fragments of the green box, and the clear sky mirror all fell into his hands. Xiaohua didn't even look at them before putting them into the space, and then his gaze fell on Sun Qian. When Sun Qian saw that Xiaohua actually killed Chen Yuming so quickly and inconceivably, she was already shocked to death. But when Xiaohua destroyed the corpse, she patted her hand and took out a jade bottle from her storage pouch, poured out 2 scarlet spirit pills, and slowly swallowed them. In a moment, a trace of red appeared on Sun Qian's face. "Senior, are you Sun Qian?" Xiaohua looked at this female cultivator and said somewhat cautiously, "Senior, are you acquainted with Qin Yi and my thunder-controlling sex martial uncle Zhen Qing? Also, the Flower Burial Manor's beauty-retaining grass was done by you?" Xiaohua had long heard Qin Yi mention Sun Qian in the Flower Burial Manor. He thought that Sun Qian was a young and beautiful cultivator like Qin Yi, but he didn't expect that she was actually an old woman with a scar on her face. But when Sun Qian mentioned Zhen Qing, Xiaohua had no choice but to treat her with respect. As for why he didn't ask who the Mi Wei cultivator was and wanted to kill him, naturally, it was the same. Chapter 2985. Sun Qian was even more surprised to see Xiaohua being so respectful and calling her senior. After all, Xiaohua's cultivation was much higher than hers. Of course, she quickly understood in her heart that the root cause of this was Zhen Qing. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me fellow Daoist." Sun Qian struggled to get up. "Although Zhen Qing and I are old friends, it's all in the past. There's no need to mention it." Then, Sun Qian looked around and said, "The grudge between Qin Yi and I is also from a long time ago. Fellow Daoist, you don't need to know about it. As for what happened in Burial Flower Manor, it was naturally my doing. I wished I could pull out her tendons and skin her alive. Destroying a few youth-retaining herbs is nothing. That day when you entered Burial Flower Manor, I was waiting for an opportunity and went in with you. Therefore, I knew you were Xiaohua. Well, I thank fellow Daoist Xiao for saving my life. It's a pity that I can't repay you. Moreover, I have other things to do. Goodbye." After saying that, Sun Qian bowed and was about to leave with her flying technique. "Senior, don't worry." Seeing Sun Qian leaving in such a hurry, Xiaohua was anxious and shouted, "If you leave, what will I do?" What will you do?" Sun Qian was also surprised. "I'm leaving by myself. What does that have to do with you?" Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "Senior, your injuries don't seem to be so simple. I have some healing pills here. Moreover, with Senior's injuries, if he were to encounter Qin Yi, who has a heart as vicious as a scorpion, if he were to leave by himself, I'm afraid he would only die. Since she was able to send Chen Yuming over, who knows if she has other backup plans? Why don't you follow me and wait until your injuries are healed? You can go to the Imperial Thunder Sect or anywhere else. Won't I be relieved? Won't I be able to answer to martial uncle Zhen Qing?" Zhen Qing was very good to Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua let go of such an opportunity to repay Zhen Qing? Sun Qian hesitated slightly and nodded. "I can go with you, but don't tell Zhen Qing about me." "Ah?" Xiaohua was surprised. Sun Qian stubbornly raised her head and said indifferently, "If fellow cultivator Xiao doesn't agree, I will leave immediately." "All right." Although Xiaohua didn't understand the relationship between Zhen Qing, Qin Yi, and Sun Qian, Xiaohua understood a lot from Sun Qian's stubbornness, Qin Yi's viciousness, and the indecisiveness in Zhen Qing's flute. However, when Xiaohua released his Buddhist consciousness again, Where was Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask awkwardly, Senior, do you know where the nearest transmission array is? Sun Qian didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't give her the pills and instead asked about the teleportation formation. She looked around and casually pointed to 3 places, saying, one of them leads to Twilight Tong City. I don't think fellow Daoist Xiao will walk right into a trap, right? Which of the 2 directions do you want to go, fellow Daoist? Seeing that one of the directions Sun Qian was pointing at was similar to the direction of Fairy Hongxia, Xiaohua happily scratched his ears and cheeks and said, it's there. Then, he grabbed Sun Qian out of thin air and flew towards that direction. Although Sun Qian was injured, she was still a Jindan stage cultivator after all. Xiaohua's grab made her look like a child, and Sun Qian didn't seem to have any strength to resist. This caused Sun Qian to be shocked again. However, Sun Qian immediately felt relieved. With the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator and the strength to easily kill a golden core cultivator, if Xiaohua wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, who else could he be? However, while Sun Qian was relieved, she was puzzled again. After all, when Xiaohua rushed into the burial flower manor, Sun Qian was secretly watching from the side. Xiaohua really had the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. How long had it been? Could it be that Xiaohua had already concealed his cultivation? Sun Qian naturally had this thought. However, the moment this thought appeared, Sun Qian immediately shouted, fellow Daoist Xiao, you're flying towards this direction. Xiaohua was extremely embarrassed as he replied, thank you, Senior. This Xiao, oh I see it, it's here. Xiaohua's flying speed increased. It was exactly where Sun Qian was pointing. Sun Qian naturally released her divine sense. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. Oh, by the way, Senior, please help me conceal my cultivation. Before nameless identity is exposed, don't tell others. Xiaohua seemed to be indifferent, but there was an unquestionable meaning in his tone. I understand. Although Sun Qian was stubborn, she still understood this kind of thing and agreed without hesitation. From afar, Xiaohua began to use his divine sense to harass Fairy Hongxia. He seemed to be in the right. Fairy Hongxia seemed to be in a fit of pique and did not release her divine sense. Only when they were close enough did Xiaohua helplessly shout, Senior brother Li, junior sister Hongxia, quickly come over and take out your pills. This senior's son is injured. There's really a fight? Fairy Hongxia was also surprised. She released her divine sense and saw that beside Xiaohua was a female cultivator. Her expression changed instantly. Of course, after a moment, she saw Sun Qian's appearance again. Fairy Hongxia's face was slightly hot. She quickly went forward and took out the medicine that Xiaohua gave her. Senior, it's not that I don't want to give you elixirs. It's that I don't have any in my storage bag. Xiaohua only had eyes for others. His excellent character was immediately exposed. Thank you, junior niece. Facing Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao, Sun Qian's tense heart finally relaxed. She nodded with a smile and took the elixirs without hesitation. Then, Sun Qian changed into a Daoist robe with Fairy Hongxia and followed Xiaohua and the rest. Although Xiaohua's elixirs were miraculous, Qin Yuming wanted Sun Qian's life after all. If Sun Qian wanted to recover, it would take a period of time. With Xiaohua and the rest accompanying her, Sun Qian didn't have to worry. Although Fairy Hongxia didn't ask much, Xiaohua couldn't not report. He explained the cause of the matter in detail. Of course, Sun Qian also listened at the side. Xiaohua thought that Sun Qian would definitely say something. She might even reveal the grudge between the 3 of them. Now that Chen Yi's viciousness had been exposed, Zhen Qing's choice would naturally be biased towards Sun Qian. If he could accomplish this, he would be repaying Zhen Qing, who knew that Sun Qian didn't say a word. No matter how Xiaohua tried to beat around the bush, Fairy Hongxia would agree. Helpless, Xiaohua could only shut his mouth and extinguish this thought. After a few days, Xiaohua's elixirs were effective. Sun Qian's injuries had healed and the teleportation array was in sight. Sun Qian immediately stopped flying and bowed. Fellow cultivator Xiao, thank you for saving my life. Now, I have to go somewhere and can't travel with the three of you. Goodbye. That. Xiaohua wanted to say something but hesitated. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, please be careful. That's right. Senior, there are some elixirs. Take them, they will be useful in the future. Fairy Xianxia was careful. Without waiting for Sun Qian to fly away, she immediately took out a jade bottle and handed it to Sun Qian. Sun Qian didn't want to accept it, but the effect of the elixir was really good. It was indeed very useful to her. Thus, Sun Qian hesitated. Senior, Martial Uncle Zhenqing has helped me before. This is Junior's filial piety. Please accept it. Xiaohua was afraid that Sun Qian wouldn't accept it. Who knew that once Zhenqing was mentioned, Sun Qian's expression changed. She said indifferently, I don't have any entanglements with Zhenqing. Fellow cultivator Xiao, you misunderstood. After saying that, she flew away without looking back, leaving a lonely figure in everyone's eyes. You talk too much. Fairy Xianxia glared at Xiaohua and hurriedly flew over. Unfortunately, she was only a foundation establishment cultivator. How could she catch up with Sun Qian? Luckily, everyone was heading towards the teleportation formation. There was no need to worry about any mishaps. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He knew that he had underestimated Sun Qian's stubbornness. He looked at Li Zongbao and didn't say anything. The two of them slowly flew behind. After half a day, they saw a beautiful town. Fairy Xianxia was standing in the air outside the town. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Xiaoxia's unhappy face and knew that the result was not good. He asked softly, I did catch up with her. I caught up with her when Senior's son stepped into the teleportation formation. Fairy Xianxia sighed and said, It's a pity that Senior's son didn't even talk to me. It was as if she didn't know me. She didn't even accept the elixir. This old lady is too. Xiaohua smacked his lips and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. That's called unforgettable love. Fairy Xianxia snorted and said, Unlike some people who have who knows how many good junior sisters. Bad girl, Xiaohua complained in his heart. He rolled his eyes and pretended to be mysterious. I'm afraid that's not all. I didn't dare to tell you guys earlier. I reckon that Senior's son, that Chen Yi and Martial Uncle Zhenqing have a story. Who is Chen Yi? Fairy Xianxia immediately became spirited. What story do the three of them have? This Senior's son. Although she has a scar on her face, she looks elegant. She must have been a beauty when she was young. Chen Yi? Xiaohua was a little troubled. He didn't know how to explain it. After thinking for a while, he gave a rough explanation. Although Xiaohua's oral ability was not as good as Li Zongbao's, his story was more bizarre. It even involved the story of the youthful grass and Sun Qian and Chen Yi. Fairy Xianxia was fascinated by it. Li Zongbao also finally knew the origin of Xiaohua's revitalizing elixir. At the same time, he naturally understood how dangerous the four of them had been in Tongmu City. But it was also because of this that Li Zongbao was even more puzzled. If Chen Yi was in Tongmu City, there was no reason for her to let Xiaohua go. Even if Xiaohua was the hero of the battle. But if Chen Yi wasn't in Tongmu City, why would Chen Yuming ambush Sun Qian? However, at this time, they were only a short distance away from the Kai family of Liang. How could Li Zongbao's heart contain anything else? He was just thinking about it in his heart. No matter how dangerous it was all Xiaohua's fault. Li Zongbao was a disciple of the Utopia faction. Even if Qing Liuzi was given a lot of courage, he would never dare to touch Li Zongbao at this time. Chapter 2986. However, Fairy Xianxia was not Li Zongbao. She still wanted to ask about Chen Yi and Sun Qian, as well as Zhenqing. However, Xiaohua really did not know. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Actually, there's no need to ask about the truth of the story. Chen Yi won't mention it, and Sun Qian won't talk about it either. The only one who can talk about it is Martial Uncle Zhenqing. Will he talk about it? It's useless to pursue this now. Look at Qin Yi's viciousness and scheming, as well as Senior Sun's stubbornness. Sigh, any male cultivator would not have a good ending. If there's a chance, we can ask Martial Uncle Zhen Qing's opinion. It's best if we can play matchmaker. Xiaohua's words sounded simple, but this was a dispute between Golden Core cultivators. What could a few Foundation establishment cultivators do? Actually, I think the biggest reason is Senior Sun's face. Fairy Xianxia said worriedly. No one is willing to show their ugliest part to the person they love the most. Chen Yi is in charge of Burial Flower Manor. She has some elders who know poison. Senior Sun's face must be related to Chen Yi. Xiaohua nodded. If we don't heal the scar on his face, it won't be appropriate to give Senior Sun the rejuvenation pill. We'll have to rely on you. Fairy Xianxia glared at Xiaohua. Didn't you say you can do anything except give birth? Yes, junior sister, I'll do whatever you ask. Xiaohua sighed. His efforts were not in vain. However, he felt that his words were wrong. He had no reason to ask for a junior sister. Fortunately, Fairy Xianxia rolled her eyes and did not argue with him. The three of them descended from the sky and entered the teleportation array. After exiting Rain Town's teleportation array, they were supposed to fly southwest. Xiaohua was no longer in Qi refinement disciple. It would only take a few days for him to accompany Fairy Xianxia and Li Zongbao to Yang Cauldron Mountain. However, the closer they got to Luyang, the more anxious Fairy Xianxia became. Even Li Zongbao, who was usually calm and steady, had a slight blush on his face. Let's take the flying boat. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao. The flying boat was in Li Zongbao's storage bag. Take us and fly back. Unexpectedly, Fairy Xianxia said resolutely, although the flowing cloud-flying ship is fast, it can't compare to your lightning evasion. Alright. Xiaohua didn't dare to decline, and he said in a low voice, Senior Apprentice Brother Li, don't use the slightest bit of magic power. Little brother will carry you and fly. Yes. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiaohua reached out with his left hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's wrist out of thin air, while his right hand gently wrapped around Fairy Xia's slender waist. With a rumbling sound of thunder, the three of them instantly turned into streaks of lightning and shot up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In less than 2 days, he saw a towering mountain in the distant forest. There was a huge cauldron at the top of the mountain. It was the Yang Cauldron Mountain that Xiaohua had seen when he first came to Liang. A slightly complicated expression appeared in Xiaohua's eyes. Yes, it had only been a few decades. The little itinerant cultivator from back then had now become a Golden Core cultivator. The feeling of uneasiness and the inability to see the future had now been replaced by complacency. Back then, he didn't know what the outcome would be when he entered Liang, but when he entered, he had a beauty in his arms. However, looking at the Yang Cauldron Mountain, it was still the same. At the foot of the mountain, the river that wasn't considered wide still flowed slowly, like a never-ending melody. What had changed were people, things, experiences, and attitudes. Are the fake mountains and stone sculptures in the small town still the same? Xiaohua's figure swept across the river, and he couldn't help but think, is that blind old man still well? At that moment, Xiaohua suddenly turned around. Darling Xiao, Fairy Xianxia said anxiously, the Kai family is on the other side of the river, not in town. I know. Xiaohua said indifferently, however, I think there's something more important that needs to be done. Fairy Xianxia was stunned. She really didn't know what was more important than Kai Zhuoxia's life at that moment. When Xiaohua flew to a corner of the small town, he released Fairy Xianxia and Li Zongbao, and landed in the middle of the pile of stone sculptures. After a few decades, the group of stone sculptures had been damaged. The previously lifelike child had long lost his limbs, and the old cow that had lowered its head to plow the fields was gone. Only a large portion of its body remained, and there was a lot of bird droppings on it. Although Fairy Xianxia was born and grew up in Liang, she didn't know anything about the stone sculptures. The first time I came to Liang town, I saw a blind old man here. Xiaohua calmly recounted the situation that day. He was just a mortal and he was blind. Yet, he was able to focus on carving for 20 years. He used the unique scenery to decorate Luoyang, and used the beautiful scenery to repay the people who helped him. 20 years, almost 30% of his life, he had been doing this seemingly boring thing. He didn't know how great the effects of his carving would be, nor did he know how long his works would last. Yet he did it. Only when he did it, would his legacy remain in this world, and only then would others be able to see his existence. Now, the stone sculptures are already damaged. Perhaps it won't be long before they are cleaned up. Now, not many people will remember the old man who lowered his head to chisel the stones decades ago. When the stone sculptures are gone, even fewer people will know. But this person, he really did exist. This matter, he really did try his best in the past. The beauty of Luoyang, it really did exist. The life and death of a person are coincidental, but also inevitable. Even if a mortal only lives for 50 to 60 years, even if a Mahayana cultivator lives for tens of thousands of years, as long as they live, they work hard, they do something, they will leave a deep mark in this world. Humans may not remember, but heaven and earth will remember, and so will the heavenly Tao. Sometimes, life and death aren't scary. What's scary is being mediocre. Xiaohua looked at the traces left behind by the vicissitudes of time on this stone sculpture and spoke with deep emotions. When Li Zongbao and Fairy Xianxia heard this, their hearts were moved. For Xiaohua to be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage in such a heaven-defying manner, there was indeed something special about him. The two of them were completely convinced. Junior brother's words are extremely true. I am indeed somewhat superficial. Li Zongbao took a deep breath. Zhuoxia's life and death isn't important. What's important is the unforgettable memory of her. Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua was relieved. After all, Li Zongbao had placed too much hope in Kai Zhuoxia's life. He really didn't dare to guarantee that his strange willow branch would be able to keep Kai Zhuoxia alive. If he wasn't facing a living Kai Zhuoxia, but a skeleton, Xiaohua didn't know if Li Zongbao, who cultivated the parting emotions treasure mirror and whose mind was injured by the immortal slaying whip, could remain calm. Phew, Fairy Xianxia also let out a long breath and nodded. Darling Xiao, I was too anxious. Let's go now. Xiaohua glanced at the broken stone sculptures again. With a flick of his sleeves, his body floated up again. A chant similar to Sanskrit came from Xiaohua's mouth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, all living things must return to their origin. This stone sculpture has already completed its mission. If it's still here, it will become a tragic scene. Why don't you go too? As Xiaohua's voice fell, all the stone sculptures slowly stirred up fine dust in the wind. Not long after, they completely disappeared between heaven and earth. The people were gone, the objects were gone too. Their memories would naturally be gone too. Fairy Xianxia adjusted her mood and didn't even release her divine sense. She brought Xiaohua and slowly flew to the other side of the river. Just like before, many of the secular people in Luoyang town stopped in their tracks and respectfully bowed to the three of them. Some of the elders who knew Fairy Xianxia even knelt on the ground. One could see the prestige of the Kai family in Luoyang. In just a moment, they had crossed the river. Xiaohua looked at the continuous manor in the distance, and the majestic archway and vermilion door. It was obviously more imposing than before. He couldn't help but smile. The Kai family of Luoyang is no longer what it used to be. Fairy Xia's face also revealed a faint smile. She said cheerfully, Darling Xiao, you must be joking. I haven't been back for a long time. Darling Xiao has contributed greatly to the Kai family's current development. Immediately after, Fairy Xianxia tidied her Taoist robe and said politely, Senior brother, this way please. Alright. Li Zongbao nodded. He knew that Fairy Xianxia was performing the etiquette of a host. I remember that the doors of your Kai family have always been tightly shut. It seems that only the doors of nobility and the doors of life and death can open. Why are they open today? Just as Fairy Xianxia was being polite to Li Zongbao, Xiaohua's sharp eyes saw the vermilion door slowly opening. Don't listen to that Kai Mingsong's nonsense. Fairy Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "Our Kai family of Liang is just a cultivation family. Why do we have so many rules? When I left Liang to join the Huanhua sect, I had already asked my father to abolish this rule. The Kai family of Qingyang really can't control our Kai family of Liang." Immediately after, Fairy Xianxia looked at the people who were walking out of the door. She smiled and said, "Perhaps there are some important guests who are here today? It doesn't matter who comes, as long as it's not a matter of life and death." Xiaohua smiled. "Don't jinx it." Fairy Xianxia glared at him. "Don't blame me for not letting you enter the manor if you continue." I wouldn't dare. Xiaohua shrunk his neck and stole a glance at Li Zongbao. It was a pity that Xiaohua's advice was wasted. Li Zongbao was in the middle of the situation. Although he knew that he shouldn't be so worried and that he would get the results in a moment, his eyes were still looking into the distance, somewhat absent-minded. Forget it, humans aren't saints. If all the male cultivators in the world were as infatuated as Li Zongbao, the female cultivators wouldn't be sad. Xiaohua sighed and didn't say anything more. Since Xiaohua and the rest had already seen the Kai family's door open, the people walking out of the door naturally saw the three people in midair. A few not-so-strong foundation establishment divine senses swept over. Chapter 2987. Naturally, those divine thoughts only scanned Xiaohua and Li Zongbao for a moment before landing on Fairy Xianxia. In a moment, 3 to 5 cultivators hurriedly flew out from the gate and rushed towards the three of them. Xiaohua could see clearly that the person in front of him was Kai Haisong. Although they hadn't seen each other for decades, Kai Haisong's hair had turned white and he was covered in wrinkles. However, his tall, thin figure, square face, and bright eyes were exactly the same as when Xiaohua first met him. In fact, his tightly shut lips were even more majestic than before. However, at this moment, Kai Haisong's tightly shut lips were trembling. His bright eyes were flashing with surprise and love. The several people near him were also in the early stage of the foundation building realm. Although they were also old, Xiaohua could still recognize them. They were none other than Kai Haisong's several clan brothers, Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, and Kai Hisong. When Fairy Xianxia saw that her father was coming, she was overjoyed. She ignored Xiaohua and hurriedly flew down. Unfortunately, before Fairy Xianxia could call out "Father," Kai Haisong suddenly stood in midair. Kai Shansong and the rest also stood respectfully. The four of them bowed together and said, "Master of the Kai family of Liang, Kai Haisong, and his clan relatives, Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, and Kai Hisong, greet Fairy Xianxia of the Huanhua sect." Fairy Xianxia was stunned. Then her face showed bitterness. She hurriedly stopped. This was the etiquette of the Huanhua sect. It was the face of the Huanhua sect. She didn't dare to avoid it and accepted the bow firmly. Then she returned the bow and said, "Master of the Kai family, please rise." Then, Fairy Xianxia pointed at Li Zongbao and Xiaohua who were flying over and said calmly, "This is Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect and Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect." Yes, Master of the Kai family of Liang, Kai Haisong, and his clan relatives, Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, and Kai Hisong, greet Senior Brother Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect and Senior Brother Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect. Kai Haisong and the rest did not dare to tarry as they hurriedly bowed again. Furthermore, unlike the way they treated Fairy Xianxia, they even added the words, "Senior Brother." As a disciple of the Huanhua sect, Fairy Xianxia was naturally afraid that there would be a difference in etiquette when she returned to the Kai family sect in Liang. However, Li Zongbao and Xiaohua were a little different. When the two of them heard Kai Haisong address him as Senior Brother, their faces were already filled with fear. They looked at each other and hurriedly extended their hands, saying anxiously, "Senior Kai, please don't stand on ceremony." As they spoke, the two of them were about to activate their Fa Li. However, as soon as they released their Fa Li, they immediately felt that it was inappropriate and simultaneously withdrew their Fa Li. However, the two of them immediately returned the greeting, not daring to accept it like Fairy Xianxia. Senior Kai Haisong and the others were bewildered. They looked at Li Zongbao, then at Xiaohua, and finally at Fairy Xianxia. At this moment, Xiaohua looked like he was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. However, he had previously visited the Kai family sect in Liang when he was around Qi refining stage level 4. He could be considered an old acquaintance of the Kai family. It was barely acceptable for him to call him senior. However, Li Zongbao was now in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, Li Zongbao's name was like the sun in the sky in the 3 cultivation countries. Everyone knew that he was the strongest person below the golden core stage. How could he call him senior? However, when Kai Haisong saw the slight blush on Fairy Xia's face, he could not help but laugh. He looked left and right at the few disciples of the sect. His eyes were filled with realization. Head of the Kai family, let us descend and speak. Fairy Xia was naturally a little shy. However, she still spoke in a proper manner. Yes, please. A smile appeared on Kai Haisong's wrinkled face as he respectfully stepped aside. Fairy Xia's face was also formal as she raised her hand and said, Senior Brother Li, Junior Brother Xiao, please. Alright. Xiaohua was clearly impatient with this kind of etiquette. He glanced at Li Zongbao and descended from the sky. Li Zongbao did not mind and also landed on the ground. On the other hand, Kai Haisong and the rest were a little surprised. Fairy Xia could be considered as half a host. Naturally, she would invite Li Zongbao and Xiaohua to go first. However, Li Zongbao's cultivation level was higher than Xiaohua's, so Li Zongbao should be the one to land first. Furthermore, Li Zongbao was the leader of the first group in the conference hall. If he did not go first, who would? However, Kai Haisong immediately understood. When Xiaohua came to the Kai family sect decades ago, he was originally a rogue cultivator. He probably did not know about this kind of etiquette. Looking at Li Zongbao's magnanimous appearance, Kai Haisong's eyes almost narrowed. When the group of people landed, the Kai family disciples standing by the vermilion door bowed and greeted them respectfully. However, there were 2 early foundation establishment disciples in front of the group. They looked to be middle-aged, but their facial features were very similar to Kai Haisong and the rest. Xiaohua looked at the disciples in front of him who were around the 10th level of Qi refining and sighed in his heart. A few decades ago, when he first came to the Kai family sect, most of the disciples he received were at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refining. In just a few decades, the Kai family's cultivation level had increased by more than a level. In fact, other than the family head and the rest who had already built their foundation, even the second-generation disciples had built their foundation. Ingjun, Hongsheng, the 2 of you have cultivated well. Fairy Xia looked at the 2 disciples who were much older than her and said with a smile, Many thanks for elder sister's praise. The 2 disciples respectfully replied, Our Kai family is proud of elder sister. We follow elder sister's example and cultivate diligently. Our cultivation level is nothing in front of elder sister. And it has been hard on you. Fairy Xia felt a little bitter in her heart. She knew that the 2 of them were able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in the Kai family sect. If they were in a cultivation sect, their future would be bright. However, the 2 of them stayed in Liang for the sake of the Kai family sect's future. These 2 would definitely be the candidates for the position of family head in the future. Elder sister and the rest have worked harder than us. The 2 of them smiled and said, Our Kai family sect still needs the support of elder sister and the rest. And elder sister understands. Fairy Xia nodded. Then, Fairy Xia waved her hand and said, You all can rise. The matter between the Huanhua sect and the Kai family sect is over. Now it's time to pay respects. Xia, you can't. Kai Haisong hurriedly stopped her. Did you get the Huanhua sect's permission to return to the Kai family sect? You have to show us the Huanhua sect's token first. At this point, Fairy Xia couldn't care less. Looking at Kai Haisong's bitter face for the sake of the Kai family sect's prosperity, she knelt on the ground and said sadly, Father, this boy is unfilial. He hasn't returned for so many years. You've worked hard. Xianxia, Kai Haisong couldn't help but feel sad. Tears flowed down his face as he went forward to support his daughter. Seeing that Fairy Xianxia was also crying, he used his rough hand to wipe away the tears on her delicate face and said, "Hurry and get up. You're already so old. You'll be a joke to outsiders." "It's all right, father. We're not outsiders," Fairy Xianxia whispered shyly. "And father knows." Kai Haisong looked at Li Zongbao with great satisfaction and said, "You're not young anymore. Furthermore, you're not a disciple of our Kai family sect. These matters aren't something that father can handle. Everything depends on your sect. However, father is very satisfied. After the great battle of Dao Sword, father has been inquiring about the battle. Fellow Daoist Li and fellow Daoist Zhao's deeds, we've heard it word by word. We've heard it more than once. You've really given the Kai family sect face." Kai Haisong then turned to Li Zongbao and said, "Fellow Daoist Li, in the future, father?" Fairy Xia's face turned red as she said shyly, "It's not senior brother Li." Kai Haisong and the others were stunned and immediately felt slightly disappointed in their hearts. However, after a moment, Kai Haisong smiled again and looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I'll leave the future matters to you." How could Xiao Hua not see Kai Haisong's disappointment? However, if he asked himself honestly, Xiao Hua's current performance was indeed far inferior to Li Zongbao, whether it was in terms of cultivation or so-called family power. However, Xiao Hua could see the sincerity in Kai Haisong's smile. It came from the bottom of his heart. Although Kai Haisong's last words weren't many, they were heavy. They were the expectations of a loving father for his daughter's future happiness. "This junior will." Xiao Hua bowed respectfully. Although this wasn't considered a dual cultivation ceremony, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. "Get up." Kai Haisong smiled through his tears and extended his right hand to lift Xiao Hua up. However, he was satisfied. Kai Shansong and the rest, as well as Kai Yingjun and the other juniors, weren't too happy. The difference between Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua was obvious. Moreover, Li Zongbao's name was too famous now. Although Fairy Xianxia, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua followed closely behind, they were still far away. These people were complaining that Fairy Xianxia didn't look for Li Zongbao, but went to look for Xiao Hua instead. In fact, when Kai Haisong lifted Xiao Hua up with his right hand, he looked at Li Zongbao with some regret. He was still a little puzzled as to why Li Zongbao addressed him as senior. Xiao Hua stood up respectfully, but Fairy Xianxia didn't. Instead, she clapped her hands and took out a jade box from her storage bag. She raised it above her head and said, "Father, this is your daughter's gift to you. Please accept it." Looking at Fairy Xia's respect and the jade box, Kai Haisong's heart was already full. He said lovingly, "You child, you've left enough things for the Kai family of Luyang. These things are all for cultivation. You can use them as much as you want. Father doesn't lack anything." "Father, this thing has nothing to do with cultivation. It's your daughter's filial piety. Take a look first," Fairy Xianxia said coquettishly. Although Fairy Xianxia wasn't young anymore, her appearance was still the same. Looking at her, Kai Haisong felt that she was still the child he used to love. He couldn't help but smile and said, "I know. Father, take a look." When Kai Haisong opened it, he was stunned. It was just an ugly elixir. He really couldn't tell what kind of elixir it was. However, he still happily said, "Good child, father will accept this item. Get up." Chapter 2988. Hee hee daddy, you don't even know what this is. At this moment, Fairy Xianxia stood up and laughed. "As long as it's from you, father will like it no matter what it is." Kai Haisong seemed to be afraid that Fairy Xianxia would be sad and hurriedly kept it. "This is a rejuvenation pill." Fairy Xia's expression was indifferent. She looked at Kai Shansong and company and said, "Father, you have given your all for the Kai family of Luyang and have worked hard for your entire life. Your daughter would like to thank you for everything you have done for the Kai family of Luyang. Also, I've only received one rejuvenation pill this time. However, I promise uncles that I'll send the other rejuvenation pills to Luyang in half a year's time. Rejuvenation pill. After the Great War of the Sword Path, the name of Sky Patrol City became famous again in the Three Kingdoms of Cultivation. The rejuvenation pill's name was more suitable than the ageless pill, making it one of the most coveted pills for female cultivators. Although Kai Haisong and the rest were not very interested in restoring their youth, they knew the name of this pill. Not only was Kai Haisong shocked, but all the disciples of the Kai family were shocked. They might not know the effects of the rejuvenation pill, but they knew the price of the rejuvenation pill. It was definitely not something the Kai family of Luyang could afford. Hearing that it was such a precious elixir, Kai Haisong did not hesitate. He quickly reached into his clothes and took out the jade box. He handed it to Fairy Xianxia and said, "Father, why are you taking this elixir?" However, when Kai Haisong's gaze fell on Fairy Xia's youthful face, he immediately came to a realization. He shook his head with a smile and turned to pass it to Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's face was even younger than Fairy Xia's. Shansong. Finally, Kai Haisong looked at Kai Shansong behind him and handed the jade box over. He said, "Big brother is old, so it's useless to take this. You've contributed a lot to the Kai family, so I'll give this to you." A look of surprise flashed across Kai Shansong's face, but he shook his head and said, "Big brother, this rejuvenation pill is a gift from Fairy Xia. It has nothing to do with us. If I want it, it must be given to me by June." "That's right, big brother." Kai Fengsong smiled and said, "Fairy Xia said that we'll have it within half a year's time. You should take it first. Let us see the effects of this legendary rejuvenation pill." "Yes, father. You don't have to be so polite. Boy here guarantees to uncle, as well as June and Hongxing, that after half a year, there will definitely be a rejuvenation pill for them." Fairy Xia said word by word, glancing at Xiaohua beside her. "That's right, Senior Kai. Since senior sister has already said so, you can rest assured." Xiaohua hurriedly moved forward and said, "If senior sister doesn't have the time to come back, it's the same for junior to make a trip." All right. Kai Haisong thought for a moment and smiled. "Then this old man will also keep it and consume it together after half a year." Hearing this, Fairy Xia and Xiaohua's hearts thumped at the same time. Almost at the same time, they said, "Don't." Xia Fairy looked at Xiaohua and said, "Father, you should take it when we are at home. Let your daughters see what you were like when you were young." "Alas, it's a pity that your mother died early." Kai Haisong sighed. "Oh yes." Xia Fairy was stunned. She looked at her uncles and said, "Auntie and the others will also get it. Niece, let's think of a way together." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He wanted to send a voice transmission, but he didn't dare to disturb Xia Fairy's mood. This rejuvenation pill was indeed excellent, but if there were really too many of them, wouldn't Luyang's Kai family become the target of public criticism? How could a small cultivation family withstand the covetous eyes of a golden core female cultivator? Fortunately, Kai Fengsong said in time, "Xia, although you have military merits and the Huanhua sect will reward you with these, you don't have to be too embarrassed. Uncle and the others don't have to worry about it." Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly stretched out his hand and took out a storage pouch from his bosom. He respectfully handed it to Kai Haisong and said, "Senior Kai, this is a small token of appreciation from Junior and Senior Li Zongbao. Please accept it." These things were already prepared by Xiaohua on the way here. It was just that he didn't tell Fairy Xia about it. When Fairy Xia saw that Xiaohua was being polite, she was also very happy in her heart. Her previous grudge had dissipated by quite a bit. "Hee, Xiaohua, the last time you came to my Kai family, you brought a lot of good things. My Kai family benefited a lot because of this. I've always wanted to thank you. Now that I'm here again, there's no need to be so courteous." Kai Haisong said and looked at Li Zongbao. Fellow cultivator Li is an outstanding disciple of the Utopia faction. It's good that you're here in Luyang. There's no need to be courteous. Li Zongbao knew that these were Xiaohua's things. However, he wouldn't be courteous to Xiaohua. His face was a little red as he bowed. It's my duty, it's my duty. Li Zongbao didn't know how to speak before Hong Xia Fairy explained his situation to Kai Haisong. Moreover, he was a man of few words. Father. Hong Xia Fairy knew that this matter needed to be reported to Kai Haisong alone. She whispered, "Boy, there's something." Kai Haisong handed the storage bag to Kai Shansong and said, "Wait a moment. You came back at the wrong time, ah?" At this moment, Kai Shansong exclaimed from the side. Not only did it cause Kai Haisong to frown, but everyone's gaze also fell on him before he could finish his sentence. However, Kai Shansong didn't care about the gazes of others. He handed the storage bag to Kai Haisong and stuttered, "Big brother, you take a look." Hong Xia Fairy didn't think it was strange. She looked at Xiaohua. Her reproachful eyes clearly said, "At least you know your place." Hee hee. Xiaohua was about to smile in return when Hong Xia Fairy glared at him and looked at the storage bag in Kai Haisong's hand. Ah! Sure enough, even though Kai Haisong was mentally prepared, he could see the items in the storage bag. There were a lot of spirit stones, flying swords, magical weapons, and especially many jade slips. Although Kai Haisong didn't look at the jade slips, he knew that they must be secret skills. Nephew Xiao. This is too precious. Kai Haisong wanted to return the storage bag to Xiaohua, but he was reluctant. The items in the storage bag were not comparable to the rejuvenation elixir. They were exactly what the Kai family needed to carry forward their development. As a cultivation clan, Luyang's Kai family cannot compare to Qingyang's Kai family. Not only are their descendants' bloodlines not pure, they are also lacking in cultivation methods and secret techniques. If they are compared to cultivation sects, they are also lacking in magic tools and spirit stones. Although Xiaohua's storage pouch cannot instantly raise Luyang's Kai family to the level of a cultivation sect, it will not be difficult for it to surpass Qingyang's Kai family. It's okay, Senior Kai. The items in the storage bag belong to me and Senior Li. They have nothing to do with the Utopia faction or the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua smiled. And these items? I'm just replicating them. You don't have to take it to heart. Even if they're replicating, this gift is too much. Kai Haisong sighed and bowed again to thank Li Zongbao. Thank you for your generous gift. Kai Haisong naturally gave most of the storage bag to Li Zongbao. It's my duty, it's my duty. Li Zongbao returned the bow awkwardly. At this moment, two divine thoughts swept over from afar. They scanned the crowd unscrupulously. Then, one divine thought locked onto Li Zongbao, while the other stayed on Xiaohua. Fairy Hong Xia frowned slightly. Kai Haisong smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Hong Xia, today is the day that the head of the Kai family of Qingyang, Kai Yang, and the great elder, Kai Hongfeng, are coming to Liang. They just sent a message amulet. Father brought the disciples out to welcome them. Who knew that they would bump into you on your way home? You're no longer a disciple of the Kai family of Liang. You just have to watch from the side." Yes, I understand. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Kai Haisong and knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. However, since Kai Haisong did not want to talk about it and time was of the essence, Fairy Hong Xia did not ask too much. Disciples, get ready to welcome the head of the Kai family of Qingyang. Kai Haisong carefully kept the storage bag and waved his hand as he said loudly. Yes, we understand. The disciples' morale was high and their voices soared into the sky. The Kai family of Qingyang has always sent housekeepers and even deacons to Liang. The most solemn one was when the great elder brought Kai Yuxia to seek revenge for Kai Zhuxia. This time, even the head of the family came personally. It seems like this is not a small matter. Fairy Hong Xia looked at the two figures that gradually appeared and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Not long after, two sage-like cultivators appeared in front of everyone. The one in front of them had a rectangular face, a pair of slender eyes, and two white eyebrows that slanted deep into his temples. Although there were many wrinkles on his face, they were not too dense, and his ruddy face carried an arrogant expression. This person's appearance was somewhat similar. He was the head of the Kai family of Qingyang, Kai Yang, a cultivator who had just stepped into the late foundation establishment stage. Only the cultivator behind Kai Yang was clearly recognized by Xiaohua. It was the great elder of the Kai family of Qingyang, Kai Hongfeng, who had hunted him down here decades ago. The divine sense that had locked onto him was also his. However, at this time, Kai Hongfeng was no longer the early foundation establishment stage cultivator of the past. His cultivation had also reached the middle foundation establishment stage. Moreover, when he saw Kai Hongfeng's mouth moving slightly and the way Kai Yang looked at him was different. There was some hatred in his eyes. Xiaohua understood that he had been remembered by the head of the Kai family of Qingyang. Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng descended from the sky. Kai Haisong led a group of Luyang's Kai family disciples to greet them. Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng calmly accepted everyone's greetings, then raised their hands and said, "All of you, rise." Then, Kai Yang ignored Kai Haisong and the others and turned to salute Li Zongbao. The head of the Kai family of Qingyang, Kai Yang, greets fellow Daoist Li Zongbao. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Li for leading the first team of the Dao sect's meeting hall to obtain outstanding military merits in the Great Dao Sword Battle. The truth of the matter is right there, but this Xiao is not willing to talk about it. If Kai family head wants to seek justice for Xianxia, then I will accept it. At this time, not only does it have nothing to do with the discussion hall's first team, it also has nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder sect. There, Kai Yang laughed. He could only reply, no matter what the matter is, and no matter how great the impact fellow Daoist Xiao has caused, fellow Daoist Xiao is after all a great hero of the Shi country. How can this old man make a move? Today, in front of fellow Daoist Li of the Utopia sect, this old man will make a decision. The previous matter will be overturned. If fellow Daoist Xiao accompanies fellow Daoist Li to my Qingyang's Kai family, my Kai family will still treat you as a distinguished guest. Thank you so much, Kai family head. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, he didn't want to be at odds with the Qingyang's Kai family and make things difficult for Kai Haisong, so he bowed and said. Unexpectedly, Kai Yang didn't return the bow, but accepted it directly. He really regarded Xiaohua as a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Then he turned to Fairy Xianxia with a solemn face and raised his hand. This old man greets Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia naturally didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly bowed and returned the bow. She smiled and said, "Family head, you don't have to be so polite. The fairy's order was just a joke. Family head is a senior, how can you address me in such a manner? If you were still a disciple of the Kai family, this old man would definitely call you Fairy Xianxia, and definitely not say a word more." Kai Yang said lightly. However, you are now a disciple of the Huanhua sect, and also a member of the discussion hall's first team in the Great Battle of Dao Sword. Your name is now known all over the world. As the family head of the Kai family, this old man has to address you as Fairy Xianxia. Senior, you think too highly of this junior. Fairy Xianxia frowned slightly, but still nodded. Fairy Xianxia is from the Kai family. Now that you are a disciple of the Huanhua sect, you have achieved great military exploits. While the Huanhua sect is proud of you, you have also brought glory to the Kai family. You have set an excellent example for the disciples of the Kai family. It is enough for the cultivators of the three kingdoms to see the prestige of the Kai family. This is excellent. Even if this old man, even the previous generations of family heads of the Kai family, would not be able to achieve such a feat. Not only the Kai family of Liang, but also the Kai family of Qingyang. All the disciples of the Kai family will be proud of you. This junior wouldn't dare. Fairy Xianxia said softly. However, as expected, Kai Yang changed the topic and said, "You are now a disciple of the Huanhua sect. You must remember your status. Although you have military exploits, but you must not be arrogant and cannot be complacent." Fellow Daoist Li said it very well just now. Military exploits represent the past and have become fleeting clouds. You must not sleep on your military exploits. Yes, this junior understands. Fairy Hongxia's frown deepened, but she still replied. However, the war is not over yet. Why did you suddenly return to Luoyang? Did you come back on the orders of the Huanhua sect to visit your family? As he spoke, Kai Yang's gaze swept to his left, but he did not see the token of the Huanhua sect. Now is the time of war. Would the Huanhua sect allow you to return to Luoyang? This junior was out training and happened to pass by Luoyang. I thought that I had not seen my family for a long time, so I came back to take a look. Fairy Hongxia bit her lip, her voice even softer. You are filial. To think of the Kai family, this old man has to say that you are not bad. Kai Yang nodded. However, you do not have the token of the Huanhua sect. It is not proper for you to return to Luoyang, so you should hurry back. This old man will pretend that I did not see you. Fellow Daoist Kai, Li Zongbao spoke up, I have been rushing about and am indeed tired. I need to rest for a while, before I can move. Alright. Kai Yang nodded. Fellow Daoist Li's words make sense. The first team of the meeting hall can rest anywhere. Naturally, Luoyang can too. However, Kai Hongfeng said, since you are part of the first team of the meeting hall, you are a disciple of a cultivation sect. You cannot interfere with the family affairs of the cultivation aristocratic families. Li Zongbao frowned and nodded. Indeed, aristocratic family affairs are handled by the aristocratic families themselves. The various sects and clans will not interfere. Kai Yang continued. Since fellow Daoist Li has said so, I can rest assured. Moreover, Fairy Hongxia from the Huanhua sect is here today. This saves me the trouble of explaining things to her alone in the future. When Fairy Hongxia heard Kai Yang first accuse her of being a disciple of the Huanhua sect, then confirmed Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua's identities as part of the first team of the meeting hall, and then brought up the aristocratic family affairs, she felt that something was amiss. She was surprised and quickly looked up at Kai Haisong. As expected, Kai Haisong had a complicated expression on his face. Clearly, he understood Kai Yang's arrival and his intentions very well. Fairy Hongxia felt a pang in her heart. She knew that her father would rather take on this responsibility himself. He would rather put himself in a difficult position than let her know. After Kai Yang finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Fairy Hongxia and the rest. He turned to Kai Haisong and said lightly, Haisong, what I told you a few days ago, have you thought it through? Reporting to family head, I have thought it through. Kai Haisong did not dare to delay and quickly replied. What do you mean? A smile appeared on Kai Yang's face. Do you think this old man's suggestion is good? Kai Haisong took a deep breath and shook his head. Reporting to family head, although the Kai family of Luoyang is a branch of the Kai family of Qingyang, for thousands of years, we have been living in a remote corner. In Luoyang, in Yang Cauldron Mountain, we have been deeply rooted in Luoyang. There is no reason for us to move to Qingyang and become one with the Kai family of Qingyang. Then, you are against it? Kai Yang's face was obviously stunned as he asked coldly. That's right, I am against family head's suggestion. Kai Haisong nodded. Is it your idea or everyone's idea? Kai Yang glanced at Kai Shansong and the rest and asked again. Kai Haisong hurriedly said, I am the family head of the Kai family of Luoyang. I am the only one who can make this decision. I don't need their opinions. Haisong, oh Haisong, I have overestimated you. Kai Yang shook his head vigorously with a pained expression. He seemed to be extremely disappointed. I thought that you would place the interests of the Kai family above everything else. But now, you have really disappointed me. You are so short-sighted. You only see your own power and forgot about the development of the Kai family. This really hurts me. Kai Haisong, Kai Hongfeng, who was beside him, also mocked him. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Xiaoyu continent has changed greatly, all kinds of cultivation techniques and secret techniques are gradually losing their effectiveness. The future of the disciples of the cultivation sects is bleak. As for the disciples of the cultivation sects, because of their bloodline, they are like fish in water in the mutated spiritual energy. Many of them have awakened their true spirit bloodline and obtained true spirit celestial bodies. As a result, the strength of those sects is rapidly expanding, and the speed of their development is much faster than before. Our Kai family is the descendant of the Ice Phoenix. Our true spirit bloodline is famous in Xiaoyu continent. We should be standing at the forefront during this turbulent time. How can you be so short-sighted? Chapter 2990. Due to various historical reasons, our Kai family has split up quite a bit. Kai Yang also tried to persuade him. And your Kai family of Luyang is one of the bigger branches. If you all move back to Qingyang, our Kai family's power will definitely increase by a lot. In particular, our Kai family of Qingyang will also be open to the Kai family of Luyang. This is killing two birds with one stone. It's also something that I've discussed with the elders for a long time. You can't do this for your own selfish reasons. Patriarch Qingyang. Without waiting for Kai Yang to finish, Kai Xianxia immediately said, "You may mean well, but our Kai family of Luyang has lived here for thousands of years and is already used to the scenery here. Before the Kai family of Qingyang, our Kai family of Luyang developed extremely well. In the future, all the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang also feel that we can live better with our own strength. So, at this point, Kai Xianxia dragged his voice and said, all the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang have unanimously agreed to stay in Luyang. This is not the decision of the patriarch of the Kai family of Luyang alone. How dare you? Kai Hongfeng scolded. Kai Xianxia, what right do you have to speak here? Kai Xianxia gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly, suppressing his rebuttal. Haisong, the benefits of having all the disciples of the Kai family in one place far outweigh the disadvantages. I've already explained the details in the jade slip I gave you earlier. If the Kai family of Qingyang and the Kai family of Luyang work together, it'll be 2 wins and 2 losses. You must consider this carefully. Kai Yang looked at Kai Haisong, Kai Xianxia, and the others and continued to persuade earnestly. Patriarch Qingyang, please understand. Kai Haisong bit his lip and continued to shake his head. The Kai family of Luyang has been separated from the Kai family of Qingyuan for too long. How can we move just like that? This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Kai Haisong. Kai Hongfeng's face paled again. He said coldly, this matter has already been unanimously approved by the elders of the Kai family. If your Kai family of Luyang is still a branch of the Kai family of Qingyuan, you must listen to the arrangements of the Kai family of Qingyuan. Patriarch, this matter is too complicated. It needs to be considered in the long run. Kai Haisong hurriedly cried out. Haisong, you've really disappointed me. This last chance has slipped away from your hands. Don't blame me for punishing you. Kai Yang let out a long sigh. He looked at Fairy Hongxia, whose expression was not good, and said, now, in front of the disciples of the Kai family of the Huanhua sect, I will let her know that some of my decisions are not made without thinking. They are not made on a whim. As he spoke, Kai Yang clapped his hands and took out a token similar to the Phoenix token. He raised it high above his head and shouted, Liang's Kai family's Kai Haisong refuses to accept the decision of the Kai family's elder council. He doesn't place the Kai family's future in his eyes and only considers his own personal interests. He is no longer able to convince the masses and is no longer qualified to lead the Kai family of Liang. Now, I request the Kai family's Phoenix token to remove Kai Haisong from the position of Luyang's Kai family's patriarch and hand it over to Luyang's Kai family's Kai Xianxia. All Kai family disciples, listen up. Phoenix token? When Xiaohua saw the phoenix token in Kai Yang's hand, he couldn't help but look at Fairy Xianxia. However, Fairy Xianxia was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She still didn't take out the phoenix token that she had inherited from the phoenix inheritance. Not only that, the phoenix mark between her eyebrows had been hidden by her at some point. Patriarch. Just as Xiaohua looked at Fairy Xianxia, Kai Shansong shouted, "Big brother is the true patriarch of the Kai family. This junior's talent is shallow and cannot be compared to Big brother. This junior cannot take over the position of patriarch of the Kai family." How can the position of patriarch of the Kai family of Liang be decided by the likes of you? Our Kai family's elder council has already made a decision and there is no reason to change it. Kai Shansong, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. As Kai Yang spoke, he looked around and saw that the disciples of the Kai family of Liang were all indignant. He raised the phoenix token in his hand and said, "This is our Kai family's phoenix token. As a disciple of the Kai family and a descendant of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, seeing this token is like seeing our ancestors. Who is dissatisfied? Kneel." Suddenly, a clear phoenix cry sounded from the phoenix token. Immediately, a phoenix celestial body flew out from Kai Yang's body. A powerful aura was emitted from the phoenix token as Kai Yang let out a thunderous roar. Plop plop. Several disciples in the 7th stage of Qi refining could not resist the power of the phoenix token and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Which Kai family disciple dares to disobey the phoenix token? All of you kneel. Kai Hongfeng shouted. However, following Kai Hongfeng's voice, an even more furious and shrill voice came from Fairy Hongxia's mouth. "Xiaohua, do you still want to enter my Kai family?" Xiaohua was taken aback. He had originally thought that Fairy Hongxia would release her own Ice Phoenix Dharma body, but he hadn't expected that Fairy Hongxia would be so meticulous. She didn't give Qin Yang Kai family any leverage at all, and actually let him take action. Since his wife had spoken, what else did Xiaohua have to worry about? Xiaohua let out a hee-hee and smacked his forehead with his hand. A huge gust of wind whistled out from Xiaohua's body, and a wave of pressure several times stronger than the phoenix token was emitted at the same time. Moreover, as Xiaohua brushed his hand away from his forehead, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered, and a huge palm was born in midair. With a thunderous momentum, it grabbed at the 30-meter-tall phoenix Dharma body. This is probably the nascent soul stage. Xiaohua's pressure swept across the area. All the Kai family disciples, including Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng, immediately froze. They could not even move their little fingers. In particular, a kind of fear came from the bottom of their hearts. It was almost an instinctive feeling. They all let out the same groan from the bottom of their hearts. When Xiaohua's nascent soul hand appeared, a power that could control heaven and earth was released from the nascent soul hand. It firmly grasped Kai Yang's phoenix celestial body and Kai Hongfeng's physical body. A kind of incomparable shock emerged from the Kai family's hearts. They almost could not believe that Xiaohua, who was only at the middle foundation establishment stage, suddenly became a nascent soul stage Xiaohua. Wu Ming. Kai Yang suddenly woke up and his face changed dramatically. Kai Yang's phoenix celestial body, which was not very clear to begin with, was quickly destroyed. Pieces of it cracked and slowly sank into Kai Yang's physical body. "Do you want to live or die?" Xiaohua laughed sinisterly. The nascent soul hand fell and grabbed the two arrogant foundation establishment stage cultivators in his hand. It was as if he was holding two little chicks. Fairy Hongxia sneered. She did not answer. Instead, she said, "This is what fellow Daoist Xiao did. It has nothing to do with the Kai family of Liang. Their life and death is up to fellow Daoist Xiao." "Senior Xiao." Kai Haisong hurriedly called out from the side. Family head Kai Yang was thinking of the Kai family bloodline. Although this action was a bit reckless, but his intention was not wrong. "Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hurt the family head of Kai family." Umph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and scolded, Kai Yang, did you hear that clearly? If the family head of Kai family of Liang did not plead for you, I would definitely take your life. Today's matter is my doing. If you want to find trouble with me, you can come to the Imperial Thunder Sect. I will welcome you at any time. Moreover, you must keep today's matter a secret. If I find out that my secret was discovered, I will definitely kill my way to the Kai family of Liang. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and threw out his nascent soul hand. He didn't wait for Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng to speak and threw them into the air. In a moment, they disappeared without a trace. The phoenix token that fell into the air turned into a shooting star and chased after them. Xiao Hua looked at the phoenix token that he did not know if was real or fake. He did not stop them and waved his sleeves again. The nascent soul's hand disappeared and he slowly descended from the air. Silence, silence, incomparable silence. All the Kai family disciples, including Kai Haisong, did not dare to breathe loudly as they looked at Xiao Hua carefully. Whether it was Nameless or a nascent soul grandmaster, they were all characters that the Kai family disciples did not dare to imagine. None of them could wake up from this contrast. That's right. Just now, an hour ago, other than Kai Haisong, everyone was secretly complaining that Fairy Hongxia did not capture Li Zongbao. But after an hour, Xiao Hua revealed his strength and easily captured Kai Yang, who was in the late foundation establishment stage, and Kai Hongfeng, who was in the middle foundation establishment stage. Who would dare to look down on Fairy Hongxia? Who would dare to look down on Xiao Hua, a small rogue cultivator who came to Liang's Kai family several decades ago? Only 40 years? Or 50 years? Kai Haisong was shocked, but he slowly came to his senses. An incomparable feeling welled up in his heart. I've only cultivated from the 10th layer of Qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment, and yet I feel so proud and self-satisfied. After all, it's been a long time since a foundation establishment patriarch has appeared in the Kai clan. But compared to this Xiao Hua's days have been lived like a dog's body. That day, he was only at the 4th level of Qi refining. Today, he is actually a nascent soul grandmaster. All the cultivators below the golden core stage in the 3 cultivation countries have lived like a dog's body. The first stage of the Great War of Sword Dao is based on the golden core stage. Xiao Hua is a nascent soul stage cultivator. In the Great War of Sword Dao, who would be his opponent? This Li Zongbao, who is known as the number 1 cultivator below the golden core stage, would probably follow Xiao Hua's lead. With him, the discussion hall's first team would naturally be able to achieve outstanding merits. That Qin Jian, who is at the 3rd level of the sword transformation stage, would naturally be killed by him. All the merits of the discussion hall's first team were obtained by Xiao Hua alone. Everyone in the Dao sect guessed that the answer to the mystery lies with Xiao Hua alone. Li Zongbao, who is the center of attention, is only a puppet, a shield in front of Xiao Hua. All the unimaginable merits of the discussion hall's first team, there is only one truth. Chapter 2991. Senior Xiao. Kai Haisong stuttered, not knowing how to address him. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Earlier we were too slow. At the same time, all the Kai family disciples regained their senses and bowed, all of them wanting to address Xiao Hua as senior. Xiao Hua's methods towards others were like thunderbolts, but towards Fairy Hongxia's family, how could he dare to show the slightest bit of negligence? He hurriedly flicked his sleeves, and a powerful force was generated, holding everyone back. He rushed towards Kai Haisong and said anxiously, Senior Kai, will you still allow me to enter the Kai family in the future? Fairy Hongxia, who was standing at the side, immediately laughed out loud. She was also filled with hatred just now, but she could not directly contend with the Kai family head, so she asked Xiao Hua to help. She was supposed to transmit her voice, but in her extreme anger, she forgot to do so. Hearing Xiaohua's aggrieved cry, her face was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with pride. Yes, yes, Kai Haisong was also bursting with joy. With such a nascent soul-stage son-in-law in Liang's Kai family, let alone the Qingyang Kai family, in the entire country of Xi, no, in the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation, who would dare to challenge Liang's Kai family? Father, don't bow to him. Fairy Xianxia curled her lips and said, his nascent soul-stage cultivation is just a bluff. It's just a golden core stage cultivation. But when he brings out his nascent soul-stage spiritual sense, it can scare others. He really is a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Everyone suddenly understood. Fairy Xia's words were a little too obvious. How could others believe it? They only thought that she was being modest. Even if he's a golden core stage cultivator, this old man can't compare to him. Kai Haisong said with a smile, come, Xiao, calling me Xiaohua is enough. Xiaohua smiled tactfully. Xiaohua, this isn't the first time you've come to my Kai family. Last time, this old man already treated you rudely. Today, I won't dare to do it again. Kai Haisong really wanted to praise Li Zongbao, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he felt that they wouldn't be appropriate, so he could only force himself to swallow them back. After a few simple words, he turned to Li Zongbao and said, fellow Daoist Li, this is your first time visiting our Kai family. Although we didn't open our doors to welcome fellow Daoist Li, by a freak combination of factors, we did so to welcome fellow Daoist Li to our Kai family. Fellow Daoist Li, please. Senior Kai, you're too courteous. Li Zongbao's words stunned Kai Haisong, but what happened next confused Kai Haisong even more. Because Xiaohua had already revealed his cultivation base, in accordance with the etiquette of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, Xiaohua should have walked in front of Li Zongbao. Although Li Zongbao had received Kai Haisong's invitation, this invitation came after Xiaohua's, so he naturally didn't move. Instead, he waited for Xiaohua to walk first. However, Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior brother Li, now that we're home, if we're talking about etiquette, senior brother should still go first. Li Zongbao's tense face revealed a trace of unnaturalness, but he didn't refute. He walked in front of Xiaohua while Xiaohua followed behind him. We're home? Talking about etiquette? Kai Haisong really couldn't make sense of it, but he suddenly remembered what Fairy Xianxia wanted to say to him before Kai Yang arrived. He turned to look at Fairy Xianxia. Let's talk inside. When Fairy Xianxia saw the rare joy in the Kai family, or rather, the jubilant atmosphere, she felt a little miserable in her heart. It was as if there was one less person to stick a dogwood in all the places. Kai Haisong nodded and invited Fairy Xianxia to lead the way. Then, he led his clan brothers and followed behind. The Kai family's guest hall had been completely renovated and was much larger than before. Xiaohua and the others sat in the guest seats, accompanied by Kai Haisong and several other Kai Family Foundation establishment cultivators. There were also a dozen 11th layer Qi refinement disciples standing below them. It didn't seem crowded at all. It was obvious how fast the Kai family had developed over the past few decades. A few pretty Qi refinement cultivators deftly served spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. Every disciple stole glances at Xiaohua, then winked at Fairy Xianxia and left with a smile. Even the Qi refinement cultivators standing in wait stared at Xiaohua without blinking. Not every Kai family disciple had seen a nascent soul cultivator before. Xiaohua was the first nascent soul cultivator they had seen in their lives. What's more, this nascent soul cultivator was their future relative. Fellow Daoist Li, please have some tea. Xiaohua, please have some tea. Since Xiaohua allowed Li Zongbao to enter the Kai family first, Kai Haisong put Li Zongbao's name first even though he didn't understand why. Please, Li Zongbao knew this was a necessary etiquette. Although he was a little anxious, he had to wait. With Xiaohua, this so-called brother-in-law, he couldn't lose face in the eyes of the Kai family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kai Haisong knew Fairy Xianxia and the others didn't just return to Luoyang to visit, so he didn't say anything else. He didn't even mention the battle between Dao and Sword. He said, Xianxia, what did you say just now? In June, let the Qi refinement cultivators leave. We have something important to discuss, Fairy Hong Xia commanded without any trace of politeness. Also, prepare a family banquet. Make it clear that no one is allowed to come within 100 feet of the guest hall. Yes, little brother understands. Kai Yingjun didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly got up and ordered the disciples to leave. Although the Qi refinement cultivators were a little reluctant, when they thought about how their master had something important to do and how they could get closer to a nascent soul cultivator during the family banquet later, they happily left. After the Qi refinement cultivators left, Kai Yingjun and Kai Hongxing whispered again, "Elder sister, do we need to leave? You're the candidates for the next patriarch of our Kai family. This is our family's housework, so you don't need to leave." Fairy Hong Xia looked at Kai Haisong and gave her instructions very naturally. In fact, she had already done this long before she left Luoyang and joined Huanhua sect. Today, she returned to the Kai family with a cultivation base in the late stage of the foundation building realm, so no one felt that it was inappropriate. Yes, Kai Yingjun and Kai Hongxing sat down obediently. They lowered their heads and looked down, leaving only their ears exposed. "Father, it's like this." Fairy Hong Xia glanced at the curious gazes of Kai Haisong and the others. She took a deep breath and told them about the matter between Kai Zhuixia and Li Zongbao. She also told them about the result of using the Netherlink mirror during their trip to Mount Wan. Finally, she said to the stunned crowd, who couldn't believe their ears, "So, I brought senior brother Li and Xiaohua back in a hurry, wanting to see elder sister's grave. How is this possible?" After a long while, Kai Haisong rubbed his eyes and said with a hint of sadness, "Back then, Zhuixia's corpse was sent by Xiaohua, and we also examined it. Big brother," Kai Shansong said anxiously, "Hongxia and Zongbao have already gone to Mount Wan. Even the soul cultivators there said that Zhuixia isn't dead, so she's definitely not dead. What are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look." At this time, Kai Haisong was startled, and he jumped up from the jade chair with a bang. Today had given him a lot of stimulation. Not to mention that Xiaohua was Fairy Hong Xia's lover, not to mention that Xiaohua had actually become a gold core cultivator, and not to mention that Li Zongbao had actually also become his son-in-law. Just the fact that Kai Zhuixia was still alive was something that he had never dreamed of. He was really numb. He said, "That's right, Hongxia. We'll go to the grave now." The second one to jump up was naturally Li Zongbao. He had been waiting for a long time and had been enduring, challenging his limits. Now that he heard Kai Haisong's order, he could no longer hold back. Kai Fengsong and the others looked at Li Zongbao curiously. They really wanted to know how this young and handsome man, who was famous throughout the cultivation world, knew Kai Zhuixia, and how he had been thinking about the dead Kai Zhuixia for so many years. This was absolutely unimaginable in the cultivation world. However, when they saw Li Zongbao get up, they hurriedly followed him. Even if he was the son-in-law of the Kai clan, he was still a late-stage foundation establishment senior. The Kai family's burial mound was on the other side of Yang Cauldron Mountain. It was a place that was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Rows of willow trees grew luxuriantly, and thousands of willow branches swayed in the wind as they streaked across the sky. A tranquil and serene aura filled the entire valley. When they were less than a mile away from the green tiles and white walls, Kai Haisong descended from the sky and said apologetically, "Zongbao, Xiaohua, my Kai clan has a rule. Everyone who is going to the grave can't fly directly to the entrance. They can only walk for this last mile." "Very good." Li Zongbao nodded and didn't say anything else. He just lowered his head and hurried on. Xiaohua echoed, "In addition, we can't even use divine sense." Hee, Xiaohua is right. However, my Kai clan didn't have many foundation establishment disciples before. We didn't even have a 12th layer Qi refinement cultivator. How could we have thought of using divine sense? Kai Haisong replied awkwardly. Indeed. Xiaohua scratched his head. He was very embarrassed that his words had embarrassed the Kai clan head. When they were about 100 feet away from the grave's white walls and black doors, two Kai clan disciples around the third layer of Qi refinement hurriedly walked out from a side door. Both of them looked to be in their 30s. One of them was a male cultivator who looked rather spirited. The other was a female cultivator. Her appearance was still charming and her figure could be considered enchanting. However, her waist was already a little too fat. The two of them should be the disciples guarding the grave. They had just received the news and came to serve them. However, the two of them stood respectfully. When Kai Haisong and the others approached, the male cultivator respectfully saluted while the female cultivator stood there in a daze. She stared straight at the approaching Xiaohua and even forgot to salute. The male cultivator was greatly alarmed. He hastily pulled the female cultivator's clothes and indicated for her to salute. Only then did the female cultivator grit her teeth and lower her head. Xiaohua naturally sensed that he was being stared at. However, he frowned and looked at the female cultivator. Her appearance was unfamiliar. He didn't seem to recognize her. Chapter 2992. Xiaohua thought about how he had visited the Kai family before. Perhaps he had seen them before, so he didn't mind. However, when the two greeted Kai Haisong, he suddenly realized. Because the female cultivator called herself Kai Mei, if he wasn't mistaken, she was the little girl who had brought him to the Kai family at that time. Mei. Kai Haisong didn't care about this. After the two greeted each other, he ordered the door to the spirit tomb to open. Xiaohua asked, "Are you that Mei? Big brother Immortal?" Kai Mei was pleasantly surprised. She bowed again. "I didn't expect that big brother would still remember Mei. Alas." Xiaohua sighed. He looked at the somewhat plump woman in front of him. If she hadn't cultivated to the third layer of Qi refining, and if she hadn't been born into a cultivation family, she would have already become one of the most plump people in the secular world. That childish, crisp voice, that little girl who had walked out from behind the stone sculpture in the distance, that thin and weak figure, and that pair of big, black eyes, they had all been eaten by dogs. Although those big eyes still had some shadows of the past when he looked at them carefully, it was just that those originally clear and pure eyes had now been polluted by the secular world. They were full of flattery and expectation, making Xiaohua feel inexplicably disappointed. "Your grandfather?" Although Xiaohua knew the ending, he still couldn't help but want to ask the unworldly expert who wasn't an unworldly expert. "Thank you, big brother Immortal, for still remembering grandfather." Kai Mei's face was mournful. Although grandfather took big brother's elixir, his body was already empty. He passed away 20 years ago. And everyone has to die in this life. Your grandfather was able to do so much for Liu Yang, so he can already rest in peace. Xiaohua nodded. Then, he saw that the male cultivator had already opened the black door and was about to leave. However, he still asked casually, "Mei, are you doing well in the Kai family?" "Very well." Kai Mei was a bit hesitant. She timidly glanced at Kai Haisong and said, "But if Big Brother Immortal and the family head are old friends, can you let me change jobs with my husband?" Xiaohua was stunned, but he immediately smiled and said, "I will ask Senior Kai at this time." "Thank you, Big Brother Immortal. This concubine will lead the way for Gidge." Kai Mei smiled and hurriedly accompanied Xiaohua into the tomb. But Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "No need. Mei, you and your husband wait outside the tomb." "Yes, this concubine understands." Kai Mei was very clever. She lowered her head and stayed where she was. Seeing Xiaohua talking to Kai Mei, how could Kai Haisong ignore it? He had already asked Kai Haisong and the others who were in charge of the manor's affairs. After entering the tomb, Kai Haisong hurriedly told him about Kai Mei. After hearing Kai Haisong's detailed explanation, Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. There is immortal fate in this world, but not everyone who obtains immortal fate. Many can become immortals. Humans were humans, and immortals were immortals. Why must they allow those who could not become immortals to become immortals? This is the Kai family's business. I have no right to interfere. It was no wonder that Xiaohua sighed. That day, Xiaohua gave Mayor a few spiritual pills and entrusted her to the Kai family. The Kai family was also honest and didn't covet those spiritual pills. Moreover, they even took Mayor into the Kai family and changed her name to Kai Mei. However, although Kai Mei was handsome, her cultivation aptitude was really limited. After dozens of years, she only cultivated to the 3rd layer of qi refining. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Kai Mei's character wasn't good. She was especially vain, or perhaps she didn't come from a good family. When she entered the Kai family, she felt an indescribable inferiority from the bottom of her heart. But what could a female cultivator do in front of these natural shortcomings? Her blind grandfather couldn't help her at all. After Kai Mei became an adult, she used her beauty to exchange for a position in the Kai family. The reason why Kai Mei and her husband were sent to guard the tomb was because they were jealous of each other's affection. Originally, they were going to be expelled from the Kai family, but this Kai Mei was also obedient. She hurriedly admitted her crime and chose to marry her current husband. This was the last chance to stay in the Kai family. This was what Xiaohua sighed about. Not every beautiful and cute little girl would grow up to be a pretty beauty. There was also a possibility that she would grow up to be a fat ant. And the possibility was very high. However, when everyone filed in and passed through the black door, they saw many neatly repaired small tombs. In front of each tomb, there were a few faint, extremely elegant Xiaohua flowers. Moreover, in front of each tomb, there was a willow branch as thick as a little finger placed on top of the tombs. Looking at the creases under the branches, it was obvious that they were recently broken. Good, Zongbao and Xiaohua understand. Kai Haisong had just stepped into the tomb when he glanced at the tombs and explained, "Our Kai family of Liang is only a cultivation family. We are inferior to ordinary cultivation families. Even though there is a public memorial hall for the ancestors, not all of the deceased can be preserved. Therefore, almost all of the deceased are buried in the ground, just like the people of the secular world. Perhaps there is a hint of poverty." Xiaohua knew that Li Zongbao wouldn't answer, so he continued, "Earth to earth, dust to dust. Ordinary people talk about being buried in peace. This is the principle." The Kai family's actions are also normal. It can't be considered as poverty. After Kai Haisong finished his explanation, he looked at the tombs again. As far as his eyes could see, all of the tombs were as clean as before. He knew clearly that the communication talisman had just been sent out. It was impossible for Kai Mei and her husband to have made such preparations in advance. This could only mean that Kai Mei and her husband were usually very meticulous. Kai Haisong sighed. A pitiful person must have a detestable side. However, if a prodigal son returns to his old ways, I won't exchange him for a top-grade spirit stone. Senior's words are extremely true. Xiaohua nodded. The heavenly Tao is merciful. It will always leave a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. As long as you have the heart, you will always be able to find a way to survive. Yes. Kai Haisong was startled. Xiaohua's words were very grand. Moreover, he didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, this was the understanding of a golden core cultivator. However, if he was asked to think deeper, he couldn't. Just as Kai Haisong was frowning in thought, everyone had already arrived at a slightly remote corner under Kai Haisong's lead. A small drum that was no different from the one they had seen before appeared before everyone's eyes. Alas, no matter how much power and wealth one had when they were alive, when it comes to birth, old age, sickness, and death, everything is just fleeting clouds. Life can't be brought, death can't be taken away. If you can't build a tomb in the hearts of others, then you can only build a tomb in the wilderness. In this vast world, I'm afraid that there is only a few feet of space that belongs to me. When Xiaohua saw this small tomb, he immediately thought of Kai Zhuoxia's voice and smile from before, as well as the various experiences of the two people. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Looking at Li Zongbao, he was also biting his lips. His body couldn't help but surge with mana. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and even his clenched hands were trembling. After thinking about it for decades, now that the mystery was about to be revealed, even someone as strong as Li Zongbao couldn't help but feel agitated in his heart. It's better to let Kai Quan do it. Kai Haisong looked at the clean tomb. The tombstone in front of the tomb was still engraved with the words, "The tomb of beloved daughter Wuxia." He couldn't help but feel a little sad. He knew that although he and the others were Foundation establishment cultivators, if they wanted to take out Kai Wuxia's bluestone coffin intact, they had to let Kai Quan and the others, who were guarding the tomb, do it. "No need, Junior will try." Xiaohua waved his hand, stopping Kai Haisong's transmission. Then, without waiting for Fairy Hongxia and the others to ask more, he made a gesture and his whole body flashed with a yellow brilliance and disappeared into the ground. 5 Elements Escape Technique? When Xiaohua escaped from Kai Hongfeng's hands, he used the Earth Escape Talisman in front of Kai Haisong. How could Kai Haisong not be familiar with it? However, the Earth Escape Technique, which was a consummate skill for escaping before, was now nothing in the hands of Xiaohua. Just a thought flashed through Kai Haisong's mind, and he felt the ground under his feet suddenly shake. Then he saw the small tomb quickly split open, like a flower blooming. All the soil was cut off from the tomb, and a bluestone coffin covered with dark green soil slowly rose from the ground. When Xiaohua's figure appeared from under the bluestone coffin, Kai Haisong couldn't help but groan. This guy's strength is too great. The bluestone coffin was not too heavy, but it couldn't be buried deep. Even if Kai Haisong used his mana, he wouldn't be able to take out the coffin so easily. Xiaohua flew to the side of the deep pit and carefully placed the bluestone coffin on the ground. However, on this bluestone coffin, the yellow talisman stuck to it had long decayed, leaving only a trace of yellow paper stuck to the black soil. When divine thought swept over it, there was no fluctuation of mana. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew in his heart that if the coffin was Kai Wuxia's corpse, it must be white bones now. Immediately, Xiaohua looked at it again, stretched out his hand, grabbed the fist-sized nail on the coffin, and pulled it out easily. More than a foot long, 8 fist-sized nails were easily pulled out by him. Just when he reached out to open the coffin, Li Zongbao's voice came. "Junior brother Xiao, let me do it personally." But Xiaohua replied and immediately retracted his hand, standing at the side and looking at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to be calming himself down. Then he took 2 steps forward, bent down, and touched the bluestone coffin with both hands. The mana in his body surged slightly, and 2 muffled sounds were heard. It was the sound of the coffin hitting each other, and the bluestone coffin was opened a crack. The mountain peak blew past, and from the crack of the coffin, there was no stench. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and like everyone else, he was ecstatic. What is going on? However, when Li Zongbao opened the coffin lid and saw everything inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hearing Li Zongbao's shock, Fairy Hongxia and the others also took a step forward and took a look. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 2993. Although it was not a skeleton lying in the coffin, it was definitely not Kai Wuxia's remains. Instead, it was a male cultivator whose face could not be seen clearly. However, this male cultivator had an extremely long beard and looked like an old man. Ouch! Xiaohua saw it clearly and immediately exclaimed, because he saw that this male cultivator was wearing a slightly rotten robe from the Imperial Thunder sect. "Senior brotherly, please have mercy, this is Qian Qinghua." Qian Qinghua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Qian Qinghua? Li Zongbao's spiritual power surged. When he heard Fairy Hongxia and the others' surprise, he knew that this person was not a disciple of the Kai family. He was already angry and wanted to destroy this person. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, he noticed that Qian Qinghua was wearing the Imperial Thunder sect's robe. Then Li Zongbao snorted and shook his hand. When his spiritual power reached out, The blue stone lid immediately turned into powder and fell on Qian Qinghua's body layer by layer. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the token that Qian Qinghua gave him and shook his hand. Sure enough, the token hovered in the air a few times and suddenly fell into the coffin. Alas! Xiaohua confirmed Qian Qinghua's identity and smiled bitterly. The Imperial Thunder Sect had spent a lot of effort and time to find Qian Qinghua, but no one expected that Qian Qinghua would run into Kai Wuxia's coffin. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked again. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and immediately pulled Qian Qinghua out of the coffin. Fortunately, there was only Qian Qinghua and no trace of Kai Wuxia. At this moment, Xiaohua was relieved and thought to himself, fortunately, if this guy stayed in the coffin with Kai Wuxia for dozens of years, even if senior brother Li did not say anything, the Kai family would not let this guy go. This guy has some karma with me, which makes things difficult for me. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said, Senior Kai, this guy is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I will take him away. Seeing that Xiaohua recognized Qian Qinghua, Kai Haisong suddenly remembered that when Xiaohua just left the Kai family, Xianghua sect's disciples came to visit him. How could he not know the danger? He hurriedly nodded and said, Nephew, everything is up to you. I don't know anything. Xiaohua shook his hand and put the Qian green flame back into the soul nest. Then, he looked at the ground that he had just dug up and complained in his heart. If Qian Qinghua was in Kai Wuxia's coffin, then where did Kai Wuxia go? Qian Qinghua would never move Kai Wuxia into another coffin. Then, Kai Wuxia must be near the green stone coffin. He only cared about taking out the coffin and didn't pay attention to the bones nearby. Even if Kai Wuxia's corpse was intact, his reckless action just now might have caused some damage to Kai Wuxia's corpse. Junior will go down and take a look. Xiaohua sighed. He looked at Fairy Hongxia, whose face was also not good, and said to Kai Haisong. Kai Haisong reflexively nodded his head. Xiaohua, this son-in-law, was really too capable. All he could do was nod his head. When Xiaohua entered the ground, everyone's gaze was fixed on the ground, quietly waiting for the result. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's figure escaped from the wall of the pit. However, when everyone saw Xiaohua's empty hands, their hearts turned cold. Li Zongbao's heart was even more empty. It was as if his heart had been hollowed out and there was no trace of it. Junior found it. Xiaohua's figure flew out and hurriedly shouted. Then, he waved his hand and took out a crystal coffin and placed it in front of Li Zongbao. Then, under Li Zongbao's eyes, he carefully took out a corpse covered in mud from the soul nest. Although the corpse was covered in mud, the face had been simply wiped away, revealing a face that was similar to Fairy Hongxia's. The thin eyebrows and long eyelashes were still there. It looked like she was still in a deep sleep when she was just placed in the coffin. Sister, Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but call out. Xiaohua awkwardly reached out his hand and took out a stick of mud. This is Wuxia's right arm. Junior. Junior? Before Kai Haisong could say anything, Li Zongbao, who had been staring at Kai Wuxia's face, saw Kai Wuxia's severed arm and couldn't help but stretch his neck and howl. Not only was his howl filled with sorrow, it was also filled with surprise and even deep anticipation. Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia didn't feel anything, but Kai Haisong and the rest were pale. They hurriedly covered their ears and crouched down, as if they couldn't resist the power of Li Zongbao's howl. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Just as he was about to activate his magic power to protect everyone, Li Zongbao's body suddenly flashed with brilliance. His magic power rippled out like overflowing boiling water. At the same time, a strong pressure was generated from Li Zongbao's head and rushed straight to the sky. The wind and clouds in the sky changed rapidly and countless black clouds surged. Looking at the surroundings, a huge amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy rushed over crazily. Bits of crystals appeared nearby. Li Zongbao has condensed his core. Xiaohua came to a realization. He knew that the reason why Li Zongbao couldn't condense his core was because of Kai Wuxia. Today, when he saw Kai Wuxia's corpse, although he didn't know if she was alive or dead, he was overjoyed after seeing her corpse. The damage to her corpse made him feel sad. In between joy and sadness, he suddenly realized something and achieved the opportunity to condense his golden core. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's neck amidst the heavenly pressure of condensing his core. Then, without caring about the taboo of the Kai family's burial mound, lightning flashed around him and he rushed up Yang Cauldron Mountain like a thunderbolt. Although Li Zongbao went, the pressure from Yang Cauldron Mountain enveloped Luyang's Kai family and a small part of Luyang for more than 20 days. Although it was only a few weeks, the entire Luyang town was in complete chaos. Not to mention the specks of crystals that were strangely suspended in midair and were more crystalline than common snowflakes, and not to mention the hurricane formed by the heaven and earth spiritual energy that blew everything away. Just the pressure of Li Zongbao's golden core was enough to throw the entire secular world into chaos. In a corner of Luyang near Yang Cauldron Mountain, within a range of about 3 to 5 miles, all animals, humans, and beasts were paralyzed on the ground. None of them could move. Within this range, everyone's hearts were more or less under an incomparable pressure. The feeling of being unable to control life and death filled their minds. Although it was only 2 days later, Xiao Hua, who had come to his senses, hurriedly flew down from Yang Cauldron Mountain and quickly moved the secular people away from Li Zongbao's pressure. However, the impact was huge. Not to mention people who understood the true meaning of life in the midst of life and death. Couples who had broken up with each other were reunited. Not to mention unfilial children who woke up to filial piety under the heavy burden and turned over a new leaf. Not to mention the rascals in Liang who thought that the gods had descended and turned over a new leaf. Many young children were born with the Tao. It was also a huge change in their lives. Fortunately, the range of Li Zongbao's divine sense was only 20 to 30 miles and he was condensing his core on Yang Cauldron Mountain. His divine sense only covered a small corner of Luyang. If Xiao Hua had condensed his core, the entire Luyang town would have been covered. The secular people would have nowhere to run even if they wanted to. After Xiao Hua moved the secular people who were affected by the divine sense to a safe place, he sighed. Damn it, no wonder cultivators have to advance in places where there are few people. It's not only because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant there, but also because it doesn't affect others. Then, Xiao Hua hurried back to the Kai family. Although the secular people were affected by Li Zongbao's pressure, they did not need to cultivate after all. Their Tao hearts and Tao foundations would not be affected. However, most of the disciples of the Kai family were cultivators. It was inevitable that their cultivation would be damaged after being under the pressure of a golden core cultivator for a long time. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua entered the Kai family, other than Fairy Hong Xia, who was in a slightly better condition, Kai Haisong and the other foundation establishment cultivators were scattered in the spirit tomb. It was as if they had not moved at all after Xiao Hua left with Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua asked Fairy Hong Xia briefly and immediately flew to the largest meeting hall in the Kai family. Not only did he activate the array formation of the meeting hall, he also set down the jade talismans of the capital star array. Kai Haisong and the rest, as well as the disciples of the Kai family who were paralyzed, were sent into the meeting hall. After doing all this, Xiao Hua saw that there was nothing left behind. Then, he returned to the Yang Cauldron Mountain to guard Li Zongbao's core condensation. On the 30th day, the oppressive pressure that made it hard for people to breathe slowly weakened. The crystal bead that had been floating dozens of miles away was thrown into the thick whirlpool under the black clouds above the Yang Cauldron Mountain. Seeing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condense into a whirlpool above Li Zongbao's head, Xiao Hua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Li Zongbao had no problems condensing his core condensation. However, he immediately had the urge to jump up and curse. Damn it! Why is it so difficult for me to condense my core condensation? Not only do I need dozens of times more spiritual energy of heaven and earth than Li Zongbao, there's also a lightning tribulation. There are actually 3 lightning tribulations. How can I live like this? After cursing, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist perception to see that Kai Jia and Lu Yang were gradually recovering. He immediately closed his eyes to meditate. After all, everyone's core condensation was different. The celestial phenomena were also different. The heavenly Tao revealed was also different. Xiaohua was fated to see Li Zongbao condense his core condensation, so he could see the wonders of the parting love treasure mirror and the ruthlessness of the heavenly Tao. After dozens of days, the dark clouds that had been pressing down on the Yang Cauldron Mountain slowly dissipated. A ray of sunlight that was like a sharp sword shot out from the clouds and shone on Li Zongbao's body. His snow-white hair refracted bits of golden light, and an indescribable power was emitted from his body. Li Zongbao slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely pale, and there was no trace of black in them. A kind of coldness, mercilessness, and austere aura emerged from his pale eyes, causing one's heart to turn cold. In just a few breaths, a little blackness was born in this paleness. It was like the rare moonlight in the night sky, and it immediately dispelled the desolation. Gradually, the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy slowly appeared along with the appearance of the black pupils. Chapter 2994. Senior Brotherly? Xiaohua saw Li Zongbao the moment he opened his eyes. He could clearly see the ruthlessness in Li Zongbao's eyes. At this moment he slowly got up and walked over. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The first thing he said was, "Is Wuxia dead or alive?" "I'll let Senior Brother Li know." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Once you release your aura of condensing your core, other than me, who else can move? I'm here to protect you. I really don't know if Kai Wuxia is dead or alive." Li Zongbao snorted and released his spiritual sense. Without calling Xiaohua, he flew down from the Yang Cauldron Mountain. Xiaohua smacked his lips and looked at the unfamiliar back of Li Zongbao. He shook his head and flew down as well. At this moment, the Kai family had already returned to its original order. However, every disciple who saw Li Zongbao had a face full of respect and fear. They all stood far away and avoided him. In the meeting hall, beside a crystal coffin stood Fairy Xianxia and the rest. "Is Wuxia dead or alive?" Li Zongbao entered the meeting hall and asked. "Senior Brotherly." Fairy Xianxia and the rest turned around and bowed. "Congratulations on condensing your core, Senior Brother." Unexpectedly, Li Zongbao did not answer. He walked towards the crystal coffin expressionlessly. Walking to the front of the transparent crystal coffin, Li Zongbao saw Kai Wuxia's beautiful sleeping face, as well as her long eyelashes and long hair that almost covered her entire body. Only then did a trace of a smile appear on Li Zongbao's face. Moreover, his eyes were filled with warmth as he muttered to himself, "Wuxia, you are actually so beautiful. But you're still modest in front of me. Sigh, I don't want cold beauty. I only want living ugliness." However, Li Zongbao pushed his hand and was about to lift the lid of the crystal coffin. But at this moment, Xiaohua's slender hand reached out and pressed on the coffin. He said calmly, "Senior Brother Li, wait a moment. Let Hongxiao explain." Li Zongbao did not stop. However, he did not lift the lid. Only then did he stop. He turned around and looked at Fairy Xianxia. "Senior Brother Li." Faced with Li Zongbao's cold gaze, Fairy Xia's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly said, "I've already checked. Elder sister hasn't been revived. Not only is there no heartbeat or breathing, even his body is cold." "That is." A cold light flashed in Li Zongbao's eyes. The people around him trembled. "No." Kai Haisong hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Li. Although Wuxia did not come back to life, but she is not dead either." Li Zongbao stared straight at Kai Haisong, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Kai Haisong suppressed his shock and said, "Wuxia's skin color is normal, and her hair is still growing. If she's already dead, not to mention other things, her hair must have withered and her body must have perished." "Then is she dead or alive?" Li Zongbao asked coldly. No one dared to answer. "As far as this Xiao knows." Xiaohua indifferently said, "Kai Wuxia is neither alive nor dead." He seems to be in a very strange state. So, congratulations, Senior Brotherly. At least Wuxia is not dead. Her body is still here, and her body is also intact. Even her soul is not in the netherworld. Her resurrection should be easier than Ziyi. Of course, Wuxia's right arm is this Xiao's fault. This Xiao will return her an intact arm after she comes back to life. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Hua indifferently, then turned to look at the crystal coffin and asked in a low voice, "What is going on with this crystal coffin?" Senior Brotherly, this crystal coffin originally belonged to Jin Quan Shan Tu Hong. Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. Li Zongbao's eyebrows twitched as if he thought of something. Also, Senior Kai, bring everyone out for a moment. This Xiao wants to check on Wuxia's situation again. Xiao Hua turned his head and ordered. Kai Haisong was slightly stunned, but Fairy Hong Xia was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Okay, we will leave now." Senior Brotherly, you go out, too. Xiao Hua said indifferently. This Xiao will not leave. Li Zongbao shook his head. From now on, this Xiao will not be separated from Wuxia. Xiao Hua urged his magic power to restrain Li Zongbao, but he immediately withdrew his magic power and said indifferently, "If you want Wuxia to come back to life, you should hurry up and leave." Li Zongbao suddenly raised his head and stared at Xiao Hua for a moment. Xiao Hua was not afraid and directly faced him. What a joke, not to mention that Li Zongbao had just condensed his core, even if he was in the late stage of gold core. In Xiao Hua's eyes, he was just a gold core. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not shrink back, Li Zongbao hesitated slightly and was the last to walk out of the meeting hall. Then Xiao Hua made a grabbing motion, and the capital star array of the meeting hall was activated. In the entire hall, only Xiao Hua and the crystal coffin were left. Sigh, fellow Kai. Years have passed since we parted, and now we are once again on different paths. Xiao Hua walked to the front of the crystal coffin and stared at Wuxia's lifelike face. He whispered, "This Xiao knows that you may still have a chance to live, but this Xiao really does not know where this chance comes from. However, since the one who tied the bell should untie it, then this Xiao can try his best." After saying that, Xiao Hua reached out and opened the crystal coffin. He stretched out his thumb and middle finger and placed it on Wuxia's left wrist. He closed his eyes, and after a moment he slightly frowned and released a strand of soul thread, which very cautiously landed between Wuxia's eyebrows. Siege, when Xiao Hua's soul thread rushed into Wuxia's soul, he saw the situation of the mysterious dark cloud and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that Wuxia's mysterious dark cloud was already in pieces, as if she had died long ago. But the strange thing was that the mysterious dark cloud was now wrapped in a faint layer of water. This water was sparkling and translucent, flashing with a faint unknown brilliance. It flowed very slowly outside the mysterious dark cloud. The scattered and mysterious dark clouds seemed to be condensed by this water bloom. This water, is it the effect of that willow branch? Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. That strand of soul thread gradually approached the water. Boom, a loud sound rang out. That soul thread had just touched the water when it exploded in Xiao Hua's soul, and a kind of boundless and desolate feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's soul. A seemingly boundless netherworld sea appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. There were countless corpses in the sea, and waves of blood soared to the sky. From time to time, there were strange, huge, and ugly netherworld beasts rushing out of the sea, swallowing hundreds and thousands of corpses in one gulp. Boundless, without end, without a boat, without a bridge, I cannot cross it. A kind of indescribable pain emerged from Xiao Hua's heart, and a kind of feeling of absolute powerlessness filled Xiao Hua's body at the same time. Suddenly, there seemed to be a kind of Sanskrit sound, and also seemed to be a kind of golden rune, and there was a slight feeling of armor inscriptions. A three-colored brilliance pierced through the sea of bitterness, rushing to the other side of the sea of bitterness. However, that three-colored bridge had just appeared when a wave of blood struck. Xiao Hua's soul thread was shattered, and all of his feelings disappeared in an instant. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and he didn't dare to extend that second strand of soul thread. Taking out the willow branch, Xiaohua's divine sense, Buddhist sense, and even soul sense probed, but they were all empty. Even where the soul thread fell, it still couldn't wrap around. When Xiaohua opened his Dharma eyes, in those already somewhat transformed Dharma eyes, there was a three-colored rainbow bridge in Xiaohua's hand. Sure enough, it's this thing that's causing trouble. Xiaohua understood. Unfortunately, he still waved it several times on Kai Zhuoxia's corpse, but the willow branch didn't move at all. Of course, Kai Zhuoxia's corpse also didn't change. Xiaohua scratched his ears and cheeks. He clearly knew that this thing would work, but he just didn't know how to use it. Forget it, I'm afraid the opportunity hasn't come yet. Xiaohua was dejected. He was only a golden core cultivator, and his soul cultivation had just reached Mingruyan. He was still too far away from being able to see through life and death. Thinking about this, Xiaohua was about to put the willow branch into his space, but at this moment he hesitated. He thought of the previous water bloom, thought of the Sanskrit sound and the netherworld sea within the water bloom, and flipped his hand, sending the willow branch into the Buddha Sarira. It really did fall into the clear water bottle. Swish, a faint Buddhist light emerged from the Buddha Sarira, and the entire clear water bottle slightly swelled. The willow branch in the clear water bottle suddenly gained a layer of holiness. This willow branch is a Buddhist artifact? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Xiaohua opened the capital star formation, and Li Zongbao was guarding the entrance. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't look happy, he didn't ask anything and quickly rushed to the crystal coffin. How is it? Fairy Xianxia was the second to come over and asked in a low voice. Sigh, Wuxia really didn't die. But it's still very difficult to resurrect her. With my current cultivation, I can't do anything. Xiaohua sighed, and with a grab, he was about to take out the capital star formation's jade talisman. Fairy Xianxia snorted coldly, turned around and walked over. Xiaohua was stunned, but soon understood. After thinking for a while, he took out a blank jade talisman and recorded the method to use the capital star formation. He quickly chased after her, and with a smile as if he was presenting a treasure, he said, "Xianxia, why are you giving it to me? I don't want it." Fairy Xianxia glared at him unhappily. "Hee," Xiaohua laughed, "I've already given you what I gave you. This is what you gave me. Who are the two of us?" Fairy Xianxia was originally worried about Kai Zhuoxia's life, but when she saw Xiaohua's expression, she knew that she would be fine. Only then did she glance at him and take the jade talisman. Kai Haisong naturally followed beside the two of them, but Kai Haisong's eyes were only looking ahead. It wasn't clear if he didn't see them, or if he was only concerned about Kai Zhuoxia. "Xiaohua, what should we do now?" Everyone walked in front of the crystal coffin and took a look. Kai Haisong turned around and asked Xiaohua. "There's nothing else, we can only wait." Xiaohua pointed at Kai Zhuoxia and said, "At this moment, she's neither dead nor alive, and her lifespan is very long. I'm afraid that you and I can't compare to her. Once the opportunity comes, she can be resurrected. The Kai family only needs to protect her body." Chapter 2995. How can I let the Kai family keep Zhuoxia's body? Without waiting for Kai Haisong to speak, Li Zongbao reached out his hand and lifted the crystal coffin. Unfortunately, just as his hand touched the coffin, Xiaohua also reached out his hand. The crystal coffin seemed to be cast from copper and iron and could no longer be lifted from the stone table. "Senior brother Li," Xiaohua said indifferently, "this matter still needs to be discussed with the head of the Kai family." Li Zongbao coldly glanced at Xiaohua's finger on the crystal coffin and actually raised his head to look at Xiaohua's face. His eyes were no longer like before, only cold and black. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Just like before, he faced the increasingly cold gaze. He knew that Li Zongbao's mind was already damaged. Now that he saw the half-dead Kai Zhuoxia, not only did the parting treasured mirror suffer a backlash, Even the weapon spirit of the immortal slaughtering whip suffered a backlash. Especially now that Li Zongbao had just stepped into the core formation realm, his realm was not stable yet. The feeling of power in his palm had yet to fade from Li Zongbao's heart. He really might not be afraid to fight with him. Zongbao, Kai Haisong's mind raced. He turned to look at Fairy Hong Xia, Kai Hesong and the rest. They exchanged glances and secretly nodded. He hurriedly shouted, "Although Wuxia is my beloved daughter, she suffered grievances in my Kai family. Even after death, her corpse was humiliated by others. My Kai family feels that we are not worthy of keeping Wuxia's corpse. If Zongbao is willing, you can take it away. However, I ask Zongbao to be considerate. By any chance, please send Wuxia back to my Luyang Kai family. At the very least, she still has her ancestors and us to accompany her." And Li Zongbao responded indifferently, not even nodding his head. Hearing Kai Haisong's words, Xiaohua gently removed his 2 fingers from the crystal coffin. Li Zongbao reached out and took out a storage pouch, wanting to put it in. Unfortunately, although Kai Wuxia was half dead, her soul was strangely well. How could he put it in the storage pouch? Xiaohua sighed and took out a spirit storage pouch and handed it over. Li Zongbao did not raise his head. He kept the crystal coffin and thought for a moment. He stretched out his hand and said to Xiaohua, "Give me the jade scroll that Jing Apple Village Elder Ji Lan gave you." Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, "When did Ji Lan give me a jade scroll?" "It was used in the records of soul cultivators." Li Zongbao replied indifferently. "I've heard him say that it recorded the location where a Dao sect senior had fallen." "Oh, that's a soul cultivator's bone." Xiaohua suddenly understood that Elder Ji Lan had mentioned an extremely dangerous place. "What do you want that for? You don't cultivate your soul, so how can you understand?" "I don't understand, but you do." Li Zongbao said resolutely, "Even if I have to break through millions of Meng mountains, travel through the 3 kingdoms of immortal cultivators, chase up to the 9th heaven, and descend to the 9th hell, I will find a way to resurrect Wuxia. That dangerous place is indeed located in the depths of millions of Meng mountains. I'm determined to explore it." Ah, Xiaohua instantly felt that Li Zongbao's figure was incomparably tall. He understood that with the foundation of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao could cultivate to the nascent soul stage or even the separating spirit stage without any suspense. However, Li Zongbao also understood that relying on the inheritance of the Utopia faction alone was not enough to resurrect a dead person. He could only learn from others' strong points and search for thousands of families. That was why he decided to go to millions of Meng mountains. "Senior brother Li, the millions of Meng mountains that we went to was only a corner of the real Meng mountains. Moreover, we were protected by Ziming and Xiao Mao, so we returned safely." What Elder Jilan said? "I'm afraid that the so-called depths of Wu Meng mountains are rarely entered by ordinary Dao sect cultivators. If you rashly go in, give it to me." Li Zongbao did not listen to his advice at all and said coldly. Xiaohua was not satisfied and insisted, "As for Kai Wuxia, I naturally don't have a way to resurrect her now, but I'm completely confident that I can resurrect her in the future. You don't need to find a way to resurrect her by yourselves." Fairy Hong Xia was still fine, but when Kai Haisong and the others heard this, they turned pale with fright. Controlling life and death, that was a great magical power that even immortals did not dare to boast about. Xiaohua was only a golden core cultivator now, but he dared to say such a big thing. Who would not be shocked after hearing this? "Give it to me," Li Zongbao said again. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and narrowed his eyes again, as if he was thinking about something. However, after a while, he reached out his hand and took out the grayish bone. He used his soul consciousness to explore it, and then recorded the things inside in a jade slip and handed it to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took it and used his soul consciousness to take a look. Then, he carefully put the jade slip away and activated his magic power, flying out of the meeting hall. "Senior brother Li, where are you going? The Utopia faction or the millions of Meng mountains?" Xiaohua hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Roar! A mournful howl suddenly sounded from the side of Yang Cauldron Mountain, and a heroic and sorrowful singing voice came from the sky. My heart is in my chest, where is thy heart? Thy heart is not in heaven and earth, my heart is lonely, so what if it is in my chest? Thy heart is in the 9 heavens, my heart becomes an immortal, thy heart is in the 9 underworlds, my heart is in the devil. My heart wants to be one with thy heart, the ends of the world can't help, my heart wants to sleep with thy heart, gods and demons kill. As the voice faded away, Li Zongbao's lonely figure also gradually disappeared. Xiaohua could certainly catch up with Li Zongbao, but how could he catch up with Li Zongbao's infatuation? Although elder sister's life was short, she met such a lover. Even if elder sister is in the 9 underworlds, her heart will be at ease. She didn't live her life in vain. Fairy Xianxia and the others chased after him and also looked at the sky, murmuring, how many female cultivators in this world have such good fortune? Xianxia, do you think senior brother Li will return to the Utopia faction or the millions of Meng Mountains? Xiaohua slightly bit his lips and whispered, is this important? Fairy Xianxia asked, with elder sister's company, senior brother Li will no longer be lonely in this world. Sighs. Xiaohua sighs in his heart and reaches out to grab Fairy Xia's hand. Unfortunately, he grabs nothing but air. Fairy Xia dodges Xiaohua and says to Kai Haisong, Father, you must keep elder sister's matter and Xiaohua's matter a secret. These are all important matters. If a trace of it is leaked, the Kai family of Liang will be in unprecedented danger. Then, Fairy Xia passed the jade slip with the capital star array to Kai Haisong and said, also, the array outside the Kai family is too clumsy. Only the array in the meeting hall is the real defensive array. If you encounter any danger, you can hide in it. This is the way to control it. Great. Kai Haisong was overjoyed. He knew the power of the capital star array very well. It was a divine array that could resist the power of the core formation stage. I don't dare to delay any longer. The war is about to end. I have to rush back to the Huanhua sect. Fairy Xia bowed, turned around and flew into the sky. It can't be? Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Fairy Xia would actually leave just like Li Zongbao. After a slight hesitation, he hurriedly bowed towards Kai Haisong and the rest, before his figure shot up into the air. However, after flying for several dozen feet, Xiaohua stopped again. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a storage pouch and tossed it to Kai Haisong. Senior Xiao, these are some rice seeds. You can distribute them or sell them to all parts of the country of Xi. However, if there is a barren place, you still have to give them away. You can't accept spirit stones. In addition, the Kai family must compensate for the places in Luoyang that were damaged by senior brother Li. The required silver and other items can be deducted from the rice seeds. Kai Haisong saw the storage bag fall and was really puzzled. He didn't know how to deal with it. A cultivator who cared about the secular world. This was the first time he met someone like that. Even though Fairy Xia ran fast, could she hide from Xiaohua? Similarly, they were flying towards the teleportation array of Lin Yu Town. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fairy Xia's graceful and seductive figure appeared in Xiaohua's vision. Looking at this familiar figure, Xiaohua's heart was burning with passion. Xiaohua's harvest from the millions of Meng Mountains was bountiful, far beyond his imagination. However, along the way, with Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao accompanying him, the sweet journey in Xiaohua's heart was completely over. Now that he finally had a chance to be alone with Fairy Xia, and they weren't in Liang, how could Xiaohua not be distracted? Therefore, Xiaohua didn't fly too fast and just followed behind Fairy Xia. Seeing that the sky was dark and they were in the wilderness, Xiaohua activated the transcendence energy in his body and pounced towards Fairy Xia like a flying wolf. When Xiaohua hugged Fairy Xia, a kind of thirst arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua lowered his voice and growled, "Stop, you're a bandit." After saying that, Xiaohua carried Fairy Xia's body and flew towards the place he had set his sights on. If it was someone else, Fairy Xianxia would definitely struggle and even blame Xiaohua. But this time, no matter how Xiaohua's tongue licked the edge of Fairy Xia's earlobe, she didn't have any reaction. Sensing the abnormality of Fairy Xia, and feeling that although Fairy Xia's body was still warm in his embrace, it wasn't as hot as before. Xiaohua's heart turned cold and his body stiffened unconsciously. He asked in a low voice, "Wife? Since when have I been your wife?" Fairy Xia asked indifferently, "Wife, what do you mean?" Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. "Aren't you my wife? Why didn't you say this in front of Senior Martial Brother Li and Junior Martial Brother Xiao?" Fairy Xia didn't turn her head, she just looked at the darkness in the distance and asked faintly. Xiaohua gently turned Fairy Xia's body over. Looking at Fairy Xia's teary eyes, he said seriously, "It's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that you and I haven't done the dual cultivation ceremony yet. If I call you that, won't it tarnish your reputation?" Calling me wifey would tarnish my reputation. Then, wouldn't you tarnish my reputation even more by hugging me and doing something lewd with me? Fairy Xia sneered coldly. This. Xiaohua was speechless. The hand that was hugging Fairy Xia slipped unconsciously. Fairy Xia's heart seemed to have turned cold along with that hand. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.